Chapter 13-15. Li Fengyuan calmed down a lot when he thought about how he was cooking the Skyfrost Wolf King, one of the 10 demonic kings. He comforted himself. It's not that my job is too lowly, it's just that big old dad doesn't know how to give names. The Skyfrost Wolf King is called the Wolf God, so I'm the cooking god Li Fengyuan. He felt like he was a lot more domineering, but he didn't dare to mention this to Li Qingshan. He could only keep it to himself. The aroma was getting thicker and thicker. Even gods couldn't stand still after 3 rolls of dog meat. It's about time. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't help but say. Azuras loved good food and wine. The sky was getting brighter. Dawn was coming soon. Yes, let me have a taste. Li Qingshan raised his ending flower blade. This huge blade was clearly not suitable for cutting meat. If it continued to fall, it would definitely split the cauldron in half. Good boy, I'll make you the meat-cutting king. Who wants to be the meat-cutting king? The ending flower blade soul said angrily. It shrunk the blade into a short blade. Open the pot. Li Qingshan ordered. Li Fengyuan opened the cauldron. Steam billowed with a strong aroma, and a beam of spiritual light shot into the sky. Don't tell me this is a dish from the legends. Li Qingshan could not help but grip his dying flower blade firmly. In fact, many precious pills would emit spiritual light when they came out of the cauldron. After all, so many spiritual herbs were used, and they were filled with spirit qi. The ingredients used in this cauldron of soup were extremely luxurious. It wasn't strange at all that it had such an effect. Li Qingshan cut a piece of dog meat with a determined heart. With a thought, the soup floated in front of him. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. It was as if a beam of spiritual light passed through his temples, and an extremely delicious taste bloomed on his tongue. A warm current flowed into his stomach. The dog meat was tender and chewy. Even with his teeth, he had to chew a few times before he could swallow it. He took out a jar of 1,000-year spirit wine from somewhere and took a deep gulp. The world of ice and snow seemed to turn into a scorching summer. Awesome. Li Qingshan gave Li Fengyuan a thumbs up. As expected of my king of cooking meat. Li Fengyuan gathered his courage and said, You can also call him the cooking god Heavenly King. What kind of name is that? Li Qingshan did not think much of it. They began to distribute the wine and meat. The 4 heavenly kings each had a share, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Li Fengyuan didn't care whether he was called Heavenly King of Cooking or Heavenly King of Cooking. He ate without any manners. Little and was mainly responsible for gnawing on the bones. Actually, with just a glance, the bones in his hands would turn into samadhi flames of white bone and then be sucked into his mouth. Li Qingshan rubbed her head tenderly. Cultivating the path of white bone and great beauty had deprived her of many pleasures in life. Then he handed the imperial advisor of the left Sarira to her. You can have this as a side dish. Gu Yenying smiled and said, Most people who attend weddings will have to leave their stomachs full for a feast. Instead we started eating first. Hee dog meat can't make it to the banquet. I'm afraid the host won't welcome an unwelcome guest like me. I'd better eat and drink to my heart's content before visiting. Must you go? Li Qingshan smiled and raised his wine goblet, clinking it against hers. I must go. Men have to fight to the death. Why do women have so much nonsense to say? Luo Ho Xiaoming was burning with fighting spirit. From his death until now, he had finally eaten a proper meal, but he had yet to experience a proper battle. He had long since reached the end of his patience. Azura could go without food, but they could not go without battle. They could go without friends, but they could not go without enemies. Pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Yenying shrugged elegantly. Only these 2 would treat her like a woman, or perhaps they would make her seem more like a woman by setting her off. Actually, she had long since anticipated this result. However, in a team there would always be someone who objected. Chuolong had sent out 1,000,000 declarations. Every single declaration could be considered a spiritual artifact. Even illiterate people and non-humans could understand them, and their minds would be bewitched. Coupled with the influence of the mysterious will of heaven, the hearts of all living beings in the world had already fallen to Chuolong's side. The hearts of all living beings in the world had already fallen to Chuolong's side. If this went on, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be. Right now, declarations could not affect the will of cultivators. Once today passed, Chuolong would complete the World Alliance meeting, and it would be hard to shake him. Only when Chuolong was far away from Dragon Head Mountain and gave his all to give him a fatal blow would he have a chance to win. However, how could Chuolong not think of such a simple matter? Therefore this opportunity was clearly bait. Even though he knew it was bait, he still had to swallow it. This was the so-called overt plot. It could only be said that as expected of Emperor Taizu. Li Fengyuan ate happily and praised, "This is really too delicious. Big old father, this won't be your last meal, right?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. He studied him up and down. "You jinxed that mocking face of yours. You really are my son after all. If I become the emperor, I'll definitely make you a little bastard crown prince. Come, let's go." Li Fengyuan's face turned red and he rubbed his head. "Not at all, compared to big old father, I am still far from you." Li Qingshan laughed and said, "It's good that you know. No matter how many tricks that Chuolong has, he was still forced to this step by big old father. He had no choice but to take the risk and gamble with me. Yening, the enemy is hard to deal with, but it is not that scary. There is a person in my hometown who said, look down on the enemy strategically, but take the enemy seriously tactically. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, and fighting against people is endless joy. You have to learn to enjoy it. Those million spirit weapon declarations consumed a lot of resources, and they had to be distributed to the world. Even with Great Xia dynasty's accumulation, it was not easy. Whether it was bait or a trap, there was a risk. Chuolong did not need to take the risk at all. He could stay in the imperial court and crush them with his momentum. But now, he had to worry about whether the 9 provinces could still be refined into a blessed land after he completed his momentum. At that time, the people he wanted to crush would not come obediently to their deaths. The final reward was a world that was on the verge of collapse and an unpredictable powerful enemy. Therefore, if he wanted to stop the destruction of the world and completely eliminate Li Qingshan, he had to reveal a flaw and give Li Qingshan a chance to deal a fatal blow. That's a great idea. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes lit up. If that person reaches the Azura realm, he will definitely be a powerful Azura. The joy of fighting? It's enough for you to experience it. Gu Yining smiled slightly. Of course, she understood that the battle between the two men had already begun. Strategy planning. Confrontation probing. Mobilizing all resources using all methods. Forcing the other party step by step, and also putting themselves in a desperate situation step by step. Neither side had any hesitation. From the moment they found out about each other's existence, they swore to kill each other. All the compromises and concessions in between were fake. Today, in a direct confrontation, they would definitely fight to the death. Li Fengyuan listened from the side and felt his blood boiling. He disregarded life and death. Suddenly, he heard Little and say, "Qingshan, actually, I can kill all living beings." Kill all living beings? Li Fengyuan's blood instantly froze. Floating astronomy. Chapter 13-16. Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yining both looked at Little Anne and saw that her expression was calm. There was not a hint of malevolence on her face, and there was not a hint of killing intent on her body. She spoke as if it was something as normal as eating and drinking. In her eyes, there was only the existence of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was also stunned for a moment. This was somewhat unexpected. From a certain perspective, this was similar to his destruction of the world. However, he had ordered the void-devouring beasts to devour the kingdom of the 9 provinces just to force the Chua dragon to reveal an opening. Although it had caused a lot of destruction, it was basically a barren land with almost no living beings. If he could defeat the Chua dragon here, then everything would end here. Even though he was determined to kill, he was trying his best to avoid unnecessary killing. I don't agree. This is too much. Li Fengyuan ignored his fear of Little Anne and suddenly stood up. A phoenix was ultimately a benevolent bird. Li Qingshan ignored him and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Luo Ho Xiaoming drank a mouthful of wine and glanced at Li Qingshan. He did not answer. Gu Yining played with the wine cup with her slender fingers. "Even if we support you, will you retreat today? Why don't you wait until after today? If you can't defeat the Chua dragon and survive, then we can discuss it again. Yining knows me best." Li Qingshan laughed loudly, his voice shaking the mountains. At this point, if he retreated, his momentum would definitely decline. He might as well just leave the kingdom of the 9 provinces. There was no need to drag everyone down with him. Little Anne lowered her head, feeling slightly disappointed. "I know that you are worried about my safety and don't want me to take the risk. So even though you know my decision, you still have to say it." Li Qingshan spread out his arms and pulled her into his embrace. He kissed her tender little face heavily. Xiao An's face blossomed into a smile, which was slightly red. It was like a melting iceberg and a blooming spring flower. "So, I'm the only fool?" Li Fengyuan pointed at his own nose and asked in disbelief. "My foolish son. Just cook your meat." Li Fengyuan sat down dejectedly. Once again he felt that he did not live up to his title of King of Cooking Meat. Li Qingshan waved his hand and erected a barrier with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Today is indeed a good opportunity. When the Clam King of Mirage Sea ascended, she specifically left behind a clone. For the sake of dealing with Hui Long, he had gone to the Dragon Province many years ago. I originally thought that she was going to turn the Grand Xia Imperial Court upside down, but there's been no news from her. She's probably waiting for the Chua Dragon's true body to descend. A few days ago she appeared in my dream and specially reminded me to come today. He described the dream in detail, especially the last scene of the dream. No wonder you're so determined. However, I was a little confused. Jade Palace was the nine-tailed Fox Queen's territory after all. Could a mere Clam King of Mirage Sea really set up a powerful ambush there? Even if he really wanted to deal with Chua Long, the Skyfrost Wolf King wouldn't even be able to take a single blow from him. So, could this be a trap specially set up to lure you here? Gu Yingying's eyes narrowed slightly. She gazed at the distant Jade Palace and said, "The umbrella-wielding person you saw at the end of your dream is most likely the nine-tailed Fox Queen. It said that she carries an umbrella like that all year round." Li Qingshan shrugged with a relaxed expression. Perhaps she convinced the nine-tailed Fox Queen to lend us a hand. He licked his lips. "Have you seen the nine-tailed Fox Queen before? I heard that she's the greatest beauty in the world." "Is that true?" Gu Yinying said in exasperation. "When Hui Long met the nine-tailed Fox Queen, not even 80 generations of your ancestors had been born. She may not have held a wedding with Hui Long, but she's already the empress of the Grand Xia dynasty. She's been receiving tributes from the Grand Xia dynasty for the past 5,000 years, so why would she turn against you? If the Clam King of Mirage Sea really had a plan, why didn't she explain it clearly? So that we could cooperate." Li Qingshan said, "Perhaps she was afraid that Hui Long would sense it, so she couldn't say it clearly, just in case she divulged the heavenly secrets. Speaking of which, why are you so excited? Or maybe she was afraid that you would sense it. Don't tell me you've been charmed." Gu Yinying's eyes were like lightning as she examined Li Qingshan. "How am I excited? Tell me, little Anne. Is she excited?" "Yes." Little Anne nodded seriously. "See, you still won't admit it." Li Qingshan smiled smugly. "Hey, is this the time to discuss my emotions? Li Qingshan, I'm very suspicious of your mental state right now. How is that possible? It's not like I've never seen a woman before." Li Qingshan could not help but think back to the golden wheat field, when she looked back and smiled under the umbrella. He clearly did not see her complete appearance, but it just happened to be so clear. Have I really fallen for her charms? He shook his head and tossed this thought out of his head. Also, why would the Clam King of Mirage Sea help Hui Long against me? Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "Wait, I have a question. The nine-tailed fox queen you speak of, is it the boasting of a normal fox spirit, or a real nine-tailed fox from the Green Hill country?" Li Qingshan said, Is there a difference? She's just a fox spirit anyway. There's a huge difference, like a snake and a dragon. If she's a real nine-tailed fox, then it wouldn't be strange at all for you to be charmed. Even the Clam King of Mirage Sea you speak of might have been charmed. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. That powerful? Nine-tailed foxes are a race even rarer than dragons and phoenixes. They're born with the beauty of the world and the beauty of all things. Their charms are hard to resist, and they can even be used on all living beings. It's said that nine-tailed foxes rely on their charms to cast spells. King Yu's wife, Tushan, is a nine-tailed fox. That Hui Long claimed to be a descendant of Yu the Great because of this story. He must have been charmed as well. No wonder he divided this world into 9 provinces and established some great xia. He must have wanted to please her. Gu Yenying said, "That's what I'm worried about. How can a normal fox spirit make Hui Long so obsessed? I don't think a certain someone can stop them if they work together. Otherwise, let's just go kill all living beings." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "However, if it really is a nine-tailed fox, then it's too strange. This race is different from dragons and phoenixes. Most of them are concentrated in the Green Hill country and rarely wander outside. Also, according to you, she passed the 3rd heavenly tribulation 5,000 years ago, so how is it possible that she hasn't ascended yet? There were many divine beasts and strange beasts in this world, and it was even ruled by the dragon race for a long time. However, these talented races cultivated very quickly. Whether it was ascension or being buried in the tribulation thunder, this world couldn't accommodate them. It was the same for the nine-tailed fox." Gu Yenying said, "I think she doesn't want to ascend to the path of demonic beasts and has been waiting for Hui Long to return. Although the nine-tailed fox will choose her partner, she's not known for her loyalty. Why would she waste 5,000 years in this place for a mere huilong? Was it a trap or an opportunity? All doubts were focused on the nine-tailed fox empress, which would determine the outcome of this battle. Even with Gu Yingying's insight and Luo Ho Xiaoming's knowledge, they couldn't make a judgment in a short time. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. Very well, the nine-tailed fox empress is mine. Gu Yinying held her forehead and sighed. Hey little brother Qingshan, are you listening to us? Of course I'm listening. Looks like the nine-tailed fox empress really is the #1 beauty of the 9 provinces. Humph, a puny huilong dares to provoke me. I'll eat your dog, kill your entire family and sleep with your wife. Li Qingshan had an evil look on his face. He was already imagining the taste of the fruits of victory. Little and this bastard must have been charmed. He must have been charmed. Yes. Little and nodded seriously. Dawn was breaking in the east. Li Qingshan stood up and gazed into the distance. Thank you for your wonderful analysis. It gave me a new understanding of the situation. However, I still have to make a choice. I can either retreat out of fear and slaughter the common people, or I can fight to kill the huilong. I choose the latter. So what if I've been charmed? So what if it's a trap? The huilong won't obediently wash his neck and wait for death. In any case, I think I can fight. Luo Ho Xiaoming picked up the cauldron and drank the soup in one gulp. Then let's fight. Alright, I really don't know how you managed to make it this far. Gu Yinying had a helpless look on her face. She, who was always far-sighted, had only acted impulsively once for the Kunping feather. She really wasn't used to this kind of brainless charge. I've always had little and to help me strategize. Of course there's also my sharp intuition. It's coming. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed. The sun rose in the east. A huge dragon flew over the horizon, its golden head splitting the sea of clouds. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a true dragon but a fleet. The flagship at the front was unprecedentedly huge. The huilong stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. Chapter 13-17. What a lame name. Li Qingshan was disdainful. It was a pity that the laws of the world suppressed the space-devouring beasts as soon as they entered the Dragon Province, or they would have never taken a few ships seriously. A hawk's cry tore through the sky. The hawk spread its wings and circled above the mountains. Its sharp eyes stared at the cauldron for cooking meat. Even though it was not on good terms with the Skyfrost Wolf King, it could not help but sympathize with its loss. There was another long cry. Li Qingshan roared at the sky with great vigor. Not only did his murderousness overwhelm the hawk's cry, it even enveloped the fleet that flew over. On the Emperor Dragon King, the 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers, as well as all the civil and military officials who had come with Chuolong to escort the bride, all had grave expressions on their faces when they heard this roar. They had already witnessed his terror on Dragon Head Mountain. Now that the death of the left minister and the others had added to his infamy, it was terrifying. Chuolong looked down at the boundless land and came face to face with a pair of blazing red eyes. Their gazes collided intensely in the air. He smiled and turned around. My beloved subjects, watch how I will capture and kill this thief today. He took in the reactions of his subjects. After all, this was only a secondary world. Even though there were many geniuses, there were still natural limitations. However, he had no plans on relying on them today. Once he returned to the human realm, they would become his most important subordinates, so he had to demonstrate the bearing of a wise ruler. The right minister bowed. May the emperor succeed in this battle and offer this traitor's head as a sacrifice to the heavens. The subjects all said, May the emperor succeed in this battle and offer this traitor's head as a sacrifice to the heavens. Chuolong's smile became even wider. Today is a joyous day for me, so there's no need for me to be so murderous. If he's willing to become my mount and atone for his sins, it's not like I can't spare him. Let's see what he chooses. Our emperor is benevolent, but that wretched demon probably won't be so easy to subdue. Then all I can do is strike quickly. As they chatted, the insufferably terrifying Demon King seemed to already be in the bag. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand. Fury flashed through Li Fingyuan's eyes when he heard those words clearly. That damn Chuolong actually wanted his first father to be his mount. What wishful thinking. Gu Yinying rested her chin on her hand and looked at the soaring eagle in the sky. Her mind seemed to have gone to the faraway void. Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression remained the same. He rubbed his belly and burped. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed like a statue or more like a banner with a cold smile on his face. The fleet broke through the sea of clouds and flew over. The sun rose in the east and snow fell in the west. The bright sunlight dyed the snowflakes golden. It was as if a golden leaf was fluttering between the heavens and the earth, beautiful and magnificent, adding a touch of dreamy color to the Jasper Palace. The fleet finally stopped in midair. Chuolong led the ministers down from the Emperor Dragon King, and walked to the front of fine Jade Palace. Even though there weren't as many formalities, they were full of sincerity and respect. Their faces were full of smiles. He seemed to have forgotten about Li Qingshan and was completely immersed in the joy of his wedding. A faintly discernible fragrance filled the air. She walked up the incense stairs alone and knocked on the door of the White Jade Palace. Clang, clang, clang. Even with his temperament at this moment, he faintly felt a little excited. That graceful figure had appeared countless times in his dreams, but her appearance was always changing, like the thousands of withered flowers blooming on the umbrella. It made him doubt if he had really seen such a woman. He thought to himself, "Mi Rao, I'm back." Even if it wasn't to refine the 9 provinces, he would definitely come back for that promise. "You want to marry me and be your empress? But you're clearly not the emperor. You don't count as someone who claims to be." The paper umbrella kept spinning. The surprise on the woman's face seemed real and fake, and the corner of her mouth was faintly discernible. "I swear I will definitely become a true emperor and make you a true empress." The man's face was solemn and full of admiration. As the supreme ruler of the world at this moment, he was like a mortal confessing to his goddess, saying that he would definitely give her a good life. "Why me? Don't you have many women? For example, that Bai Xiao. She definitely wants to be your empress. She wants to eat me up." The woman licked her lips, which became even more beautiful and rosy, revealing her snow-white fangs. "Mi Rao, in my heart, even if all the women in the world were added together, they wouldn't compare to a single hair of yours. As long as you nod, I will only belong to you." The man's heart palpitated. He took a step forward and wanted to grab the woman's sleeve, blocking with the paper umbrella. "Aye, but you ascended to the human realm and I ascended to the beast realm. How can we be husband and wife?" The woman sighed and frowned. The man felt his heart was about to break. He wanted nothing more than to hug her in his arms and comfort her. He said loudly, "I can bring you to the human realm. That will probably bring you great trouble." The woman smiled bitterly. "Our clan is always like that." The man's expression darkened. In this world, although he was the supreme ruler of the world, he was nothing in the human realm. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Taking her as his wife was like a child carrying gold in a busy market. Many deities had fallen because of their clan. He believed that the woman he admired was even more beautiful than the woman in the legends. "You are right. My power is far from enough, but I will not give up. When I return to the human realm, when I have more power and can think of a better way, I will come back to find you. Are you willing to stay in this world and wait for me?" The man hesitated. He also felt that his request was a bit excessive. Her talent was far above his. How could she stay in this world for long? "I am not willing." The woman rejected without hesitation. "Yeah, I was being delusional. How can I, Chuolong?" As if struck by lightning, the man smiled bitterly and lowered his head. He was full of unwillingness. "But I will wait." The woman looked up at the sky. She was a bit helpless, but more than that, she was determined. Really? The man felt as if he had risen from hell to heaven. He stared at her in disbelief. Unable to hold back his emotions, he opened his arms and hugged her. The woman pointed her index finger at his forehead and chuckled, "Letcher, don't be rude. I'm not your wife. In my heart, you already are." The sound of the palace gate opening woke Chuolong up from his memories. Looking at the white figure behind the gate, his smile froze. On a faraway mountain, Li Qingshan was also staring at the palace gate. He temporarily put aside his grudge with Chuolong and looked forward to seeing the appearance of the greatest beauty in the world. He muttered in his mind, "Damn it, bastard, move aside." Luo Ho Xiaoming pondered. The country of Green Hill has 3 great clans, namely Tushan, Pure Fox, and Yusu. Which clan does this 9-tailed fox empress belong to? Gu Yining replied, "It should be the Yusu clan. I heard that her surname is Mi Rao." "That's troublesome. Qingshan, you should calm down." "What is it?" "The 3 clans each have their own strengths. Tushan is virtuous, good at understanding people's hearts and good at housekeeping. Pure Fox is intelligent, proficient in illusory techniques and unpredictable. All of them are good candidates. Only the Yusu clan is sly, cunning and good at seduction. They produce women who want to see the world in chaos and often bring disaster to others. Most of the nine-tailed fox's bad reputation was created by them. Even I don't want to be tainted by them. Chapter 13:18. Got it? Li Qingshan responded, but the interest in his eyes grew stronger. Luoho Xiaoming thought that he had miscalculated. If he accepted this warning, he would not be Li Qingshan. He was no better than someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Bang! The white jade doors of Jadeite Palace opened completely. A beautiful woman stood at the door. Her hair was as white as snow, and her clothes were as white as a fairy's. Her sleeves were decorated with white velvet that fluttered in the wind. Snowflakes danced around her like an ice fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She held a large axe in her hand. It was translucent and ferocious. Her pure white eyes stared at the Feng Long outside the door, freezing his thoughts. Xiao Yi. The Feng Long's expression changed. He had not expected to meet her here. Frost Feather Moth King. Li Qingshan was shocked. The white-haired woman was the Frost Feather Moth King he had saved from Ice Sword Cliff. Didn't she have a grudge against the nine-tailed fox queen? He had entrusted Shenyue to her in the past because he did not want Shenyue to have anything to do with the Great Xia. He had not expected her to be in Jadeite Palace. The howling of the snowstorm grew stronger, and the chill was bone-chilling. The Frost Feather Moth King unfurled her white feather clothes. Her white hair danced in the wind as she swung her profound ice divine axe. The snowstorm spun rapidly with the axe as the center. The ice and snow turned into a tornado that shot into the sky like a furious white dragon. Feng Long. The Frost Feather Moth King's voice was filled with bone-chilling hatred. She seized the opening that the Feng Long revealed due to his emotions and swung her profound ice divine axe down. The snow tornado tilted like a collapsing pillar. It was unstoppable. The officials caught up and shouted, "Protect the king," or, "Watch out for the monster's sneak attack." Did the Clam King of Mirage Sea send me here to work together against the Feng Long? The axe is powerful and the axe technique is exquisite. It seems that she has recovered her strength and gained control of the weapon soul in the axe. There are probably not many people in the world who can block it. But this is far from enough to defeat the Feng Long. Li Qingshan shook his head. He did not think the Frost Feather Moth King's attack would work. He had no intention of rushing forward to cooperate. Chuolong's expression returned to normal. He waved his right sleeve and ordered the officials to retreat. His left hand formed a sword with his fingers, which instantly pierced through the wind and snow and landed on the Frost Feather Moth King's forehead. The scene seemed to freeze and the ministers stopped in their tracks with different expressions. The profound ice divine axe stopped above the Hui dragon's head, unable to descend any further. Boom! The falling snow tornado collapsed in an instant, and the condensed ice and snow were like a huge avalanche, smashing a 1,000-feet-long trench on the ground. The Emperor Dragon King was also within the attack range. A faint golden barrier rose up and easily blocked all the attacks. Xiao Yi, long time no see. The flying dragon slowly withdrew its sword fingers, ignoring the profound ice divine axe above its head. It looked straight at the Frost Feather Moth King with gentle eyes. "Tuolong, you finally dare to attack me directly. And here I thought you were plotting something." The Frost Feather Moth King's lips curled into a cold smile. He returned to his cold and emotionless appearance. He took a step back and let the door open. He raised his arm and said, "Since you've passed my test, please come in. Today is your wedding day, don't miss the hour." Li Qingshan repeatedly simulated the flying dragon's sword finger in his mind, estimating the flying dragon's strength. As expected, the difference in strength is too great. It's not something a single weapon can make up for. He said to Gu Yenying and the others, "You guys wait outside. I'm going to drink a cup of wine and crash the place." The flying dragon nodded. "Yes, today is indeed not the time to reminisce. If I've wronged you in the past, I'll do my best to make it up to you. Please forgive me." He glanced behind him. An enormous aura entered the dragon province. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, and then he stepped into Jasper Palace. The ministers behind him followed in a line, holding all kinds of rare treasures in their hands, which were covered with red silk. Those were the betrothal gifts that the flying dragon had meticulously prepared. The Frost Feather Moth King's eyes were slightly dazed. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded, "Xiao Yi, it's really you." His scarlet hair flew in the wind and snow, and he was the last to step into Jasper Palace. He hugged by Xiao Yi tightly in his arms, which was blazing like a ball of fire. "It's that evildoer. Fellow Taoists, be careful. The ministers of Great Xia turned pale with fright. They did not expect him to come so urgently and so quickly, as if they were facing a great enemy. Facing him at such a close distance, it was as if their lives were hanging by a thread, and they could not afford to be careless. The flying dragon frowned. It was unknown whether it was because of his subordinate's performance, or because of Bai Xiaoyi, who was in Li Qingshan's arms. Li Qingshan easily suppressed all of Bai Xiaoyi's resistance and said with a smile, "You bunch of trash, stop acting like that. I was invited openly." He then said to Bai Xiaoyi affectionately, "Xiaoyi, that heartless man doesn't want you, but I don't mind you. Just give in to me." Bai Xiaoyi could not help but look at the flying dragon with some kind of expectation. The flying dragon's brows relaxed and he cupped his hands. "So it's fellow Taoist Li. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Since you're here, come with me to welcome the bride, and then return to Mount Longshou for a cup of wedding wine. Mi Rao must have arranged for Xiao Yi to welcome the guest to test my intentions. She must be watching from the palace now. If I get too close to her, Mi Rao will definitely be unhappy and think that I still have feelings for her. Forget it, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Li Qingshan, after today, you will make all of your women your playthings." Li Qingshan could clearly feel the malice. "Alright, I have the same intention. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Let's have a good talk." The more the other party endured, the more it proved his killing intent. What a hypocritical bastard. Feeling that Bai Xiaoyi was no longer struggling in his arms, he let go of her and said, "Let's leave this place." He strode toward the flying dragon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The demonic aura continued to rise like a ferocious tiger. Both parties quickly approached each other. The flying dragon smiled faintly. The ministers were ready to fight, like a giant dragon entrenched in battle. The battle was about to begin. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly floated forward, and the profound ice divine axe landed between the flying dragon and Li Qingshan. "Sister Su invites the two of you to the palace as guests. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Li won't dare to agree." The flying dragon smiled. He was unwilling to go against the wishes of Sister Su. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. "I want to see the bride's appearance and persuade her properly, so that she won't be entrusted to the wrong person." Bai Xiaoyi asked, "What if the bride refuses to change her mind? She might have to kill the groom." "What if the bride refuses? Then we can only kill them as well and let them share the same fate." The anger in the flying dragon's eyes flashed. He could laugh it off when Li Qingshan said that he wanted to kill him, but he could not allow others to threaten her. Chapter 13-19. Chuolong's footsteps paused slightly, and he walked forward without looking back. Li Qingshan touched his chin. What a deep resentment. He smiled and winked at Bai Xiao. "I think with my charm that vixen will not be able to resist. You should be prepared to share a husband." With a long laugh, he strode into the depths of Jadeite Palace. Bai Xiao looked at his back in shock. His red hair was flying like a ball of fire, full of blazing passion. Even this world of ice and snow could not extinguish it. He did not look like a beast stepping into a trap, but like a king walking to his throne. He was so arrogant and high-spirited. Could he really defeat Chuolong like this? However, in terms of charm, just as she had a glimmer of hope, it was shrouded in a thick layer of haze. A pair of green eyes seemed to be watching everything from high up in the sky. It made her shudder and she subconsciously hugged her arms. Bai Xiao, she's still playing with you. Just now, the vow has probably added another joke to her. She will not blame you and she will even praise you later. At this moment, other than her, no one else could get what they wanted. They would only lose more or even everything. Chuolong was like this and so was Li Qingshan. Suddenly she felt a hand caressing her cheek. It was as soft as a fog and she heard a low voice full of laughter. "You look like a moth flying into a flame. You are even more beautiful than that butterfly. Every time I see you, my heart is moved. Wait here obediently, I'm going to enjoy a feast. I want to prove to you once again how unreliable men are." The fog dissipated. The voice and the touch were like a dream. Li Qingshan and Chuolong walked side by side through the palace doors and corridors. They were only a few steps away from each other. They were not a step faster. They were not a step slower either. It was as if they were here to be the best man. They all noticed that the surrounding scenery had repeated dozens of times. Even if their pace was not fast, they should have arrived at the main palace hall long ago. However, when they looked up, the palace was still far away. They did not get any closer. Along the way, the wind and snow were blurred, and a faint fragrance wafted. They did not know what kind of flower it was, but it was intoxicating. The entourage of officials behind him had long disappeared. Only the two of them were left amidst the snowstorm and jade palaces. Mi Rao is playing a prank again. I'll play with her today. Zhuolong shook his head. He glanced at Li Qingshan beside him and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid now?" "How boring." Li Qingshan stretched his arm, almost hitting Zhuolong's shoulder. His eyes focused, deep as the sea. Mystic light illuminates all. Smoke and fog surged, but Jasper Palace seemed to be even further away, so far that it seemed to be on the horizon. He was almost lost in the snow. Li Qingshan frowned. Isn't this Su clan famous for its charm? How could his illusions be so powerful? If he were to fight with the Chua dragon later, he would not be able to escape. It would be very disadvantageous for her to obstruct him from the side. As long as I misjudge a few times, my life will be in danger. Fox Cave was indeed not easy to clear. As if it had been waiting for this thought, Jasper Palace abruptly drew nearer and appeared in front of him from the horizon. Even he could not help but feel a chill in his heart, and he stopped in his tracks. In the palace carved with jade, red lanterns were hung high, and red silk ribbons filled the air with joy. There was also a wave of warm air surging out from the door, intoxicating like a spring breeze. The officials who had disappeared at some point were actually waiting for them in the door, their faces filled with shock. They did not understand how they had fallen behind, and they did not even know how they had arrived in this palace. Li Qingshan frowned even deeper. Although he did not think much of these people, they were still great cultivators. Yet, in this nine-tailed fox queen's Jasper Palace, they were toyed with in the palm of her hand. Fellow Taoist Li, it's too late to leave now. Zhuolong looked back at him with a mocking expression. Li Qingshan was about to retort when a large group of women surged out from the door. Sisters, the groom is here. Li Qingshan was stunned. These women were all peerless beauties, each with their own beauty and charm. Of course, he was not someone who had never seen women before, but this alone was not enough to make him lose his composure. However, these women were not humans but demons. The number of female demons he had seen in his entire life couldn't compare to this one. Moreover, every one of them was a demon king, and many of them were at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, similar to the golden cicada spirit king. When he thought of this, he remembered something strange. He did not seem to have seen many female demon kings in the 9 states, even in the towering sky city where demons used to gather. Logically speaking, the proportion of females in the demon race was much higher than that of human cultivators. Human females had many innate shortcomings compared to males. Their bodies were obviously much smaller, and they were at a disadvantage in the community. Furthermore, they were easily trapped by love, and were more emotional than males, which was greatly detrimental to the cultivation of one's temperament. They were also subject to all kinds of moral restrictions. The demon race was not so particular. Even in a community where the males were dominant, the females often had a great advantage in terms of numbers, such as lions. And in many races the females were even larger than the males, such as spiders. He had already seen the figure behind Helicoverpa rosa, but with her cultivation, it was not enough to pass through the group of powerful demon kings to get close to her. Strength was the clearest class in the demon race. The scene in front of him was as if all the demon kings in the world had appeared at the same time. In terms of power, it was probably comparable to the Great Xia dynasty. If that was all, it would be fine, as it was just a battle. However, these demon kings all rushed forward to help him, but left Zhuolong aside. He did not know what they were up to. Li Qingshan's body tensed up. Although he had absolute confidence in his own strength, it was not a joke to be joined by so many demon kings. However, when the hands touched his body, they did not have the intention to attack. Instead, they rubbed and pinched him, full of provocation. All of them laughed and scolded him, without any restraint of human women. In a moment, countless hands had passed between his legs. Even a lowly who looked only 7 or 8 years old squeezed and pinched him fiercely. He was a little numb. And there was nothing wrong with the groom's attire. It was just ordinary satin, so he did not resist and waited to see what tricks they had up their sleeves. This time, even Zhuolong's expression froze and he could no longer laugh. After a while, the groom was freshly dressed. Li Qingshan stood in the same place with his arms open. He still felt that today's encounter was unbelievable, but just by looking at Zhuolong's expression, he actually felt very happy. The female demons laughed and scattered to the side. Suddenly, a fist broke through the air and hit between his legs. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed the lowly's pink fist. "Hey, just touch it. It hurts so much when you hit me like that." Although she looked like a little girl, she was at least a few 100 feet tall in her original form. Her fist could probably even collapse a mountain. The lowly rolled her eyes at him and obediently moved to the side. The Ministry of Rights official said, "You are mistaken. The one who came to propose is His Majesty." "That's right," the palace lord said, that he is the groom. Shin Mingdai slowly walked out from the back hall. As for the great Xia Emperor, she seriously thought for a while. What dog is that? Chapter 13:20. It's you? Clam King of Mirage Sea, it's all you're doing. He pointed his halberd at Shin Mingdai. A golden light instantly pierced through Shin Mingdia's head. It was so sharp and dazzling that it seemed to be able to cut one's vision and cause blood to flow. Li Qingshan wanted to save her, but he was a step too late. Looking at the others, whether they were humans or demons, no one could react in time. The demoness's expressions changed drastically. If this finger was aimed at them, they might be in danger of dying on the spot. However, Shin Mingdia's body rippled as if it was not a real existence, but a reflection in the water. The hole in her head gradually healed, but her smile did not change. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you? Have you also come to congratulate this Taoist Li? I spared your life back then. It's fine if you are not grateful, but since you dare to come here to seek death, I'll send you on your way." Chuolong sneered and walked toward Shin Mingdai step by step. His eyes turned golden and locked onto Shin Mingdai. Shin Mingdia's rippling body froze, as if even the space she was in had been locked. "Taoist, today is my wedding day. This is not appropriate." Li Qingshan stood in front of Shin Mingdai. His imposing body was like a mountain, blocking the turtle dragon's aura from locking onto him and shouldering all of the pressure. He glanced backwards and curled his lips. "Nicely done. Li Qingshan. I'll give you another chance. Submit to me and I'll let bygones be bygones. I can even guide you to the human realm and make you a guest of the myriad phenomenon sect." Guilong stopped. The only one who could force him to stop today was this unfathomable man in front of him. His attitude was still like that of a high and mighty king who wanted to summon a traitor. "Guilong, you're still playing these little tricks at this point? Don't you think it's laughable?" Li Qingshan raised his head. His crimson eyes were like fire as he looked at Guilong. A battle between experts was not just a battle of magic power or divine abilities, but also a clash of willpower. If he had even the slightest hope of avoiding this battle through summon, he immediately weakened. His chances of victory were greatly reduced. And now, with Shin Mingdia's help, his essence, qi and spirit had become even stronger. Being cuckolded was always a little more pleasant than being cuckolded. "Why don't you wait a little longer? After you drink my wedding wine we can compete again. I heard that fellow Taoist Su is the #1 beauty in the world. Diske, I didn't expect that I would have such luck with women today. If you can wait. It won't be too late to fight after I've entered the bridal chamber and spent my honeymoon." "You're courting death." Chuolong squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. He had never suffered such great humiliation before. His aura surged violently like a dragon soaring into the 9 heavens, roaring angrily. Regardless of whether it was the great cultivators or the monster monarch, all of them retreated repeatedly. They couldn't get within 10 steps of him, and they didn't even have the slightest thought of going against him. Li Qingshan's red hair flew backwards. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but he remained as still as a mountain. His body bent down slightly, like the prelude to a tiger pouncing on its prey. In an instant, a murderous aura filled the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of muffled sounds of thunder rang out, causing everyone in the palace to feel suffocated and about to vomit blood. However, it was only the collision of their auras. The great cultivators came to a sudden realization. This wasn't a battle they could interfere in. The only thing they could do was distract Li Qingshan a little and force Li Qingshan to attack them. Although victory and defeat could be decided by a hair's breadth, it was very likely that they would have to pay with their lives. At this moment, Shin Mingdai gracefully appeared from behind Li Qingshan. "Hey, you two, think about where you are. Where's Mi Rao? What did you do?" Chuolong vaguely felt that something was amiss today, but he was still concerned about the 9-tailed fox queen's safety. "Hey, hurry up and let my bride come out." Li Qingshan licked his lips, but he was determined to make Chuolong a cuckold. All right. Since you're all so anxious, then, the auspicious time has arrived." Shin Mingdai let out a loud cry. Flowers bloomed all around, filling the entire palace. They flew around in a dazzling and joyous manner. A bride wearing a phoenix coronet and red robes walked out from the back of the palace. With every step she took, The beaded curtains rippled and tassels fluttered. It was as if she was dancing, and every step she took made everyone's hearts tremble. Her head was draped with a large red veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. However, she exuded an indescribable charm that instantly attracted everyone's attention. She even directly resolved the imminent battle between Li Qingshan and Chuolong. This was because they could no longer focus all their attention on the powerful enemy in front of them. Even so, she still held an umbrella. The paratrooper leaned on her shoulder and spun it lightly in her hands. She even carried a kitten in her arms. If not for her attire, she did not look like she was here to get married, but rather like a well-bred daughter coming out for a walk. Li Qingshan immediately confirmed that this woman was the legendary nine-tailed fox queen. There was no one else who could display such charm. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Did she want to use him to test Chuolong, or did she really want to marry him? In any case, all of this was definitely not Chuolong's scheme. No man would use this kind of thing to scheme. Chuolong's strength did not need it. Who cares if it's real or fake? If it's fake, then I'll make it real. Hey! The kitten shouted in pleasant surprise and pounced at Li Qingshan. She transformed into a young girl in midair and tightly hugged Li Qingshan. Shenyu. Li Qingshan hugged her waist and said with a smile, "Are you a servant girl accompanying me in marriage?" "I am your master." Xianyu used a finger to fiercely poke his forehead. "Your master is about to become my wife," Li Qingshan said meaningfully. No matter what scheme there was, it was time to reveal it. "Mirao, what is going on? Are you joking? Isn't this joke going too far? It's truly difficult for me to accept." Chuolong frowned. His face was originally filled with anger and confusion, but in the end, it turned into a bitter smile. The woman reached under the veil and covered her mouth as she giggled. Li Qingshan's heart wavered. He felt his body become light. He almost could not resist taking off her veil to see what she looked like. "If I say that this is a joke, will you forgive me?" A moving voice floated out from under the red veil. It seemed to be composed of beautiful notes. Chuolong sighed. "How can I say no? I know that I have made you wait for a long time, which is why you are teasing me like this. Forget it. After I take care of this Li Qingshan, I will come and apologize to you." If he had not seen her with his own eyes, Li Qingshan would definitely think that Chuolong was a coward. At this moment he could not help but understand. He felt that even he would not be much better. This woman was a monster. He could not help but be on guard against her and Chuolong. The woman sighed. "This is not a joke." Chuolong's body shook and his eyes widened. "What did you say? Don't tell me you've forgotten our agreement?" "What agreement? You said you would wait?" "Yes, but the person I am waiting for is not you," Piao Tian said. Chapter 13:21. Even through the red veil, Li Qingshan seemed to be able to see her innocent face. He even felt that she was incomparably cute, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with his head. As if struck by lightning, Chuolong took a step back, his face full of disbelief. "No, this is not true. Mirao, you must be joking with me. You blame me for being tainted by too many women. I promise you, from now on, I will only have you in my heart." Her expression was almost pleading, which made Li Qingshan feel a bit of pity. This scene was like begging the goddess not to break up, but the goddess said, "There is nothing between us, everything is just your illusion." It was simply a human tragedy, so tragic that he had no friends. So he laughed and thought, "Chuolong, oh Chuolong, you also have this day. Is this nine-tailed fox queen serious or is she joking? If she is serious, then who is she waiting for? Could it be me?" Although he knew that the nine-tailed fox queen had been waiting in this world for at least 5,000 years, that his ancestors were not even born at that time, and that he did not even know what the nine-tailed fox queen looked like, he could not help but feel a bit of anticipation. Even though he had already speculated that the reason why the nine-tailed fox queen did not ascend and stayed in 9 regions was most likely like Little and waiting for him in 9 regions, waiting for someone to return. And that person was not Chuolong, and of course it was not him. Most likely she wanted to use him to completely dispel Chuolong's delusion. The nine-tailed fox queen said, "Little Long, if I wanted to marry you, I would have married you 5,000 years ago. It is you who never understood. I am doing this for your own good. Marrying me will only bring you endless trouble." "For my own good?" Chuolong pretended to be calm, wanting to ridicule her, but his smile was more like a bitter smile. "Yes, because you are not worthy of me," the nine-tailed fox queen said, as if it was a matter of course, as if she was saying the obvious fact that the sun is round. What a ruthless strike. Li Qingshan shuddered. From his tailbone to the top of his skull. Even though he was watching from the side, he felt that it was incomparably dangerous. He did not expect to be able to hear such words with his own ears. Moreover, it was the moment when he had worked hard in Chuolong for many years, thinking that he had achieved success and fame, and was about to return home in glory. He had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. It was simply filled with a tragic aura. He had exhausted all his means and methods, but the damage he had done to the Hui dragon could not compare to this short sentence. Today's trip was truly worth it. Even if he had to be used as a prop and pretend to be the groom, it was still incomparably delightful. At this moment he was filled with good feelings towards the nine-tailed fox empress. She was indeed noble, beautiful, and powerful. Chuolong's expression changed drastically. I'm not good enough for you? The Minister of Rites couldn't help but shout, "Fellow Taoist Su! What nonsense are you talking about? Our emperor is the ruler of the world. He has gone through 5 heavenly tribulations and cultivated the yang spirit. He is known as the human emperor. As for you, you're just a little demon king. I think you're the one who's not worthy of our emperor." The ministers who came with Chuolong to escort the bride all felt extremely humiliated. They simply didn't dare to imagine Chuolong's current feelings. Was the nine-tailed fox empress crazy? The nine-tailed fox empress ignored the others and said earnestly, "Xiaolong, you've stayed in the human realm for so many years. Calm down and think about it. Do you have the right to marry me just because you've cultivated the yang spirit and become the human emperor?" Even Li Qingshan couldn't bear to hear it. This was simply adding insult to injury. He couldn't help but clench his fists and prepare to fight. If he was in Chuolong's position, he would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill everyone present. However, to his surprise, Chuolong fell silent for a moment and actually calmed down. He let out a long sigh and said, "Yes, you're right. A mere human emperor isn't qualified. I'm afraid only a perfected immortal is qualified to have you. That's why you're worried that you'll harm me, so you're unwilling to accept my proposal. You're unwilling to follow me to the human realm and want to use this cruel method to end things with me. However, I can't let you wait here any longer, and I definitely won't give up on you. I just have to make you cover up your appearance. One day I'll become a human immortal or even a perfected immortal, and you'll be able to openly accompany me." Li Qingshan immediately revealed a strange expression. This Chuolong was really sick. What did he mean by, "Only a perfected immortal is qualified to have you"? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, could it really be as Chuolong said, that the nine-tailed fox empress was actually thinking about him, which was why she made such a bad plan? However, just thinking about it made him feel annoyed, as if he was being shown affection. What he didn't know was that although Chuolong's words were emotional and exaggerated, they were not empty words. The nine-tailed fox clan was born with endless charm and was favored by all living beings. No matter where they went, they would inevitably be fought over. The Su clan was the most charming of the nine-tailed foxes. She was a femme fatale, devastatingly beautiful, and had once caused immortals to fall. And this nine-tailed fox empress, Su Minrao, was specially selected from the Su clan of the country of Green Hill. Otherwise, Chuolong wouldn't have lost his composure like this, and Li Qingshan's mind wouldn't have been shaken. After all, they were not newbies who had never seen the world or seen women. In terms of lifespan alone, they had experienced many vicissitudes of life. "I'm sorry, but the person I've been waiting for has already arrived." Just as Chuolong was about to express his sincerity, the nine-tailed fox empress words severed all his illusions. Chuolong roared, "I don't believe you. Tell me, who is that person? So far away yet so close. Isn't it him?" The nine-tailed fox empress lightly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve with her slender hands, her voice seemingly containing a hint of bashfulness and sweetness. Happiness came too suddenly. Li Qingshan was intoxicated, almost suspecting that he was dreaming, or that he had already fallen into an illusion created by the nine-tailed fox empress, and that everything he saw and felt was fake. However, he had already confirmed a long time ago that everything before him was not an illusion. Theoretically speaking, an illusion like this was impossible. No matter how great the nine-tailed fox empress' hidden strength was, no matter how special her bloodline was, there was a limit to the power of the techniques she could cast in the world of the 9 provinces. Chuolong had to rely on the will of the heavens and the 9 cauldrons of the human emperor to break through this limit. Even with that being the case, she still treated Li Qingshan as a great enemy, so how could she toy with him like this? If it's not an illusion, then am I really the person she's waiting for? Li Qingshan bit the tip of his tongue viciously and powered the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, doing his best to maintain his clarity. No, I can't believe her so easily. Even if all of this isn't an illusion, it might just be a lie from this vixen so that we can have a vicious battle. But if I win, I definitely won't spare her. However, there was one person who refused to believe it even more than him. Chuolong said furiously, "You're lying to me? He didn't exist 5,000 years ago. Even if he's reincarnated, it's enough for him to reincarnate over 100 times. How did you know he was born here? If he's really the person you're waiting for, why didn't you meet him earlier? Why did you have to wait until today to say it? Sumi Rao, what do you want?" The nine-tailed fox queen shook her head slightly. "All of this is the arrangement of the king. What can I do?" "How is this possible?" Chuolong was shocked. The king of the Green Hill Kingdom must be a demonic immortal without a doubt. He must have gone through at least 7 heavenly tribulations. He never thought that there would be such a person participating in this tiny world of the 9 provinces. Although he just now said that he wanted to become a human immortal, then a true immortal, and let her stay by his side openly, he knew how difficult the process was and how slim the chance of success was. On the path of cultivation, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. There were 3,000 worlds and countless living beings, but only a few could become immortals. In the entire myriad phenomenon sect, there was only one true immortal in 1,000,000 years. That was 1,000,000 years in the human realm. In this process, countless stars were born and worlds were destroyed. Human emperors like him were like carps in a river, innumerable. Which one of them wasn't an amazing talent? But in the end, it was difficult for them to jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation. True immortals jumped out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and were not part of the 5 elements. They existed with heaven and earth and shone with the sun and the moon. The gap between him and a human emperor was even bigger than the gap between him and a mortal. As for those great cultivators and the demon queen, they hadn't even stepped through the door of immortal ascension, so they couldn't quite understand the shock in Chuolong's heart. Li Qingshan slightly frowned and fell into deep thought. In this way everything made sense. A peerless 9-tailed fox would only waste 5,000 years in the 9 provinces because of the order of a superior, not because of some infatuation. The king placed me in this world and told me to wait for a fated person here. He said that I don't need to look for that person and that one day he will come to me by himself. He told me to marry him and be his good wife, to help him realize his wish and go above the 9 heavens. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his eyebrows and his red eyes were like fire. Above the 9 heavens, these 4 words had been absent for a long time. Chapter 1322. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind The Legend of the Great Sage, and listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Follow the official account, WeChat, add friends, add official account, type Xiaosheo, and tell me secretly. Outside the palace, snow filled the sky, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Inside the palace, thousands of flowers bloomed, and the fragrance filled the air. It was a completely different world. Qingshan, I've specially come to receive you. I've waited for thousands of years for you. You're the chosen one and I'll become your wife. Once we leave this world I'll tell you how to go beyond the 9 heavens. The 9-tailed fox empress murmured softly as if she was dreaming. Li Qingshan's breathing quickened slightly. He stared at the 9-tailed fox empress, and his pupils dilated slightly. Clouds swirled in his eyes. On Crouching Bull Hill, Oxen had taught him to drink wine, eat meat and kill people. He taught him great abilities to pluck the stars and moon, and move mountains and fill seas. All his pursuits, all his dreams, all pointed to beyond the 9 heavens. These words were like a curse. From the moment they appeared, they had been imprinted in his fate. Indomitable spirit, unregretful even in death. It was the deepest obsession in his heart. Unknowingly, the spirit turtle could no longer suppress the fluctuations in his heart. He could not help but extend his hand towards the 9-tailed fox empress, wanting to remove her veil. Under the red veil, the 9-tailed fox empress lips curled into a smile, causing the entire Jasper Palace to brighten. She displayed the so-called charm to the extreme. The palace was enshrouded in a strange fragrance that was faintly discernible. Wondrous music flowed intermittently. The combination of the two was intoxicating, but it was not real fragrance and music. Instead, it was a feeling from the heart. This illusory feeling was more real than any smell or sound. Xianyue said with an intoxicated expression, "Big Black, I've said it before. The Fox Empress is beautiful, noble, and powerful. You're finally willing to believe me now, right?" Helicoverpa Rosa bit her lip. She had only entered Jasper Palace recently, and she was cruel and heartless by nature, so she had not been charmed that deeply. She felt rather complicated. This man had used violence to conquer her. The man who had made her give birth to a child was gradually falling under the charm of another woman. What was even more tragic was that she was in the same situation. The nine-tailed fox empress had long since stopped restricting her freedom, but she had lost the will to leave this place. She could only watch as she continued to drown. It was as if the prey that had fallen into her spider web had been wrapped tightly by the spider silk and injected with poison. Everything began to melt. Guilong's face was ashen. His aura continued to weaken and he fell into chaos. They watched as Li Qingshan lifted the bride's veil, but they couldn't even move a finger. They felt that everything was meaningless and had become a sad joke, an ugly farce. For a moment, the two of them were burning with inner demons. Your Majesty, are you all right? The call seemed to be coming from a great distance, and many faces were wandering around. They were all filled with contempt and mockery. His body twisted and warped, flickering as if he would collapse at any moment. The two men who dominated the 9 regions felt like ice and fire in their hearts. One rose to the 9th heaven while the other fell into the abyss. But in the eyes of others, it was as if they were possessed. Being toyed with by a woman, they couldn't help themselves. On the icy peak, Little and suddenly said, "It's too quiet." Gu Yenying said, "Yes." Just now Guilong's aura was like that of a dragon. They thought that there would be a huge battle, but for some reason, it suddenly became quiet again. Logically speaking, when two beasts were stuffed into a cage after a short standoff, it would immediately be a fierce battle. But now there was no movement at all. It was extremely strange. They can't really be drinking at a wedding, right? Maybe they've been charmed by that vixen, Luo Ho Xiaoming said meaningfully as he played with the wine in his cup. I'll go take a look. Little and gripped the hilt of his sword and was about to attack Jadeite Palace. What for? If he doesn't even have the ability to fight, then let's disband. Luo Ho Xiaoming raised his head disapprovingly and drank the ice in his cup. Gu Yenying smiled. I agree. But there's probably something wrong. That 9-tailed fox empress is only a demon king. No matter how scheming she is, it's impossible for her to control Qingshan in a single exchange. That's too inconceivable. Luo Ho Xiaoming countered with a question, is she really only a demon king? Gu Yenying paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression on her face. Little and had already flown through the air, soundlessly landing in front of Jadeite Palace. He cut open the palace gates with a single slash of his sword and flew over the threshold, only to find a desolate snowy plain in front of him. The entire Jadeite Palace had disappeared. At the same time, Li Qingshan took off the red veil. In that instant, an invisible power grabbed the hearts of everyone present. The demon kings were all intoxicated, and even the great cultivators were dazedly rooted to the spot, staring at her in a daze, forgetting everything around them. Only Chuolong seemed to have been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into golden mist in midair, his aura becoming even more chaotic. However, she only had eyes for Li Qingshan. Her jade-like fox eyes seemed to be able to see the depths of the yellow springs, drawing in his mind. A red thread suddenly appeared on Li Qingshan's pinky, tightened and snapped. That was the yearning red thread stained by begonia. He had once let go of his mind to let the red thread wrap around him, but it had been forcefully broken. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his heart. He blinked as if he was trying to wake up. Sumi Rao grabbed his hand and called out, Lang Jun. Li Qingshan's eyes became dazed again. Suddenly, a butterfly flew in front of him, glowing with a dreamy radiance, instantly obscuring Sumi Rao's face. Shen Mingdai smiled, Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, you still haven't woken up from your dream. Xiaodai, what are you doing? Sumi Rao said plainly, reaching out to grab the butterfly flying in the air. Shen Mingdai seemed to have expected this and dodged it. Hehe, it's more interesting to dream when it's strange. And he's the main character. What nonsense are you talking about? Sumi Rao frowned. This woman was sick in the head back then. She couldn't control her with charm, so she specially set up a trap to deal with her. She had been trapped by her problem for thousands of years, yet she didn't die from chi deviation. Instead, she became even crazier. It was really unexpected. Sumi Rao, do you think everything will go as you wish? But you don't know that in this world, the main character is the most powerful. Of course I'll follow him. What future do I have with you? Shen Mingdai declared righteously. A red figure flashed. Sumi Rao arrived, her robe fluttering and tassels fluttering, her hands turned into countless afterimages like blooming flowers, trapping the butterfly within. Shen Mingdai spun and flew, transforming into countless butterflies, passing through Sumi Rao's fingers from unimaginable angles. Thousands of flowers bloomed, thousands of butterflies danced. One advanced, one retreated, one chased, one fled, their clothes fluttered. They didn't look like demonesses, they were clearly heavenly ladies descending to the mortal world. They fought in the narrow space, not a single trace of chi leaked out, nor did they cause any damage, as if they were in perfect coordination with each other in a graceful dance. It had a dreamy beauty to it. In a daze, it was as if a beautiful white fox was pouncing on a butterfly. The fox's steps were light, the butterfly's dance attracted everyone's attention. Even Chuolong was dazed, he had never seen such a dance in the mortal realm. Umph. Sumi Rao snorted, she was truly angry. A snow-white fox tail suddenly emerged from her dress, slapping the butterfly flying in the air. Huh. Could it be, you're the main character? So miserable, I don't want to live in the female main character's world, it's too crazy. This is a great event, I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Follow/Chinese official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, entered Xiaoshuo, participate immediately. Everyone will get prizes, followed Xiaoshuo's official account now. Floating Astronomy PS. Sorry for making everyone wait for so long. Writing to this stage will be a huge test for me, I can't be careless. Recently, I've been reading novels diligently, I've almost reached the point where I've lost my mind, it's also one of the main reasons I haven't updated. It's all about turning the accumulation of the past few years into the most exciting story, to bring the second half of the legend of the great sage to a higher level. It's almost like I'm thinking of a new book, but it doesn't have the passion of a new book, the difficulty is self-evident. For this goal, I've almost abandoned everything else, I don't want money, I don't want love, I don't want to socialize, I live like an ascetic monk, just to do my best and break through my limits. As for how far I can go, I can't be sure. 10 years of facing the wall, it's hard to be a hero. Chapter 1323. Shenmingya's mental nagging made Sumi Rao feel helpless. She sneered, Xiao Dai, I know this isn't your real body, but don't think that I can't do anything to you. Once we leave this world, I still have a way to find your real body. No, this is my real body. Shen Mingdai denied, her colorful eyes filled with unusual determination. Rao, you can destroy me, but you can't deny my existence. I am a beautiful butterfly. At the end of her words, her eyes drifted, beautiful and sad, but also had the stubbornness of a child. Even Sumi Rao couldn't bear to kill her because of her color. After all, it was just an insignificant clone. The most important thing now was to continue the wedding and completely tame that Li Qingshan. Thus, while trying to guess the madman's thoughts, she patiently said, Since you understand that I am the real, main character, then don't be my enemy anymore, alright? Shen Mingdai suddenly prostrated herself on the ground and sincerely prayed to the heavens, Great Lord of Dreams, please forgive my ignorance and arrogance, I shouldn't have guessed your impermanence as will. Sumi Rao was stunned. She had seen many madmen, but she was the only one who was as crazy as Shen Mingdai. Other madmen would die from chi deviation after reaching a certain level of madness. Could it be that she really understood something? She suddenly turned around. No, I can't be influenced by her. There, Shen Mingdai raised her head and looked behind Sumi Rao, a strange smile on her face. Li Qingshan was still standing in the same place, motionless, his eyes didn't even move. Even when they were fighting, he stared blankly ahead as if Sumi Rao was still standing there. At this time, a tall figure quietly appeared behind him. Rather than letting you become someone else's slave, I might as well kill you myself. Helicoverpa Rosa raised her red lips. She revealed her sharp poisonous fangs and bit his neck, injecting all the poison into his body. Even though she was charmed. She couldn't leave the nine-tailed fox queen, but that didn't stop her from being driven by jealousy. She wanted to fulfill her long-held wish, kill Li Qingshan. Stop. Sumi Rao was both shocked and furious. The threat to her life might cause Li Qingshan to wake up and break free from the charm. Moreover, Li Qingshan must not die because of her. Yes, Palace Master. Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes were confused. She loosened her mouth and took a few steps back. She couldn't resist her order at all. However, a large amount of poison was still injected into Li Qingshan's body. However, in his state of absent-mindedness, he did not manage to suppress the poison at all. His face immediately turned green and black. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. This is all you're doing. Su Minrao turned around and glared at Shen Mingdai. She immediately recalled that Helicoverpa Rosa was lured to Jasper Palace by her. Because of her special relationship with Li Qingshan, Su Minrao treated Helicoverpa Rosa differently. However, because they had only known each other for a short time, Helicoverpa Rosa could not completely charm her. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Shen Mingdai snickered. "Mi Rao, do you think I don't know that you used Chuolong to deal with me? I've been drifting on the sea all this time. Apart from you, my good sister, who else can understand my weakness so well? Naturally, this debt will be placed on your head. Him being an accomplice is only incidental. Have you been pretending to be crazy all this time?" Su Minrao shouted. She could not believe that she would be tricked by an illusion. Shen Mingdai blinked innocently. "What do you mean by pretending? This great Uncle Li is an old friend of ours. Even if you're the fated main character, I won't stand on your side." Suddenly he hooted at the sky, "You trash idiot and idiot. Kill me if you can." However, she was not talking to anyone, but to the so-called Lord of Dreams. After cursing, she closed her eyes. She looked like she was waiting to be killed. After a while, she opened her left hand. Then opened her right hand. "Ah, I'm fine. I've had enough of you." Su Minrao trembled with anger. She finally confirmed that she was really crazy. She had been tricked by a madman. She could not tolerate it. If this continued, she felt that her brain would be damaged. Her hand pierced through Shen Mingye's chest like lightning and grabbed a struggling butterfly. She was about to crush it when she suddenly froze. Su Minrao slowly turned around and saw a pair of eyes that were burning like fire. Li Qingshan raised his hand and used his innate ability, Ape Demon Absorption. He said, "Fellow cultivator Su, please let go of my friend." From the moment the red thread of yearning broke, a sliver of clarity returned to his mind. The Spider Queen's vicious poison had attacked his heart, triggering the warning signs of the spirit turtle, forcing him to respond instinctively for survival. He recovered some clarity again. He looked calm on the surface, but the fear and anger in his heart could not be described with words. He wasn't afraid of death, but if his mind was controlled and he became a slave puppet, then he would truly be in a state worse than death. He had encountered countless dangers in his life. If it were not for Shen Mingdai, he would have almost died today. Now that he thought about it, from the moment he entered the palace, the nine-tailed fox empress had already begun to deal with him. First, she struck the flood dragon viciously to arouse his joy and lower his guard. In the end, she even used above the 9 heavens to create an opening and invade his mind in one go. His well-tempered steel was almost as soft as a finger, allowing her to do as she pleased. Su Minrao sighed and said softly, "Langjun, is it not enough to have me?" If she tried to kill him, Shen Mingdai would definitely die, but that would definitely incur Li Qingshan's wrath. He would completely awaken from his charms and destroy her thousands of years of planning. At least she did not lie about one thing. She had indeed stayed in this world to wait for Li Qingshan. She had even sworn a blood oath of the Nether River, for this and obtained many benefits from the monarch. However, if she was willing to obediently follow the arrangements of others, she would not be Su Minrao. From the moment she arrived in the 9 regions, she began to think about how to swallow the bait and spit out the hook. The flood dragon was the tool she had prepared. At the same time, it was also a good toy. In fact, she had already confirmed that Li Qingshan was the person she had been waiting for. The terrifying aura that appeared on the Ice Sword Cliff could be hidden from those great cultivators with shallow knowledge and insufficient cultivation, but it could not be hidden from her. It was also because of the existence of that aura that she had never dared to act rashly. She even wanted to take a chance and find a loophole in the oath. In any case, as long as Li Qingshan did not take the initiative to look for her, even if he was killed or ascended, she would not have violated the oath. After a few more years, she could remove the blood oath of the Nether River and calmly leave this world. However, she never expected that the tool she had prepared back then would become the opportunity for Li Qingshan to come to see her. All the coincidences and fates did not allow her to escape in the end. To be continued, R466. Chapter 1324. Sumi Rao's green fox eyes rolled around as she thought to herself, the monarch is from Tushan clan, she knows the secrets of heaven and is an expert in divination. I'm afraid she has already planned for this. It's fine if she wants to be a concubine, but she still wants to bully me because I'm young and ignorant, trapping me here to suffer. Not to mention that Li Qingshan wants to go above the 9 heavens, it will be extremely difficult. Even if he really becomes a deity or a saint, what good will it do to me? If I'm not careful, I'll be dragged into a great massacre and die. If someone else encountered such a situation, they would be disheartened and simply accept their fate. However, her personality was not so soft, or she wouldn't have set up such an ambush. She gritted her teeth. Humph, since you're pretending to be generous and won't stop me from fighting him, then don't blame me for bullying him because he's young. Don't blame me for spoiling your plan. Therefore she unleashed her supernatural powers and her charm even more. Her huge 9 tails stretched out from under her dress and stretched out behind her, as if they were surrounding her on a throne. It was even more like a peacock spreading its tail. Spiritual chi surged towards her and converged into a spiritual light that was visible to the naked eye. It was as if even heaven and earth had fallen in love with her. As for the people in the hall, the imperial advisor of the right was a Taoist cultivator. He still maintained the body of a child. Needless to say, his temperament and cultivation level were both dazzled and out of control. He tossed the tranquility of Taoism to the back of his mind and suddenly felt that if she could look him in the eye, it would be worth it even if he died immediately. Chuolong was already deeply poisoned. He stared at her figure and thought, Mi Rao doesn't really want to marry Li Qingshan. Instead, she wants to deal with Li Qingshan. She has caused me to suffer. Sigh, if she had told me earlier, would I not have helped her? As he thought about it, his mind calmed down and his chi deviation was not as bad. When Li Qingshan heard the word, husband, it was like he was drinking wine. His heart fluttered and he regained some of his consciousness. He was intoxicated again and tried his best to keep his mind clear. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such a powerful bewitching technique. In the past, he had been tied up by the red thread of yearning, but he had only treated it as a strand of worry. How could it affect his mind like this? No matter how profound Haitang's rouge staining art is, it's still just a Jindan level technique. This demon fox's strength is definitely not that of a demon king. Otherwise, even the 9-tailed fox clan would not be this powerful. I have 4 or 5 powerful bloodlines in my body. She said that she was waiting here to receive me. I'm afraid it wasn't all a lie. It's not good to fall out with her. Could it be that I'm also under the influence of the charm for having such a thought? Otherwise, how could I not have a trace of killing intent when she set up such a vicious scheme? If he couldn't solve it as soon as possible, I'm afraid I'll sink into depravity again. Thus, he steeled his heart and forced the poison in his body into his eyes, ears, mouth, nose and skin, blinding his eyes, deafening his ears and completely sealing off his 5 senses. Only then did his mind calm down slightly. Fellow Taoist Su, since this Hui Long isn't your lover, then there's no enmity between us. Don't force me to make a move. I counted to 3. If you don't let him go, I'll... Sumi Rao caught the butterfly between her fingers. She smiled and said, counting again? You're really a one-trick to dominate the world. I don't believe you can bear to hurt me. Why don't we continue with the wedding ceremony? After that, I'll listen to you no matter what you want. Even without the hostage, she did not believe that Li Qingshan would be able to attack her. If her charm sealed off her 5 senses, she could just grit her teeth and endure it. He could grit his teeth and get through it. There was no Su Jihu in the world anymore. The reason why Su Jihu was so notorious was not only because she was a femme fatale, but also because she was cute, so she could be forgiven no matter what she did. Although Li Qingshan could not see or hear, her voice and smile were clearly imprinted in his heart. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. Langjun, are you that afraid of seeing me? Langjun, are you that afraid to see me? Sumi Rao smiled sweetly and walked up to him. Li Qingshan raised his fists, but it was as if he was soaking in warm water. His body was weak, and he could not even gather demonic energy, let alone use any divine abilities. Although they had not really fought, the danger was no less than any of the strong enemies he had faced. Go ahead and hit me. If you kill me, let's see who will be your wife. Sumi Rao puffed out her chest and pouted like a young girl acting coquettishly to her lover. Her fluffy and smooth foxtail quietly wrapped around Li Qingshan's waist. Seeing this, Chuolong's inner demons burned again. He wanted to skin Li Qingshan alive, but he did not dare to act rashly, afraid that he would make her unhappy. 3. Li Qingshan said the last number and punched. Sumi Rao's smile did not change. She looked at the iron fist passing in front of her and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Li Qingshan's arm extended and punched Chuolong's face. Chuolong was dizzy and could not react in time. His face collapsed and his head collapsed. Li Qingshan grinned, good wife, after I kill this cuckold emperor, I will come and marry you. Sumi Rao gritted her teeth. Li Qingshan could not attack her because of her charm, but he could attack others. In an instant, a furious dragon roar resounded through Jasper Palace. Chuolong's headless body rapidly shrunk, revealing a jade seal with a golden dragon coiling around it. It turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Li Qingshan, coiling around him and biting him. All of his hatred was released at this moment, causing Li Qingshan to bleed and his flesh to be torn. "Come at me." Li Qingshan roared and turned into a ferocious tiger, biting the back of the dragon's neck. His tiger claws were like knives, leaving marks on the golden dragon's back. Li Qingshan's body expanded like a mountain. His red fur stood on end and a vicious aura soared into the sky. The golden dragon also enlarged like a river. Golden scales shone and dragon horns towered. Rumble. The two behemoths fought in the most primitive way. The pillars of the hall collapsed and the jade annulus collapsed. The fine jade palace was reduced to ruins, and the tens of thousands of rooms in the palace were turned to dust. The tiger's roar shook heaven and earth, the dragon's roar startled ghosts and gods. The tiger's roar and dragon's roar filled the sky, causing the expressions of the demoness monarch and the great cultivators to change drastically. As if they had just woken up from a dream, they scattered in all directions. The fierce battle turned this gentle place into a battlefield of slaughter, causing cracks to appear in the void. It turned out that Jasper Palace was the same as the 5 absolute secret tombs, built in a realm that had been created. Normally, it would only appear as an illusion which caused little and to miss. However, their strength had long surpassed the limits of the 9 provinces, let alone this small realm, which immediately showed signs of collapse. Sumi Rao's expression changed. She knew that Li Qingshan wanted to use this battle to stimulate his fighting spirit to resist her charm. Between life and death, there was great terror, but also great courage and determination. "Stop it, all of you. Chuolong, you destroyed my Jasper Palace, I'm going to be angry. Li Qingshan, if you don't stop, I'll kill this crazy butterfly." He then picked up Shenyu, and this cat. The battle between the dragon and tiger paused. At this moment, a twisted sword ray tore through the void. Little and used abandoned immortal with his left hand and Buddha slaying with his right. The Buddha slaying sword mercilessly stabbed towards Sumi Rao's chest. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1325. Sumi Ao raised her brows. This white-boned successor was not easy to deal with. Just looking at her ethereal eyes made her feel displeased. Her charm techniques were useless against her. She was basically her natural nemesis. Seeing the incoming sword, Sumi Ao grabbed Shenyu and used her body as a shield. Shenyu said in a daze, "Xiao Bai?" The sword pierced through her without any hesitation. Xuanyue's large eyes immediately dimmed and lost their light. The sword pierced through her body and pierced through Sumi Ao's clothes. Sumi Ao frowned. She did not expect Shenyu to be so ruthless. It was like piercing through a piece of rotten wood. There was no hesitation at all, causing her to lose the initiative. Unfortunately, this cat was also her favorite pet. It probably would not survive. It was not fun to be stabbed by this sword. She spun to avoid the sword. The tassels on her dress and the flower umbrella in her hand also spun. For a moment, the tassels spun and flowers bloomed. Numerous afterimages appeared, making it impossible to pinpoint where they were. A figure appeared behind Xiaoan and whispered into her ear, "You white-boned demon, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're not charmed?" He shot a glance at her. "Kill her. Protect the palace lord." The demon monarchs charged at Little and together like a group of fanatical believers. They attacked together without any regard for anything. There were also a few peak cultivators among them. Little and waved her left hand. The skull prayer beads scattered in the air and turned into skeleton demons. Under her control, they cooperated with each other and blocked all the attacks. He swung the Buddha slaying sword with his right hand and flung Xuanyue's corpse out of the spatial crack. Xuanyue's soft and cold body fell on the snowy plains. Suddenly, she blinked and her eyes regained their light. The sword wound on her chest healed. She looked at the snow. She looked at the snow in a daze. Meow? Little and touched the sword with her left hand and withdrew the golden Buddhist light. The Buddha slaying sword did not directly injure Shenyu. Although it was enough to kill a mere demon commander, she had the resurrection ability. As long as her demon core was intact, she could survive. And it looks. As her cultivation improved and she became a demon commander, the practicality of her innate divine ability became much stronger. She was soon revived and the effects of the bewitchment were removed. The sky above the snowy plain was crisscrossed with cracks. Dragon scales, claws and tiger stripes flashed through the cracks. The roars of tigers and dragons stirred up the wind and snow, causing the forest to tremble. The dissipating force scraped off layer after layer of thick snow. Black and yellow soil was exposed. The demon kings and the skeleton devils were engaged in a fierce battle. Dazzling divine abilities tore open more cracks in the void, and the whistling spiritual light blasted the ground full of holes, causing it to tremble unceasingly. Or they would fly across the sky, break through the low clouds and draw thousands of ravines. Xianyue shrank her neck, instinctively feeling fear. Bai Yi appeared beside her and raised her head in surprise. Go. Gu. Shu. Gu Yenying smiled and placed the folding fan vertically on her lips. Suddenly, a fierce expression appeared on his face. A pair of dark green wings unfurled from his back. His right hand curved like an eagle's claw as he suddenly grabbed at her. Xianyue cried out in alarm. Her figure flashed as she fled far away. Gu Yenying smiled slightly. Her expression turned serious again. Li Qingshan was covered in blood. Even in close combat, which he was best at, he could not gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the aura of the Hui dragon was becoming stronger and stronger, constantly breaking through its limits. Even if it was injured, it would only shed dragon scales. However, there was no trace of blood. It was not a body of flesh and blood at all. This is a yang soul. In the endless void, she had learned many cultivation techniques from Luoho Xiaoming. For this battle, she had made ample preparations. She could see the essence of the golden dragon at a glance. After surviving 4 heavenly tribulations, the nascent soul would turn into a Yin soul, and officially step onto the path of immortality. From then on, it could leave its body and transcend the fragile physical body of a human cultivator. Not only would its lifespan be greatly extended, it would also undergo many mysterious changes. When dispersed, it would form qi. When gathered, it would take form. When traversing through the night, it could hide its tracks. When one with heaven and man, it could fly for thousands of miles. There were endless changes, and the power of all kinds of Dharma spells would increase greatly. However, it was still restrained by heavenly lightning and earthly fire. It could easily be injured in battle. It needed to be refined into a natal Dharma treasure. When it left its body, the Yin soul could be placed in it to kill the enemy from 1,000 miles away. When it survived 5 heavenly tribulations and turned into a Yang soul, not only would it not be restrained by heavenly lightning and earthly fire, it could also collect malevolent qi and refine it into the Yang soul. The Yang soul itself was equivalent to an indestructible Dharma treasure. Therefore, when Li Qingshan punched the head of the Hui dragon, it looked like it was heavily injured, but the damage it suffered was actually negligible. On the contrary, Sumi Rao's words almost caused the Hui dragon to go berserk. It was injured even more, which was why it fell into a passive position at the beginning and couldn't dodge the punch. This golden dragon was actually a natal Dharma treasure controlled by the Yang soul. Therefore, no matter how injured it was, it would not shed a single drop of blood. Even Little An's Buddha-slaying sword might not be able to kill it in one strike. Such an enemy was indeed difficult to deal with. After all, it was an existence that had survived 5 heavenly tribulations. If possible, he really didn't want to be enemies with it. The gap between realms was not that easy to overcome, not to mention the unpredictable 9-tailed fox queen. Sumi Rao said, Li Qingshan, I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, I'll kill Shin Mengdai. I'll let you have a taste of this move. 1, 2. She counted so quickly that she didn't give Li Qingshan any time to think. She even glanced at Little An contemptuously. If you have the ability, take another hostage from me. Little An couldn't determine where Sumi Rao's real body was, so he stood still. At this moment he suddenly said, Bitch? What did you say? Sumi Rao's pupils shrank. Bitch. Little An repeated and continued, Shameless coquettish fox, bitch that thousands of men have sex with. She knows nothing but seducing men. She was still expressionless and her voice was emotionless. Her pink lips kept opening and closing as if she was reading from a script. But if no one stopped her, she could continue reading without repeating herself. The skeleton demons also cackled in the middle of the battle. They were the most loyal listeners. The demoness kings were stunned. They didn't know how to react. They also seemed to be in disbelief. Even though Li Qingshan and Chuolong were in the middle of a fierce battle, they were still paying attention to the situation over here, because the person they cared about the most in this world was here. Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He felt like his heart was breaking. He muttered, My little and, shut up. Chuolong was furious. If not for his battle with Li Qingshan, he would have abandoned Li Qingshan and charged at Little An. Sumi Rao's chest heaved. With her natural charm, she had never been scolded before. She had never been insulted like this. She sneered, Good, Very good, I'll kill you today, no one can save you. Li Qingshan flew into a rage when he heard that. Bitch, you dare? Sumi Rao was stunned, she was in disbelief. You're also insulting me? A smile appeared on little Anne's face. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1326. The beast qi in Li Qingshan's body surged like boiling lava. Under the restraint of the golden dragon, he slowly raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted, or as if a storm had passed through. Waves of wind swept through the entire realm, sweeping up millions of tons of rocks and soil, turning it into a chaotic world. The demon kings were all panicking, their fervor slowly faded as fear filled their hearts, recalling the times when they were still beasts. When they heard such a roar, they would run away. This was the king of beasts. At this moment, even the Chua dragon was just a foil, looking up in disbelief. On a faraway mountain, Luo Ho Xiaoming leaped up like a warrior who heard the rumbling of war drums, smiling. That's more like it. Little Ya, you've been patient for a long time, come fight with me again. He took out a pebble and drew his bow ready to fire. Sumi Rao lowered her umbrella, her expression changing. I thought he was just a lucky country bumpkin. She suddenly stared at Little N. What's your relationship with him? It's none of your business, Little N pointed the Buddha-slaying sword at Sumi Rao. Is that so? I can't accept this. But is it worth it? You sacrificed everything to win the heart of a man, and he has never truly belonged to you. Sumi Rao sighed. With your intelligence and Baigu's inheritance, if it wasn't for him, you would have burned this world and ascended to the samsara long ago. You don't understand. Little N let go of his left hand. The abandoned immortal sword flew into the void of space and hovered around Sumi Rao's umbrella, its sharp sword phantoms faintly discernible. He raised his hand again, the skeleton demons flew back and formed a skeleton demon formation, trapping Sumi Rao within. Sumi Rao was shocked, not because of the formation or the sword's threat, but because of this. The door behind her was wide open, she was practically in a hopeless situation. As expected, without the skeleton demons to stop them, and seeing that Sumi Rao was threatened, the demon kings immediately activated their thaumaturgy and charged towards her. An agile and arrogant black-clothed woman turned into a black panther. His 4 claws stepped on lightning, accelerating to the extreme. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in his mouth, forming a pool of lightning that contained terrifying destructive power. The Thunder Shadow Leopard King was one of the 72 demon monarchs in the past. He possessed the bloodline of the Thunder Beast and had long since reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. However, he was reluctant to part with the nine-tailed fox, so he stayed in the 9 states. This lightning bite was her most powerful innate ability. Coupled with the electric shock of the acceleration supernatural power, it had killed countless cultivators. Most of them were killed in one hit. Even though Little Anne's skeletal body was sturdy, he would definitely be injured after taking such a blow. Following closely behind were the attacks of so many demon kings. His life was in danger. Right at this moment, a scarlet tiger leaped out and pounced on the Thunder Shadow Leopard King. With the wind god wings on his back, he turned around and roared. Brr. The demon monarchs retreated in panic, not daring to advance. They clearly had an absolute advantage in numbers, but they all felt like they were facing this beast king alone. Sumi Rao's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he break free from the Chua dragon? Then she saw the scarlet tiger covered in blood, so he used that move. His innate ability has recovered. Wind God Wings, Tiger Demon Roar, and Tiger Demon Rage were the 3 major supernatural powers of the Tiger Demon transformation, and they were unleashed to the extreme in Tiger Demon mode. Only then could he break free from the Golden Dragon, pounce on the Thunder Shadow Leopard King, and intimidate the demons with a roar. Then she met Little Anne's ethereal eyes. She was gambling with her life. If Li Qingshan's reaction was slightly slower, he might not even be able to break free from the Chua dragon. She might die on the spot. No, even if she lost the gamble, she could still completely awaken Li Qingshan's fighting spirit and break free from the influence of the charm. Sumi Rao originally wanted to use Shin Meng Dai to threaten Li Qingshan, but she could not say anything at this moment. The forsaken immortal sword suddenly shot out from the void, drawing a complicated and profound trajectory. 139 small white bone swords crisscrossed and enveloped her entire body. The skeleton demon formation contracted at the same time, spewing out samadhi white bone fire. Umph. Sumi Rao flicked her finger without looking back, hitting the forsaken immortal sword's blade and sending it flying. The paper umbrella in her hand spun, and the small white bone swords fell to the ground. The raging flames could not get within 3 zhang of her. She was actually at ease, completely fearless. The only thing she was truly afraid of was the Buddha-slaying sword. The bell rang and the Buddha-slaying sword moved. Little Anne stepped on the skull and swung her sword. Sumi Rao raised her paper umbrella and waited for her to come. She made up her mind, I will teach you a painful lesson, and let you understand that men are unreliable. I will let you watch this man die in battle with your own eyes. Compared to killing you, this is the only way to make you feel pain. No one can insult me without paying the price. Under this primordial myriad flower umbrella, you will understand my true terror. Just as she was concentrating, a jade-like hand reached out from the void and gently took Shen Mingdai from her hand. Sumi Rao was alarmed. She dared not be distracted. However, Little Anne withdrew her sword and did not look at her again. She turned around to help Li Qingshan. Even the smelt bone prayer beads and the forsaken immortal sword formation were withdrawn. After Li Qingshan lunged at the lightning shadow leopard king and ordered the demons to retreat, he immediately retracted all of the tiger demon's abilities. He turned into a spirit turtle and retreated into his shell. Chuolong's furious attacks rained down at almost the same time. His claws and teeth left marks on the turtle shell. Li Qingshan knew very well that an opponent like Chuolong could not be killed by a single eruption from the tiger demon. He had chosen to transform into the tiger demon to stimulate his fighting spirit. He wanted to deal the greatest damage to Chuolong while he was suffering from chi deviation. Through the battle, he truly understood Chuolong's strength. Although he did not gain the upper hand, he managed to force out all of the poison in his body and remove the effects of the charm. However, Chuolong recovered rapidly as he was not just a human emperor. He also represented the will of the heavens and all living beings in the world to kill the demon king Li Qingshan. He forced Li Qingshan to transform into a spirit turtle for the first time in battle. He could only take a beating passively. The crux of this battle lay with Sumi Rao, whose strength was unfathomable and friend or foe was unknown. Fox Queen, I've heard of your great name for a long time. You really do live up to your reputation. You're truly a beauty. Even I feel moved when I see you. Gu Yening released Shen Mingdai and walked out of thin air. She was not as emotionless as Little Anne. She was also affected by the charm. Her sharp, hawk-like eyes became gentle as well. However, her personality was extraordinary. After obtaining the Kunping feather, her carefree nature became even more ingrained in her bones. At the same time, she cultivated the illustrations of Naraka. The scorching winds of hell washed over her soul, using intense pain to resist the charm. Lastly, as a woman, she could not be naturally restrained by charm like men. It was absolutely impossible for him to control her mind in an instant. Haha, I'm free. Shen Mingdai flapped her wings happily. I understand now. I'm the main character. The world is vast, but I'm the greatest. I'm undying. Sumi Rao understood that she had been fooled by Little Anne again. She secretly cursed, how does Li Qingshan know so many crazy women? Chapter 1327. Limited Time Rush By, 2015 Summer Korean Edition Male T-shirt Short Sleeves Silk Glossy Cotton Genuine German BMW Men's Casual T-shirt. Limited Time Rush By, Transparent Toe Transparent Hidden Transparent Pantyhose, 9.99 renminbi. Give it to your girlfriend, hee hee. Support the development of this website. Buy from here. Go. Gu Yening, do you think you can show off in front of me just because you got a strand of mixed hair? Su Beirao was the first person to discover the feather of chaos when it fell into 9 states. However, she wasn't a feather, so it wasn't worth much even if she got it. She might even get involved in a deadly calamity. It wasn't worth it. Gu Yening bowed respectfully. I'm not your match? Su Beirao said maliciously. If I want to, you should call me mother instead. The eagle god was like a feather, fluttering up and down uncontrollably in the chaos. Even though he didn't rush up to help her, it was only because she didn't really care about him. That shapeless charm was also a suppression of absolute strength. Even human Emperor Qi Long couldn't break free, and even Li Qingshan almost fell for it, let alone a male Fey king. She only needed to give the order and they would be able to kill each other. Gu Yening said with a smile, if you like my useless father, it's naturally my honor. It's only right for me to call you Mother Empress. It's just a change of name. Su Beirao felt like she had punched empty air and her chest felt stuffy. She knew Gu Yening's past very well, because she had secretly decided to collect her. She was only waiting for her to pass the 3rd heavenly tribulation before making a move. However, Li Qingshan appeared halfway and their conflict deepened. At that time she didn't want to have anything to do with Li Qingshan, so she gave up. The person Gu Yenying valued and missed the most was her mother. She thought that she could use this weakness to anger her and deepen the charm's influence. He hadn't expected to receive such an answer. Instead, he felt like he was the one who had suffered a loss. She sneered, "I didn't expect that even someone like you would fall to this point, risking your life for a man." Gu Yenying said, "Sigh. Could it be that in your eyes, there is only love between a man and a woman?" Su Beirao questioned, "You dare to say that you haven't fallen in love?" With a swish, Gu Yenying unfolded her folding fan. Covering half of her face, it was clearly the shy posture of a woman. However, he was still as carefree as ever. He smiled and said, "Humans are not plants. How can we be emotionless?" A strange light flashed in Sumir's eyes. "Good, no wonder that Li Qingshan fell in love with you at first sight but couldn't get his hands on you. You will be one of my best collectibles. Come on." Gu Yenying smiled and shook her head. "I don't want to be a collector's item and I don't want to fight with you. I just want to give you some advice." The great fox of Su charming all living beings. Don't you think it's a bit ugly that you have to personally fight and kill? Sigh, this can't be helped. Who told those stinky men to be so disobedient? And there's also such an intelligent woman like you who is so stubborn. Su Beirao sighed helplessly and even blinked innocently, almost making Gu Yenying believe her. She was relying on the hot wind of hell to maintain a thread of clarity. Even if you get what you want in this battle, the women in Xiongyu Palace will probably have their souls scattered. Gu Yenying pointed her folding fan at the chaos. The tornado split open a path, and the five-clawed golden dragon was gradually tearing apart the spirit turtle's shell. However, the Thunder Phantom Leopard King was bitterly holding on under the spirit turtle. Li Qingshan didn't let her go when he transformed from a tiger demon into a spirit turtle. Instead, he suppressed her with all his strength, preparing to exchange her for Shen Mengdai. In the end, Shen Mengdai was saved by Gu Yenying, so he simply used her as a meat cushion to share some of the golden dragon's pressure. The Thunder Phantom Leopard King was also a famous great demon king, but how could it be compared to the current Li Qingshan? It couldn't break free from the spirit turtle's suppression even with all its strength. There was also the five-clawed golden dragon above. Her organs were crushed and blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Fortunately, her strong physique prevented her from being crushed to death. But if this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Meanwhile, Little and watched from the side, defending against the other Demon King's attacks. Just now he could block them with just the skull prayer beads. Now he was personally taking action. By using the soul-altering bell and the Blood Sea banner, he had already captured several Yao Kings. Gu Yenying, do you think I'll be threatened like this? Every one of them is willing to die for me. Su Beirao narrowed her eyes, emitting a dangerous aura. No one will doubt their feelings for you, but if you don't care about their lives, how are you different from those stinky men? Even that despicable, vulgar, licentious, and heartless Li Qingshan wouldn't do such a thing. Gu Yenying looked deeply at Su Beirao, her eyes filled with trust and a trace of worry. Su Beirao was momentarily speechless. She clenched her teeth. What glib words. After hearing your words, if I don't admit defeat, I'll simply be an ugly, stupid, despicable, and heartless woman who can't even compare to a stinky man. Of course you're not a woman like that, Gu Yenying said sincerely without any pretense at all. Su Beirao hesitated. All right. Li Qingshan, I order you to release my immediately. I won't be your enemy anymore. Beirao, don't worry about me. Do what you want to do. The Thunder Phantom Leopard King said with difficulty. Regardless of whether it was because she was charmed at the beginning, now it was her true feelings. As long as she could make her smile, she wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her life. Su Beirao sighed in her heart. She recalled what Gu Yenying said just now, humans aren't plants. How can one be heartless? Even if she had a heart of stone, the thousands of years of companionship and sacrifice were enough to leave a deep impression. Her acquaintance with them was still vivid in her mind. Could she really bear to see them all die here? She couldn't help but look up at the sky. Country lord, it's too lonely here. Is this also your scheme? Can I call you by your name too? Beirao, it's too noisy here. Why don't we take a walk around the Eastern Sea? I'm very curious about the country of Green Hill. Let the men settle their own matters. Gu Yenying extended her hand to Su Beirao. From here to the Eastern Sea they had to cross 3 provinces, a total of 200,000 miles. She was bound by the laws of heaven and earth and couldn't rush back in a short time. This was the only way now. Su Beirao knew that if she didn't leave, Li Qingshan wouldn't be at ease. Perhaps she had already lost the moment he broke free from the charm. It was indeed meaningless to continue entangling with him, but she was unwilling to give up. Qilong, don't blame me for being heartless. I'm bound by the blood oath of the river Styx and have to marry this man. I originally wanted to solve it myself, but I didn't expect it to be in vain. I only hope that you can help me break free so that we can continue our previous fate. Qilong's aura was greatly boosted when he heard this. Like all heroes who fought against the Demon King, he felt the encouragement of true love. The golden dragon fiercely bit off a piece of tortoise shell. Li Qingshan cursed, "This stupid cuckold emperor." But he was relieved in his heart. Su Beirao smiled slyly and grabbed Gu Yenying's hand. "Yenying, you have to accompany me." In an instant the Kuan Peng spread its wings and flew thousands of miles. To be continued. 00SY. Come. Chapter 1328. Boom. The moment Sumi Rao left, the entire realm collapsed completely. The rampaging energy that had been accumulating for a long time poured out hysterically. A wave of air dispersed the snow and clouds. The blue sky was clear and the sun was dazzling. Next, millions of tons of soil and rocks that had been stirred into chaos shot out in all directions, tearing the forests apart. Yellow sand filled the air and the sky darkened. A yellow mushroom cloud soared into the sky from a 300-meter-deep crater, reaching deep into the clouds. The entire world seemed to be shaking. A bolt of lightning shot out from the sinkhole and turned into the appearance of the Thunder Shadow Leopard King. At the moment when the domain collapsed, she also felt a little relaxed from the heavy suppression. It was not easy for her to escape from death, but she did not have the slightest thought of revenge. She looked back at the battlefield with lingering fear. Was this still the Jiuzhou she was familiar with? She looked to the east. The Kuan Peng had already descended into the horizon after spreading its wings for thousands of kilometers. Its speed was also unimaginable. She did not dare to stay any longer, turning into a bolt of lightning and giving chase. Little and shook the Blood Sea banner, and a few demon kings rolled out. The demons scattered, most of them flying towards the east. Meanwhile, the great cultivators that Chuolong brought had been resisting the charm with all their might. They could not care about anything else. Almost all of them were heavily injured by the impact. The few weak-willed great cultivators that attacked Little and were all dazed after Sumi Rao left, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Little and seized the opportunity and attacked with both swords, killing all of them. Li Qingshan thought, "It's all thanks to Yenying this time. I've finally gotten rid of this huge problem for now." Otherwise he would not have been unharmed when the Thunder Shadow Leopard King detonated its demon core. After all, it was a famous great demon king from 5,000 years ago. There was only one enemy now. It was finally time to counterattack. "Luo Xiaoming, what are you waiting for?" The Chua dragon raised its golden dragon head. He looked towards the distant mountain peak and saw Luo Ho Xiaoming holding a slingshot. His long hair was like fire, and his handsome face was unusually fierce, as if a demon god had descended. Luo Xiaoming? Could it be? He suddenly opened his dragon mouth and golden light quickly gathered. It shot towards Luo Ho Xiaoming. Darkness gushed out from Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes and enveloped everything, causing the world to darken. It was as if a black curtain had descended from the sky, blinding all of Chuolong's senses and even blocking the heavenly mystery's senses. He shot out an attack that surpassed the limits of this world. In an instant the golden light disappeared, and the dragon head shattered. "All right." Li Qingshan's body relaxed, and the spirit tortoise shone with colorful light. He transformed into a 10,000 feet tall fiend celestial and grabbed the golden dragon with his dark cloud-like hand. Little and descended from the sky, holding the Buddha slaying sword with both hands. The tip of the sword was shrouded in layers of Buddhist light as it stabbed toward the back of the golden dragon. The sword ray shattered the golden scales, and the tip of the sword pierced the dragon's body. Li Qingshan was shocked. He won. In previous battles, Little An's Buddha slaying sword could be said to be the #1 weapon that determined victory and defeat, deciding life and death. No matter what kind of opponent it was, they would be hit by her sword. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. As expected, the headless golden dragon's body shrank rapidly. Then it turned into a jade seal. Its 4 horns were missing, and the golden dragon coiled around it was missing scales and claws, as well as a dragon head. Suddenly a hand picked up the jade seal. In the blue sky, the Kuan Peng was riding on the gales. It flew towards the eastern sea. Don't worry, there's no need to hold it so tightly, I won't go back, Sumi Rao smiled. Do you think he can win without me? At least he has a better chance of winning. Gu Yenying didn't dare to be careless. Being by her side was even more dangerous than facing the Chuolong. With her current speed, the Chuolong couldn't hurt her while her charm was invisible. You're wrong, I'm his only chance of survival. If it weren't for me he might already be dead. I've been helping him all this time, but he doesn't appreciate it and insists on walking that path of death. Sumi Rao shook her head regretfully. Is that so? Gu Yenying didn't deny it. You don't believe me? It's no wonder your cultivation level isn't high enough. Even though you obtained the inheritance of the great sage of chaotic heavens, you haven't completely converted it into your own power, nor have you seen the power of a human sovereign. The great sage of chaotic heavens. Gu Yenying thought with her cultivation she probably already knew about the Kuan Ping feather. If she had taken action, how could it have fallen into the hands of the feather human king Bai Chen? She asked, why didn't you take it? Even if you don't need it, there are still many feather race in your Jasper Palace. Because I don't want them to die for nothing, Sumi Rao sighed. So you're saying that Mi Rao is as gentle and loving as I thought, everything she did was out of goodwill. And no need to be sarcastic. I was bound by the River Styx blood oath, so I had to help Li Qingshan, help him become your slave. He was born with such charm, he can't blame me for not being able to control himself. But have you ever thought that when I married him, all I had to do was pull him under the primordial myriad flower umbrella and he wouldn't be able to escape from me? I was the one who caused Chuolong to go berserk, causing him to be unable to use his full strength, forcing him to fight with Li Qingshan in the most foolish way possible. It's true, I actually didn't want Li Qingshan to die here. But since he chose this path himself, don't blame me. So it's the Rahu race. I heard that a godchild of the Azura path fell and left, claiming to be the peerless genius second only to Luo Holuo, since the birth of the Azura path, the chosen one who can reunite the various tribes of the Azura path. Could it be you? No wonder you could shatter my true dragon jade seal. This is the only natal magical treasure that I've brought from the 9 regions to the human realm. It has gathered the dragon chi of the 9 regions, and I've also collected the 5 elements pure metal in the human realm. It's incomparably sturdy, but it was almost destroyed by your attack. Shockingly, the owner of that hand was the mortal Emperor Qi Long. His dragon robe was completely spotless, and he played with the damaged true dragon jade seal as he spoke of its origins. He didn't reveal the slightest dejection on his face, and he even revealed a wisp of a smile. Cut the crap. Li Qingshan punched down, causing the ground to crack and tremble. However, with a flash of golden light, Chuolong disappeared, and his voice came from the sky again. What a dangerous strike. As expected of the successor of White Bone. Fortunately, I'm not a Buddhist or this life treasure would have been destroyed by you. Chuolong stared at Little Anne. The yang spirit was different from the body of flesh and blood, and it could change endlessly. Before the Buddha's slaying sword pierced the golden dragon, he had already reformed his yang spirit, so it wasn't hurt at all. Unless his life treasure was directly destroyed, only then would his yang spirit be hurt, but that was simply impossible. This was also one of the main reasons why he didn't bring his physical body here. Li Qingshan looked up at Chuolong. His figure almost overlapped with the sun, high up in the sky, unfathomable like a god. This was the yang spirit of the human cultivation path, an existence that surpassed the limits of the physical body and could fight against a demon emperor. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1329. Li Qingshan, I actually have to thank you. At this point, Chuolong bowed slightly. His anger had already disappeared without a trace, but it did not affect his majesty as an emperor at all. Instead, he regained his bearing as if everything was under his control. If not for you, I would have forever sunk into her charm. Perhaps I would never have known her. After all, she was a fox with Su Jihu. But if not for that, she would not have been qualified to be my empress. Chuolong, I remember she said she wanted to marry me. Li Qingshan spat out the last word and suddenly activated the tiger demon roar kill. A violent gale rushed into the sky. Chuolong used his fingers like a sword and cut through the gale. Even his clothes did not flutter. Only the strong can be the most beautiful in the world. Well said. Li Qingshan's right arm expanded and stretched across the sky. He spread his fingers and enveloped Chuolong. Absorb. Chuolong's fluttering clothes and hair froze as if they were sealed in invisible amber. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. Destroy. Chuolong's body disintegrated and turned into clouds of dense golden dragon qi. Quite a powerful innate ability, but it's useless. The transformation of the yang spirit is extremely soft and also extremely hard. The dragon qi condensed and returned to its original appearance. His smile did not change. Li Qingshan attacked one after another, using all kinds of innate abilities, but none of them could really hurt Chuolong. Luo Ho Xiaoming held the slingshot silently. Little An held his sword and did not attack. They watched Li Qingshan deal with Chuolong alone. It was very different from when he transformed into a golden dragon. Chuolong allowed Li Qingshan to attack but did not fight back. It was like an adult playing with a child. Li Qingshan finally stopped and panted slightly. The restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth made it difficult for him to absorb spirit qi. The recovery of his demonic qi was very slow. Moreover, the only innate ability of the Phoenix transformation, Phoenix Nirvana, had not been fully recovered. He could at most be reborn once in this battle. If he did it again, he would become an egg. Very good, you finally realized the gap between us. Why are you glaring at me? To thank you, I've already let you have many moves. I know that the identities and legacies of the three of you are extraordinary. If any of you had the same cultivation base as me, I would have been able to kill you. I will definitely retreat. So, I actually don't want to be enemies with you. Why don't we try to turn enemies into friends? When Zhuolong gained the upper hand, he actually showed signs of wanting to reconcile, as if he was afraid of Li Qingshan and the others' identities, and was unwilling to get into trouble. What do you think? Li Qingshan glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming and Little An, as if he really wanted to reconcile. Chuolong smiled faintly. Nothing was easier to deal with than an enemy who had lost the will to fight. Yes, he had never wanted to reconcile. If he was afraid of Li Qingshan and the other two's identities and backgrounds, he would have thought of a way to reconcile with them. However, the Great Tao was competing for supremacy. There was no room for weakness. To reach this stage of cultivation, everyone had experienced countless dangers. Wealth came from danger. The divine blood of the Azura clan, Little An's legacy of white bones, and Li Qingshan's cultivation method were all treasures that were hard to find in the human world. They were worth risking their lives. If he let them go today with their bloodline inheritance, their cultivation speed would definitely be far faster than his, and it was hard to guarantee that they would not take revenge in the future. That would truly be living a life worse than death. Little An said, he hasn't fully recovered from his injury, so he wants to buy time. Chuolong was shocked. He didn't expect her to see through him. The yang spirit was soft and hard, as fast as lightning, and invincible, but it was most afraid of inner demons. Although the body was a bag of flesh that had to be abandoned, it was also a ship to cross the sea of bitterness. In the state of out-of-body experience, one had to control oneself with a strong mind. Once he went crazy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, we can fight, but we have to wait for Yening to come back and restrain the speed of his yang spirit. He's just a human emperor. How dare he put on an act in front of me? Li Qingshan smiled and said, don't say that, he's still very strong and we need the four of us to fight him. But if you want to use psychological attacks, you should look at your opponent first. Chuolong, I'm going to kill you. Chuolong showed a look of anger and could no longer maintain the demeanor of an emperor. His expression became solemn. In today's battle, no one would be spared. We've arrived at the East Sea. Gu Yening descended from the sky with Sumi Rao, and landed on a cliff on the East Sea. Surrounded by white clouds, the cliff was thousands of feet high, rugged and steep, as if it had been carved by a knife and an axe, overlooking thousands of miles of the sea. The moist sea breeze blew in their faces, the water rippled and the seagulls gathered. It was a magnificent and peaceful scene. Yunya Mountain, I haven't been here for a long time. Sumi Rao showed a nostalgic look. This was a famous scenic spot in Yunzhou and even in the world. Over the long years she had come here many times, but in the end she was tired of it. When there was so much time that it was difficult to squander, it would become a great burden. Yening, you're a disciple of legalism. It's rumored that the deepest depths of the Hell Realm, the Avici Hell, no longer carry out any punishments. All it does is extend every inch of time by 1,000 times. I wonder if that's true or not. I don't know. No one has ever been able to connect with the Avici Hell. They held hands. One was a femme fatale, devastatingly beautiful, while the other was elegant and outstanding. At first glance, they seemed like a pair of lovers touring the scenery of Yunya Mountain. Must we go back? Sumi Rao tightened her grip on Gu Yening's hand. Definitely. Gu Yening said firmly. She could use the feathers of chaotic heaven to transform into a Kunping and return to the dragon province and the battlefield quickly. This was something she had considered before she brought Sumi Rao to the East Sea. Sumi Rao pouted. You said you wanted to listen to me talk about the kingdom of Green Hill. So you were lying. Sorry? Next time. Gu Yenying apologized seriously. What if I insist on not letting go? Sumi Rao wrinkled her nose, which made her seem even more like a spoiled child. If you like it, I'll give this hand to you. She had been prepared for something like this the moment she held Sumi Rao's hand. She was not bold enough to break her wrist. Who wants it? You don't even know how painful it is to hold this hand, Sumi Rao pouted. Suddenly, she touched it gently out of concern. Does it hurt? Gu Yenying closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. If this continued, she would probably fall for it too. If she had not experienced spatial travel, she probably would have surrendered already. With a thought, she opened her eagle eye. A gust of wind swept past and her right hand was severed at the wrist. Blood dripped onto the cliff. Afterwards, a great gust of wind blew, and the Kunping spread its wings, sweeping through the water and scattering the clouds. I'll leave this with you as a souvenir. If I can return, tell me about the great sage of chaotic heaven. Sumi Rao looked at the Kunping with its wings hanging like the clouds, feeling a little defeated. Am I the one who knows how to seduce, or is that Li Qingshan the one who knows how to seduce? They're all standing on his side like they're possessed. She angrily threw the severed hand back to her. I told you I don't want it. Gu Yenying smiled and thanked her, then flapped her wings and flew away. Sumi Rao sat down on the edge of the cliff, lamenting, Can I really not escape? I just wanted to be a good person. Anyone who had some understanding of the Yusu clan would be dumbstruck when they heard these words. Fine, I didn't want to get involved in this great calamity, but the heavens are playing tricks on me. After feeling sorry for herself, she began to feel malicious intent. Li Qingshan, if you really can survive this, I'll assist you in turning the 3,000 worlds and the 6 realms of Sasra upside down. I'll spread my great name beyond the 9 heavens. Even if I'm doomed eternally, even if my soul disperses, I won't have lived my life as a fox with Su in vain. Chapter 1330. Since you're so stubborn, I can only accompany you to the end. The Chua dragon was still in the sky when he said the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence had already sounded in the Imperial Dragon King. He returned to his dragon throne. Your Majesty. When the fine jade palace completely collapsed, the Grand Cultivators all hid in the Emperor Dragon King, and used the Coiling Dragon Grand Formation to avoid the aftermath of the battle. His mood fluctuated a few times. Putting aside the fact that the 9-tailed fox queen was here, when the golden dragons had exploded, he felt as if he had lost his parents. When Li Qingshan was rendered helpless by the flood dragon high nobility god, he was overjoyed. And at this moment, when Hui Long returned to the Emperor Dragon King, their emotions were extremely complicated. Clearly, as Li Qingshan and the others had said, Hui Long did not have the strength to sweep through everything. Otherwise, he would have attacked and destroyed his enemies long ago instead of retreating here. They had just escaped from the battlefield, but in the blink of an eye, they were drawn into a new battle. Perhaps Chuolong would eventually be able to kill Li Qingshan with the power of his yang spirit, but they might not be able to live to see that day. The left Imperial Advisor and the Skyfrost Wolf King were examples of what had happened to them. A battle of this level was too dangerous for them. Chuolong ordered, Lu Xikong, return immediately, gather the vassals and prepare to sacrifice to the heavens. Lu Xikong was one of the 9 ministers, Dong Jingkong. At the same time, he was also the Minister of Works, the top Mahist Grandmaster, and the builder of this Emperor Dragon King. Together with his 2 subordinates, the assistant ministers of the Ministry of Works, he stayed behind to guard the Emperor Dragon King, and did not participate in the great battle in Jadeite Palace. Yes. Lu Xikong's expression was wooden and emotionless. It was as if he didn't see the expressions on his colleagues' faces. He immediately drove the Emperor Dragon King to rise into the sky. At the same time, he turned the ship around and headed for Dragon Head Mountain. Chuolong leaned against the back of the golden chair and said indifferently, My dear subjects, if your injuries are not serious, I will be able to help you. Prepare to fight. When the officials heard this, their hearts turned cold and for a moment no one responded. No one who could become a grand cultivator was a fool. With the speed of the yang spirit, Li Qingshan and the other 2 could not stop him at all. He insisted on riding the Emperor Dragon King back. Naturally, it wasn't for the sake of putting on airs. It was clearly for the sake of making use of trash to exhaust the opponent's strength, and they probably belonged to the category of trash. Just now they hadn't even directly participated in the battle, but they were already injured from the various impacts. Their minds were especially damaged. The 4 assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Revenue could not resist Sumi Rao's charms and were killed by the Buddha's enemy. Although they had endured it with their mental cultivation, they did not lose control of their minds on the spot. But if he wanted to get rid of the 9-tailed fox queen's charm, even 8 to 10 years might not be enough. It might even become an inner demon and suffer for the rest of his life. Now Chuolong actually wanted them to directly fight against Li Qingshan. That was simply, the god of longevity is tired of living. Once the Emperor Dragon King was blasted apart, no one had the confidence that they could escape this calamity. But now that they were all on the same boat, they did not dare to disobey Chuolong's command. Some of them were already filled with regret. They had thought that this was a shortcut to ascending to the human world, but they did not expect it to be a life-threatening talisman. If only he had known this would happen. He had to stop the emperor from worshipping the heavens no matter what. Chuolong had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. He could even sense the intense fluctuations in their minds. He sneered in his heart. Wanting to take a shortcut but not willing to take risks, how could there be such a good thing in the world? He did not care whether the Emperor Dragon King could successfully return. It was enough as long as Li Qingshan came to stop him. Every bit of energy he expended would increase his chances of winning. It would be even better if Li Qingshan was not willing to fall for it. He could then calmly adjust his yang spirit and suppress his inner demons. When he returned to the imperial court, the outcome would be set. This was an overt plot. Flames shot out from the stern of the ship as the Emperor Dragon King began to accelerate. At this moment, a thick shadow suddenly shrouded them. The officials looked up and saw a huge mountain rising from the ground, shooting straight into the clouds and blocking the path to the east. Under the mountain, 2 red stars flashed. It was Li Qingshan's fiery tiger eyes as he carried the entire mountain with his fiend god body. The deck was filled with cries of surprise. Even though they had seen it once on Dragon Head Mountain, they were still frightened and felt an irresistible sense of weakness when they saw it again. Chuolong sat upright on the dragon throne, unmoved. His eyes flashed with golden light. "My beloved officials, be careful. This thief is coming." Li Qingshan roared out and hurled as hard as he could. The mountain smashed towards the Emperor Dragon King. Chuolong waved his hand. Boom. The main cannon of the Emperor Dragon King, Dragon's Roar, opened fire and blasted through the mountain, leaving a large hole with a radius of 300 meters. The momentum of the falling mountain paused as if it was frozen in mid-air. Almost at the same time, the deck and the body of the ship were densely packed with cannons. In an instant, tens of thousands of cannons fired in unison, and the dazzling light beams blasted the mountain into pieces. Smoke and dust hung high in the sky like a yellow cloud, and gravel scattered like hail. The Emperor Dragon King broke through the smoke and clouds, passing over Li Qingshan's head and going straight into the clouds. Chuolong stood on the dragon head of the ship and looked down at Li Qingshan. He casually pointed and thousands of spiritual lights shot towards the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The light beams fell like rain, and semicircular light balls rose from the ground. Hills were raised to the ground, leaving behind a land riddled with holes. The 1,000-meter-tall demon disappeared, and Li Qingshan turned back into his human form. He spread his wings of wind and shuttled through the densely packed light beams with a storm. He even went against the flow of the light beams and arrived at the bottom of the Emperor Dragon King, a blind spot where the firepower was the least concentrated. He gripped the living soil of the 9 heaven tightly and unleashed the earth force field. The Emperor Dragon King shook violently as if it was suddenly pressed down by a mountain, and its soaring momentum came to a halt. The sound of steel and wood twisting and cracking filled their ears. The great cultivators on the ship all felt like a great disaster was about to befall them. "Break for me." Li Qingshan took advantage of the situation and punched out. The power of vibration surged wildly, and black cracks appeared in the void. There was no formation in the world that could block his punch. In fact, just the strength of the ox demon contained in his fist was enough to break through all barriers. Moreover, there was also the invincible vibration power, which was enough to split the Emperor Dragon King into 2. But at this moment, the golden light quickly gathered at the bottom of the ship. All the spiritual power of the formation that enveloped the Emperor Dragon King was gathered at this point, and it was as dazzling as a golden sun. It forcibly blocked the terrifying power of vibration and bounced back Li Qingshan's fist. Li Qingshan frowned and spread his wings to fly away. How could he not understand Chuolong's plan? He could not waste too much energy here. He had wanted to concentrate all his strength and defeat the enemy in one blow, but he had underestimated Chuolong's methods. Chuolong reclined on the dragon throne and held an exquisite golden compass in his hand. It was the core of the formation plate that controlled the formation. Other than him, no one in the world could have such fast reaction speed and control to operate the formation to such a level. Chapter 1331. When Chuolong was dealing with Li Qingshan's attack, he split his attention into three, paying attention to where Luo Ho Xiaoming and Little N were at the same time. If they took the risk to launch a sneak attack, he was confident that he could kill them here. No matter how powerful their inherited bloodline was, they had only gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. However, to his disappointment, the two of them maintained a safe distance from him, not giving him a chance to attack. Luo Ho Xiaoming had fought in the Azura realm for countless years, so no one could have a better grasp of the overall situation. He had just gone through 3 heavenly tribulations and had not reached the peak, so the power he possessed was limited. At the same time, he was bound by heaven's will. He had to ensure that every pellet had a decisive effect, so he would not attack easily. Little N was intelligent, and very few people could compare to her. She had the same judgment. Her Buddha-slaying sword was a sword of absolute killing, so the other white bone treasures had to be used to protect her body and prevent Chuolong's sneak attack. If they wanted to obtain victory in this battle, it was still far from the time for her to attack. There really are no flaws. As expected, I have to kill you first, Li Qingshan. Chuolong sneered and waved his hand, ordering, "Fellow Taoists, what are you waiting for?" The officials looked at each other. Just now, when Li Qingshan used the earth force field, they were also affected. They felt as if all the bones in their bodies were about to be crushed by their own weight, and they were still aching now. If they faced Li Qingshan head-on, they would probably die in vain. Don't worry, this great imperial dragon formation is extremely sturdy, and it can allow you to use your spells without facing the enemy head-on. If that Li Qingshan breaks through the formation and enters, it will be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and there will be a calamity of destruction. Chuolong looked slightly displeased, and there was a faint threat in his tone. Yes. None of the officials dared to disobey. They all unleashed techniques and wielded their arcane treasures, ready to give Li Qingshan a head-on blow. However, they felt like they were provoking a furious tiger through a paper cage. It was truly frightening. Hey, that Li Qingshan is gone. At this time, the Emperor Dragon King was already high up in the sky, but he couldn't find any trace of Li Qingshan. The nation-protecting eagle god's eyes narrowed. Up there. Li Qingshan's attack missed and he immediately let go. He soared into the astral wind layer and continued to ascend. No matter how the astral winds howled, they were unable to harm him in the slightest. He had cultivated to this level. The so-called astral winds and magnetic forces were unable to stop him from ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth. Chuolong stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. How are you going to resolve this situation? The astral wind suddenly calmed down a lot. Through the radiance of the sun, the stars shone in the dark void. Li Qingshan looked straight at the light of the sun. It was not the real big fireball that he remembered from his previous life, but more like an illusion. He suddenly felt that this world was a mystery. When he turned his head in an instant, he had a panoramic view of the entire 9 states. The jade-green mist province, the snow-white frost province, the yellow sands of the scarlet province, the sea of clouds of the cloud province. The waves of the 4 seas surrounded this continent of the 9 states. This is the world that I have always been fighting in. The huge Emperor Dragon King turned into a golden floater and slowly swam towards the center of the dragon province. In the east, a dark azure bird flew through the air. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and the demon chi in his body began to boil. He pushed the miniature world in his body to the limit. Earth, fire, wind, water, and space. The ox, tiger, turtle, phoenix, and ape formed a single entity. They broke through the restraints of the laws of the world and absorbed all tangible and intangible power. Their bodies shone with dazzling light. At this moment, all the beings of the 9 states only needed to look up. One would be able to see a shining star competing with the sun in splendor. Kunpeng flew across the land. Gu Yinying smiled and sped up. Sumi Rao looked up at the sky and suddenly hoped for his victory. That figure that looked down on everything. It was indeed exuding a strange charm. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled. So that's how it is. The star descended from the sky. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and spread his arms. In a free-fall state he dove into the violent atmospheric winds once again. The wings of wind constantly unfurled. 100 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, as if they wanted to absorb all the atmospheric winds into their wings. He fully unleashed the force field of Earth, exerting thousands of tons of gravity on himself. Even with his tough body he felt like he was about to be crushed. He fell faster and faster. The friction with the air left behind a long, fiery tail. He was like a meteor falling from the sky. The ground rushed towards him. The blue ocean disappeared. The cloud, mist, frost, and thunder provinces quickly receded in all directions, leaving only the dragon province. The golden floater turned into golden fish. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes and locked onto the Emperor Dragon King. The thunderous voice grew louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, it resounded through the surroundings and shook up the space, like the wails of ghosts. "Why, Your Majesty? It's too fast. The Emperor Dragon King can't dodge the collision." A sliver of panic appeared on Lu Xikong's wooden face. He was not wooden by nature. Instead, he had used a technique unique to Moism, the heart of stone, to prevent his mind from being affected by emotions. However, at that moment the technique almost collapsed. "Then don't dodge. Fire all at once." Zhuolong roared furiously. He never thought Li Qingshan would be so arrogant, actually attempting to break through the formation from above. He was shocked as well. He powered the golden compass in his hand and gathered the power of the entire formation, forming a seemingly solid golden barrier above him. However, this instead affected the Emperor Dragon King's simultaneous attacks. A defense that focused all of its power definitely could not be one-sided. As for the remaining cannons, it was not easy to lock onto the meteor that had accelerated to the limit. At most they could only lock it down. Only a handful of them could actually touch the meteor, and they would be torn apart before they could even get close. Although the ministers were all great cultivators, and their attacks were more flexible, the range of their magic treasures was limited. Their minds were also in a state of panic. By the time Li Qingshan entered the attack range, it was already too late. As a result, they could only watch as the meteor fell from the sky. It was clearly a live target, but no one on the ship had any way to counterattack. It seemed like a stupid frontal attack, but it was the best way to break out of this situation. At this moment, no one could stop him. In an instant, the meteor hit the Emperor Dragon King. Crack! The golden compass in Zhuolong's hand shattered. The golden barrier suddenly shattered, and with a loud bang, Li Qingshan fell heavily onto the deck. A large hole immediately appeared under his feet. In an instant, the shockwave spread to every corner of the Emperor Dragon King. Cabins collapsed one after another, and billions of wood splinters flew everywhere. The dragon bones twisted and snapped, and the huge Emperor Dragon King was almost broken into two. The wings of the wind god suddenly folded, and the fierce astral wind was like an invisible sword, destroying everything in its path. The ministers and great cultivators bore the brunt. Their protective magic treasures were torn apart by the violent astral wind, and their fragile bodies were instantly chopped into minced meat. Their Yuanying wanted to escape, but it was also sucked into the astral wind and turned into ashes. Only 7 or 8 people survived. In an instant, the glorious and luxurious Emperor Dragon King was almost turned into ruins, and it was falling rapidly. Li Qingshan stood in the ruins, raised his head, stared at Zhuolong and spat out one word: "Get lost." The great cultivators who had survived the calamity fled without a care for anything else. Floating astronomy. P.S. The final battle of 9 regions is coming. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1332. Not all of them were cowards. They cultivated for longevity, not out of loyalty and patriotism. Moreover, they had never seen Zhuolong not long ago, so there was no loyalty to speak of. If they escaped the battlefield, they might have to face Zhuolong's wrath later, but he would not kill them. If they continued to fight with Li Qingshan, only death awaited them. After weighing the pros and cons, it was naturally better to escape as far as possible. Xilong said coldly, "Trash will always be trash." With a cry, sharp eagle claws slashed towards Li Qingshan's face, swift as thunder and sharp as lightning. Li Qingshan did not seem to see his existence and had no intention of dodging. He only stared at Zhuolong with his head held high, his right hand opened like a claw, and his killing intent condensed. Although he did not want to kill Gu Yeniying's father with his own hands, he would not show mercy in a battle of life and death. "All right, you can go back." Chuolong ordered. The eagle flew into the sky at the critical moment, its sharp claws brushing past Li Qingshan's eyes. If it went any further, it would be a battle of life and death. Chuolong smiled and sighed, I know you are not willing to go to the human realm. From now on you are free. The eagle turned back into human form, knelt down on one knee, looked at him deeply, then spread its wings and flew away. In an instant, it turned into a black dot, embedded in the depths of the blue sky. In the past, when he was young, he was accompanied by eagles and wolves, achieving hegemony in the world. Now, when the wolf died, the eagle flew away. Even as a human emperor, there was a trace of loneliness in his heart. But this was the way of cultivation. The Imperial Dragon King was still falling rapidly, splinters and wood splinters were flying everywhere. Chuolong returned to the dragon throne and sat down, still looking down. Li Qingshan, I have indeed underestimated you. But even if you destroy this broken boat, what can you do to me? At the same time, he used the broken true dragon jade seal to suppress his inner demons. Under the influence of heaven's will, his inner demons were slowly calming down. And his extraordinary temperament and cultivation were manifested. And to a cultivator this was real power. You will know soon. Li Qingshan smiled and operated the small world to recover his demonic aura. On this rapidly falling lone boat, there was a moment of strange silence. At the next moment, Chuolong's eyes flickered as he looked toward the east with a surprised expression. Under the blazing sun, the rock spread its wings and flew 10,000 li. Chuolong didn't expect Sumi Rao's charm technique to fail to capture Gu Yenying. Moreover, he did not expect Gu Yenying to willingly throw herself into this life-risking battle. I really don't know how you did it. If I had to choose between her and that fox, I would definitely choose her. This is the power of true love. Let me ask you, are you scared? Gu Yenying heard this from afar and could not help but roll her eyes. She recalled the scene she saw when she flew over Dragon Head Mountain. Under the heaven-climbing vine that connected heaven and earth, the heroes gathered around the Temple of Heaven. Under the leadership of the previous emperor, they worshipped the Chua dragon's body. Thus he revealed a meaningful smile. Chuolong smiled faintly and did not panic. Do you think that a fake Kunpeng can threaten a true dragon? You probably don't know. The worship to the heavens has been completed. What? Li Qingshan's heart tightened. The worship to the heavens had already begun when I set off. By the time I returned to Dragon Head Mountain, the outcome had already been decided. Chuolong raised his right hand and spread his fingers as if everything was under his control. You still want to go back? Li Qingshan stepped over the broken deck and walked toward Chuolong step by step. Chuolong shook his head with a mocking expression. You want to stop me? You don't think I will give you a chance to win, do you? I told you my plan so that you can have a chance to ruin it, unless you can reverse the flow of time. What if I really can? Li Qingshan glanced at Gu Yenying. No matter how fast Chuolong's yang spirit was, it could not be faster than Kunpeng. If he could reach Dragon Head Mountain first, Chuolong followed Li Qingshan's gaze and glanced at him. You might as well make it a little clearer. I've already reforged the Frost Province cauldron 3 days ago. I've carefully calculated the date of the wedding. Although it was only a substitute. But it's enough to make up for the flaws of the 9 cauldrons. Do you know the effect of combining the 9 cauldrons into one? Even if you fall from the sky 100 times, you still won't be able to break the boundary of the 9 regions of the Dragon Head Mountain, let alone her. He simply stood up from the throne and was almost face to face with Li Qingshan. His golden eyes rolled as if he was observing the expression of the loser. However, to his disappointment, he did not see any expression of frustration or discouragement. Admit it. No matter how many tricks you played in Jasper Palace, it was all in vain. From the beginning to the end, the only one who could threaten me was Mi Rao. You saved me at the most critical moment. Don't you think it's ironic? Cut the crap, eat my fist. Li Qingshan's fist punched through Chuolong's chest, but he did not look happy at all. It was Chuolong who had taken the initiative to change the form of his yang spirit, opening a big hole in his chest. He had completely surpassed the limits of the human body. Even in close combat, he had a myriad of tricks up his sleeves. The shadow of the Kunpeng shrouded over him, and the shattered Emperor Dragon King also fell to the ground. Try to stop me. Boom, Chuolong said. The core furnace of the Emperor Dragon King exploded, instantly releasing a destructive pure energy that devoured everything around it. Li Qingshan had no choice but to spread his wings and fly high to avoid the sharp edge. He lost track of Chuolong. Mystic light illuminates all. Pieces of mystic armor illuminated 1,000 miles. He immediately discovered that Chuolong had dived deep into the ground and was flying towards Dragon Head Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Li Qingshan had used this move to escape more than once, but he was somewhat helpless at this time. He could not keep up with Chuolong's speed, and Gu Yanning could not break through the millions of tons of earth and stone to pull Chuolong out. It was very difficult for cultivators to determine life and death. Who could stop the Yang spirit from escaping? What should we do? Luo Ho Xiaoming released the slingshot and did not force himself to shoot. Li Qingshan was speechless for a moment. Since even Luo Ho Xiaoming had asked this question, it had already explained his attitude and judgment. At this time, leaving was already the best choice. They would fight to a draw, and it could even be said that they had a slight advantage. Once Chuolong completed the sacrifice, the difference in strength between the two sides would be too great to make up for. No matter how hard he tried, it would be futile and he might even risk his life. However, he was really unwilling to choose to retreat. This battle did not only concern himself. Gu Yanning suddenly said, "Let's go to Dragon Head Mountain. As for the sacrifice, little Anne and I already have a plan to deal with it." Li Qingshan was greatly surprised. He and Luo Ho Xiaoming looked at each other in dismay. When did they become so close? Little Anne nodded slightly and grunted. Gu Yanning said with a smile, "It's just some schemes that can't be put on the table. There's no guarantee of success. In order to prevent Chuolong from sensing it, more and more people know about it. But now it seems to be quite effective. Do you still remember my eldest disciple?" Chapter 1333. Li Qingshan frowned. There weren't many people or things that could make him frown now, but Chen Rongji was always the number one. Honestly speaking, there wasn't any deep hatred worth mentioning, but he instinctively felt disgusted. But he had to admit that after hearing this name, he inexplicably had more confidence in Gu Yanning's plan, but he also felt very uncomfortable. Luo Ho Xiaoming was curious. "Who are you talking about?" "Let's wait until Mount Dragon Head." The Kunpeng spread its wings and swept Li Qingshan and the others into the wind, flying towards the Dragon Head Mountain with a whistling sound. Li Qingshan said, "She's just a golden core cultivator. A few months ago she had already undergone her third heavenly tribulation. He's just a nascent soul cultivator." Li Qingshan had killed countless people of this level. Now with just a glare he might be able to scare two cowards to death. However, he was not surprised by the speed of Qian Rongji's cultivation. "That eldest disciple of mine is the reincarnation of a celestial being. He controls the heaven-climbing vine that connects the mortal realm and the 9 provinces. The reincarnation of a celestial being, could it be?" An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's mind. He thought of a reincarnated celestial being named Chu Tian, and later changed to Lin Xian. In that case, it made sense that Qian Rongji's cultivation speed had increased greatly. Immediately, another thought popped into his mind. Lin Xian had probably fallen into her hands as well. The sky-climbing vine did not belong to the 9 states, so it must have been a pawn arranged by the Chua dragon to open up the path between the 9 states and the human world. That person should have been Chu Tian, but he foolishly got entangled with her and almost lost his life. Later he turned into Lin Xian, but it seemed that not only did he not succeed in his revenge, but he was also replaced. Gu Yanning said, "That's it." Li Qingshan sneered and said, "So to say, if it wasn't for her, I would have killed him. The Guilong cannot descend." Of course, he also knew that his words were somewhat unreasonable. On the other hand, if not for her, the Huilong would have descended long ago. This was also why she was so strange. Ordinary people would carefully keep such a rare treasure a secret. Why would she take the initiative to send herself to his doorstep and draw out an extremely powerful enemy? As long as Chuolong sensed anything, she would die without a burial. It was like a greedy snake that was filled with crazed malice and swallowed everything it could, completely disregarding whether it would swell to death or not. Some people live to set the world on fire. Gu Yanning shrugged. Even a natural disaster like Su Minrao, who possessed unbelievably great power, could not do anything to her. He still had a reverent heart and placed self-preservation as his top priority. However, perhaps it was precisely because of her noble birth and extensive knowledge that she had many misgivings. Luo Ho Xiaoming became even more curious. If that's the case, she's really suitable to cultivate in the devil's domain. Maybe she'll become the chosen one. Sigh, there are so many lunatics in this world. He glanced at Gu Yanning, Li Qingshan, and little Anne. No wonder he felt that he was becoming more and more normal. The Kuan-Peng spread its wings for thousands of miles. As they spoke, Mount Dragon Head was right in front of them. They were even faster than the Hui Long. Flying underground was indeed safe. It was not as carefree as flying in the sky. Hundreds of great cultivators and dozens of monster kings gathered at the peak of the mountain. They were worshipping the heaven altar. When they saw the Kuan-Peng's huge figure, their expressions changed. Did the Hui Long lose? Continue worshipping the heavens, don't be distracted. The previous emperor of Great Xiao ordered. He also felt his mind tense up. At this moment, a golden light swept past the ground. Dragon roars sounded from the foot of the mountain. The Hui Long rushed out of the ground and flew towards the peak. Li Qingshan leaped forward. He held the 9 heaven life soil tightly in his right hand and punched out. There was no explosion, no destruction. His fist was blocked by an invisible barrier. Layers of ripples appeared in the void, but they instantly disappeared. He was unable to cause any damage. Around the heaven altar, 9 cauldrons were arranged. They were the 9 continent cauldrons formed by combining the world god seal. Not only was the Shuang Prefecture cauldron reforged, but even the huge cauldron that the Banyan Tree King had devoured back then was reforged. 9 pillars of light shot out from the 9 cauldrons, stirring up the wind and clouds and rushing into the sky. They surrounded the sky-climbing vine in the middle, like a towering pillar that held up the sky. They also resonated with each other, their auras connected, forming an indestructible whole. The 9-continent barrier. Li Qingshan's heart sank. This was no longer a cultivator's array formation. Instead, it was a heaven and earth array formation that condensed the laws of this world. If he wanted to break this barrier, he would have to defeat this world. Very good, you really came. Then you shall die here. The Hui Long smiled at Li Qingshan. He still had the confident expression of having everything under control, but there was also a hint of smugness of victory. At this stage, the worshipping of the heavens had actually been completed. The God Seal that was born from heaven and earth was the bridge between all living beings in the world. The 9 cauldrons that were forged by the God Seal were even more important to the country. Without the 9 cauldrons, no matter how many people's hearts he had won, it would all be in vain. He would not be able to turn it into real power, and he would not be able to completely break the restraints of the laws of heaven and earth, even if he was fighting against the Devil King that was going to destroy the world. Only by gathering the hearts of all living beings and making his will listen to the heavens, reversing the will of the heavens, would he be able to achieve the oneness of heaven and human, allowing him to unleash the real power of the human sovereign. No, not only that, the power he unleashed in this world would be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than in the human realm, completely crushing Li Qingshan and the others. Under everyone's gaze, the Hui Long passed by the crowd and ascended the heaven altar. In an instant, the inner demons disappeared without a trace. The will of all living beings was enough to eliminate any distracting thoughts, and the will of the heavens made him extremely calm, no longer having any emotional fluctuations. He was the master of the world, the son of heaven. There was no need for him to worry about anything, and everything would follow his will. Li Qingshan gazed into the distance, but he did not see any trace of Qian Rongji. Where had she run off to? Surely she hadn't run away in fright. Coincidentally, the same question surged in the heart of the Hui Long suddenly. A strong sense of unease pierced his heart like a sharp arrow. There was no reason, no explanation. That was the heavenly perception, and it was also the perception that he, as the human sovereign, had. Ever since he came to this world, he had placed almost all of his attention on Li Qingshan, thinking day and night about how to deal with him. At other times he was also extremely busy. Reforging the cauldrons of the 9 states and understanding the laws of heaven and earth were all extremely exhausting things. He also had to investigate a group of officials and think about the plans after returning to the human realm. Unknowingly, he had neglected the most important person. It was because that person had helped him complete his great undertaking, opening up the path between the 9 states and the human realm. It was because that person's cultivation was far below his, and she spent most of her time cultivating. Perhaps it was also because of the will of the heavens that had been blinding his senses, and it was only at this moment that he regained some clarity. She, who should be guarding the heaven altar and controlling the sky-climbing vine, where is she now? An even more terrifying thought appeared. Until this moment he could not sense the body of the true dragon, which was very close to him. Even though the yang spirit had left its body, it still had a subtle connection with the physical body. Entering the fine jade palace and raising the boundary of the 9 states would affect this connection, but the current situation was too strange. He no longer cared about the bearing of the human sovereign, and pounced on his true dragon body on the dragon throne. The moment his fingertips touched the physical body, it collapsed. It was just an empty shell, and inside it were densely packed vines that writhed like thousands of small snakes. Chapter 1334. The sun was high up in the sky and the sky was clear. On the peak of the mountains there was dead silence around the altar. All kinds of expressions froze on their faces as if they were funny masks. Chuolong was dumbfounded. To him, losing his physical body was an unbearable loss. Even if it was just a fragile mortal body, it was still crucial to his cultivation. Moreover, it was the body of a true dragon that he had painstakingly cultivated. He did not leave his physical body here without any preparation. Instead, he had prepared all kinds of defensive measures. Even if Li Qingshan suddenly attacked him, he would not be injured in the slightest. However, he had neglected the sky-climbing vine that could pierce through the void. It pierced through all his defenses inch by inch, draining all his blood essence bit by bit. The green and tender vine weaved to form a woman's face. She said, "Your Majesty, you're back. Look at your expression now. It's so funny. Did something bad happen to you?" She didn't leave. Gu Yanning was slightly surprised. After doing such a thing, not only did she not run away, she even dared to provoke Chuolong. It was as if she was going to face Chuolong's fury alone. That's Chen Rongji. Interesting indeed. Luoho Xiaoming was very interested. Taking advantage of the fact that Chuolong was in Jasper Jade Palace and had lost his connection to his physical body, it was not a big deal for him to set him up. To dare to provoke him like this, one must have extraordinary courage. In the cultivation world there was a strict hierarchy. Those who were inferior would instinctively fear those who were superior. Even if they were undefeatable, they would still tremble in fear. And she should know very well that one sky-climbing vine was not enough to protect her life. A sharp laughter filled with malice startled Chuolong. With a flash of golden light, it was as sharp as a sword and cut through his face. He shouted angrily, "Chen Rongji, what did you do?" As if to answer his question, there were exclamations around the altar. The former Great Xia Emperor felt a pain in his foot. It was so slight that it was hard to notice. However, it pierced through his protective artifact and strong body. It penetrated deep into his soul and approached his nascent soul. In an instant, he was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle. His essence, qi, and spirit surged out uncontrollably from the needle hole. He felt an unprecedented terror. As far as the eye could see, thousands of vines drilled out from the ground. They stretched out, twisted, entangled, and penetrated like a group of snakes dancing wildly. Among them were many horrified faces. It turned out that the vines had already covered the ground around the Temple of Heaven. This was no longer a solemn place for worshipping the heavens, but a terrible trap. To a certain extent, Chuolong was the one who had set this trap. Chu Tian was born with the sky-climbing vine, and when it was taken away by Chen Rongji, it only grew into a bonsai after more than 20 years. Of course, it was because most of the pure spiritual energy extracted from the mortal realm was used by him for cultivation. However, it also showed how much resources the sky-climbing vine needed. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it would even seem a little useless. If not for the 5,000 years of preparation of the Great Xia dynasty, it would have taken almost all the resources of the country to irrigate it. Even after another 1,000 years, it wouldn't be able to grow to such an extent. In fact, it might even stagnate. No matter how pure the extracted spiritual energy was, it was still limited. This strange grass that could penetrate the boundaries and connect to the world, once it grew up, it would definitely not be a safe, harmless flower for people to enjoy. Fresh blood splattered, and the shadow cloud crane king resolutely cut off its legs. With a crane cry, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Just as it flew into the air, a vine pierced through the void. It stabbed into his chest. King Donglu activated the long sword at his waist, and the sharp light was like a clear pool of water. One look and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary magic treasure. The sword slashed at the vine, but the blade smoothly passed through it, not hurting it at all. The existence of the sky-climbing vine was between real and fake. Chuolong had to rely on his yang spirit evil qi to cut through it. Cultivators, however, did not have such a method. Even a thin vine could not be torn apart, nor could it be cut. Swords and magic treasures could not touch it, and supernatural powers and spells could not harm it. Once those powerful cultivators fell into its claws and teeth, they would never be able to escape. Unknowingly, the vines had already covered the sky, wanting to capture all the people and demons participating in the worshipping. Chuolong actually did not care about the life and death of these people. Even his own descendants were separated by many generations. He focused all his attention on the 9 cauldrons, which were the key to this worshipping. Even if he lost his physical body, the yang spirit could still complete the last step of the worshipping. However, the cruel reality did not leave him even the last bit of luck. The pillars of light quickly dimmed, and the vine threads intertwined in the cauldron, already piercing through the body of the cauldron just for this moment. The wishes of all living beings gathered along the vine threads towards the main trunk of the sky-climbing vine. There was a vague human figure in it, frantically stealing the fruits of victory of this worshipping. The so-called hearts of all living beings were always used by ambitious people. The mysteries and unpredictability of the human heart far surpassed the will of the heavens. Chuolong felt dizzy, and the feeling of being one with heaven was gradually leaving him. He deeply felt the feelings of the banyan tree king that day. All the plans and schemes had turned into nothing at the moment when they were about to see the light of day. It was as if he was only one step away from the top of the mountain, but had stepped into an abyss. This strong sense of loss was enough to drive him crazy. Although he did not go crazy, the demons in his heart were burning. Unwillingness, regret, resentment, sorrow, all kinds of negative emotions came one after another. Now I am the son of destiny, the master of all living beings. All of you go to hell. The heaven-climbing vine was like a twisting, green snake. Qian Rongji's mad laughter filled up the entire Dragon's Head mountain. Great cultivators with extraordinary talent, noble members of the imperial family, and demon kings who dominated the world all prostrated themselves beneath her feet, struggling painfully. Li Qingshan frowned, recalling the scene many years ago. However, at that time it was just a small hill, but now it was the peak of the entire 9 states. Even the high and mighty human emperor had been poisoned by it and suffered heavy losses. Bitch, do you think I can't kill you just because you hide in the sky-climbing vine? Chuolong roared angrily, and like a knife, he cut open the main trunk of the sky-climbing vine. Although the sky-climbing vine was terrifying, in the face of a stronger power, it was as weak as a normal plant. He easily grabbed Qian Rongji, who was hiding inside, and felt a familiar aura from her body. It was his true dragon bloodline. Because he could not digest it, 2 dragon horns protruded from the top of his head, and his body was covered in scales. However, his eyes, rather than dragon eyes, were more like snake eyes, staring at Chuolong cruelly. He became even more furious, and golden light flashed in his eyes. Her flesh and blood flew everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, only a bloody human figure was left. Many beautiful snakes crawled out of it, looking extremely ugly. Little and was expressionless, and he held the hilt of his sword tightly. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. He felt that children were getting harder to understand as they grew up. Although he did not like Qian Rongji, he was still a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred, and would not leave her to die. However, even without the barrier of the 9 states, they could not take her from Chuolong. However, her laughter did not stop for a moment. Instead, it became even more joyful, and she urged, "Hurry up, kill me. I have the true dragon bloodline, this little injury is nothing." Her voice was low, like a snake hissing. "If you kill me, this sky-climbing vine will wither, and you will not be able to return to the human realm, and you will be strongly rejected by this world. If you kill me, the true dragon son of heaven, you will be regarded as an enemy by the heavenly will, and the situation will be even more worrying. You will let Li Qingshan take advantage of it." The sky-climbing vine played a similar role to the sky-reaching ghost tower, and both could allow existences beyond the limits of this world to come to the 9 states. However, Emperor Li could not leave the sky-reaching ghost tower, while Chuolong used all kinds of methods and the advantage of being born in this world to almost turn this world into his own garden. However, Qian Rongji was equivalent to replacing Chuolong to complete the sacrifice and become the true son of heaven. Even if she did not have much power to use, she was still blessed by the heavenly will, and killing her would be retribution. Chuolong trembled all over. He naturally understood this, and so he did not kill her. On the contrary, his heart was even more depressed than just now, and he almost spat out blood. The demons in his heart became more and more intense, and there were signs of chi deviation. What was more frightening was that the heavenly will began to change, and his power was also suppressed. If this continued, it did not mean that he would explode and die when he fought with Li Qingshan and the others, and his soul would be destroyed. "How dare a bitch like you swallow my flesh and ruin my great plan? You took mine, give it back to me." With a trace of clarity in his mind, he threw his yang spirit into Qian Rongji's body. As long as he succeeded in taking her body, he would still be the true dragon son of heaven, and all his mistakes would be corrected. To be continued. Chapter 1335. Chuolong threw all of his yang spirit into Qian Rongji's body. The process of possession was very smooth. Even the heavenly will couldn't stop him at all. That bitch dared to use the sky-climbing vine to devour my flesh and blood, but she couldn't digest it at all. She thought that she could threaten me with the mandate of heaven, but she didn't know that all living beings were calling my name. She was so stupid that she dug her own grave. As if a king had returned, he encountered no resistance wherever he went. Soon he reached the capital of the kingdom. All that was left was to kill the thief who had stolen the kingdom. This process took less than a breath of time. The golden dragon chi permeated every inch of her flesh and blood, every bone and every meridian. It was as if the emperor's army had restored the world, and in the end there was only one lonely city left, her nascent soul, but it was not in the shape of a baby, but a coquettish poisonous snake. The snake's head bit the snake's tail, forming a ring as if it wanted to devour her. Chuolong prided himself on his vast knowledge, yet he'd never seen such a strange-looking nascent soul. When he thought about how it was all thanks to him that she was able to overcome the third heavenly tribulation so quickly, he became even more furious in his heart, and he wished for nothing more than to crush her immediately. This was undoubtedly the fastest way to seize her body. But that would be equivalent to him killing her with his own hands. She now had the mandate of heaven and the protection of all living beings. No matter who killed her, they would suffer a violent backlash. Not only would he lose the mandate of heaven, but his body would also be on the verge of collapse. The sky-climbing vine would also not immediately accept him as its new master. Li Qingshan and the others were eyeing him covetously outside. This was a result he couldn't bear. Only by devouring and digesting her nascent soul could he replace her. The hell snake glanced at him. There was no fear in its eyes, only coldness and a trace of unconcealable madness. Chuolong was afraid that she would go crazy and destroy her nascent soul, so his yang spirit immediately gathered like a million troops. Clad in golden armor, he killed his way into the capital. At this moment, the hell snake began to spin, forming a large vortex in the center, sucking in Chuolong's yang spirit. With a change of light and shadow, Chuolong's yang spirit condensed into a human form. Stepping on a muddy swamp, Xiaochen looked around in bewilderment. Under the hazy sky, countless venomous snakes were wriggling and rolling in the swamp, devouring each other, and hissing sounds lingered in the ears, causing one's hair to stand on end. Viper hell. How could Chuolong not have heard of the Naraka realm's hell of venomous snakes? He was even more familiar with the illustrations of the Naraka Sutra, but it was not enough to dispel his current shock. Or it could be said that it was precisely because he was clear that he couldn't understand. She actually internalized the venomous snake hell into her nascent soul. Ordinary legalist disciples borrowed the power of hell. Some idiots who were eager for quick success would inflict hellish torture on themselves in order to hone their will and purify their soul, but most of them died of madness. However, compared to her, those people were all normal people. In order to surpass the constraints of talent, they had no choice but to do so. When they truly reached her level, they would still work hard to become prison guards. After all, no one pursued immortality just to endure the pain of hell. She had practically thrown herself into the depths of hell. No matter where she was, it was equivalent to a poisonous snake hell. Day and night, without rest, without a moment of rest. Once he ascended, he would immediately fall into the viper hell. It was no wonder that she could still smile even after being cut into 1,000 pieces. Compared to this kind of pain, no matter what kind of torture one's physical body suffered, it would not be able to withstand it. These were all insignificant matters. Being killed was simply a form of relief. This lunatic. Chuolong gritted his teeth. This way, if he wanted to devour her nascent soul, he would have to bear the burden of this viper hell in her place. Even if he was a dignified human sovereign, he could not easily cut off his connection with the hell realm. Quick, take this opportunity to kill him. Luo Ho Xiaoming pulled the slingshot, and the sky darkened. The pebble pierced through the boundary of the 9 states, leaving behind a black spiral. The power contained in the 9 cauldrons was almost completely drained by the sky-climbing vine. After suffering such a blow, it could no longer sustain itself. The frost state cauldron that had been forged not long ago shattered with a loud bang, and the boundary of the 9 states disappeared. After devouring a group of cultivators and monster kings, the sky-climbing vine continued to grow. It was like a green net, almost completely enveloping the peak of the mountain. Li Qingshan brandished the fading flower saber of the end of the path, and in the blink of an eye, flower-like saber patterns covered his body. He became one with the saber and turned into a whirling and blooming saber light. Everywhere it passed, the vines broke and a path was opened. When he arrived in front of Chen Rongji, he stopped and the sharp blade stopped above her head. Luo Ho Xiaoming urged, "I know what you are thinking. Her nascent soul can't defeat the yang spirit. Once the turtle dragon succeeds in taking over her body, all our previous efforts will be in vain." "Let me do it." Little An walked out from behind Li Qingshan. She was as quiet as his shadow. She slowly waved the Buddha-slaying sword in her hand and sighed in her heart. At this time, this sword was more effective than the fading flower saber of the end. Li Qingshan held her wrist, shook his head gently and said with a smile, "It's rare to see someone you don't want to kill. Besides, I don't want to bear the bad reputation of biting the hand that feeds me. What kind of man am I to ask you to help me kill someone? If all my previous efforts are in vain, then so be it. I will kill him with my own hands." He had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. No matter how much he hated Chen Rongji, she had helped him a lot this time. He would never take advantage of her and kill her at this time. Luo Ho Xiaoming wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He also felt a little strange in his heart. Logically speaking, with the gap between the yang spirit and the nascent soul, the possession could be completed in an instant. This woman named Chen Rongji had no chance of winning at all. However, several breaths had passed and she was still in a stalemate. Was it because of the blessing of heaven? Gu Yinying said with a smile, "Both of you have a point. My disciple has always been persevering and sinister. Since she dared to stay here to face the turtle dragon, she must have something to rely on. It won't be so easy for her to be taken over, but I don't think she has any chance of winning. Once the turtle dragon succeeds in taking over, it will be troublesome. Why don't we help her and destroy the turtle dragon in her body? If it really doesn't work, we will have done our best. When the turtle dragon succeeds in taking over, we will strike first and gain the upper hand." "Good idea." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Even if they could defeat the turtle dragon, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. This was a good opportunity. The four of them stood around Chen Rongji. The heaven-climbing vines coiled around them in all directions, but they did not extend towards them. However, the heaven-climbing vines had lost control, so they only had the instinct to entangle and devour. They were prepared for this. Little An waved his hand, and the samadhi flames of white bone burned fiercely, enveloping them all in flames. The vines shrank as soon as they came into contact with them, no longer approaching them. He then tossed the abandoned immortal sword, and a zigzag sword light pierced through the clouds, cutting off the top of the heaven-climbing vines. In an instant, the 9 provinces and the human realm were separated once again. "Do it." Li Qingshan slapped his palm on the top of Chen Rongji's head. The spirit turtle appeared indistinctly, pressing down fiercely. Gu Yinying manifested the hot wind hell, and hot wind surged into Chen Rongji's body. Chapter 1336. Looking at the hell of poisonous snakes, Chuolong knew that it was not good. The time it took to devour a Yuanying was completely different from that of such a small hell. With the absolute advantage of his yang spirit, the former only needed a moment, and the rest was nothing more than a slow digestion. The latter was not so simple. Could it be that he had been tricked by this bitch again? He hesitated for a moment. The boundary of the 9 regions could not hold for too long. If he could not succeed in the possession as soon as possible, and Li Qingshan and the others broke in, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. However, if he gave up just like that, he was absolutely unwilling. Moreover, without the protection of the boundary of the 9 regions, the sky-climbing vine would definitely not be able to resist the destruction of Li Qingshan and the others. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped the process of possession. Instead, he shrank all the power of the yang spirit and quietly explored the situation outside. A poisonous snake wriggled in the swamp, and its black and red intertwined scales were particularly bright. It said in human language, "Hiss, your majesty is really good at scheming." Chuolong looked at her coldly. "How dare I compare with you? You want them to kill me?" The poisonous snake spat out its bright red tongue, hissing as if it was laughing strangely. It turned out that Chuolong knew that he could not succeed in the possession in a short time, so he simply beat her at her own game. If Li Qingshan and the others thought that he was in the process of possession and mercilessly killed him, it would be tantamount to killing the Son of Heaven with their own hands. His yang spirit was just hiding here so it would not be harmed at all. He could also take advantage of the fact that they were suffering from the backlash of the mandate of heaven to launch a surprise attack. Hearing this, his heart trembled. Not only had he sealed all the senses of this bitch, but she could even self-destruct her Yuanying. However, she could guess his plan at once and there was no trace of fear at all. This kind of scheming and temperament was really rare, and he was even more worried that she had already expected this. Why don't you guess? Will they betray you? Hiss, I am the son of heaven, and I have the protection of the mandate of heaven. Look at me, don't I look like a dragon? The poisonous snake twisted its body, imitating Chuolong's posture of flying into the air, which was really funny and disgusting. The mandate of heaven? Chuolong's anger was almost uncontrollable. His brows furrowed. My inner demons are getting more and more serious. I can't let this bitch provoke me anymore. Right at this moment, the blazing blade light whizzed over. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, he secretly gathered all his strength, preparing to give Li Qingshan a fatal blow when he killed Qian Rongji. Feeling indignant, he thought, just like what the information says, that saber is an Azura divine weapon with a weapon soul. It is comparable to my Imperial Dragon Seal. If I eat this saber, my body will be destroyed. It's a pity that apart from my natal magic treasure, I can't bring any other magic treasures to the lower realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Forget it, I'll settle this with you. However, the development of the matter disappointed him. Li Qingshan stopped at the last moment. Did he see through my plan? After listening to Li Qingshan's words, he was suddenly enlightened. However, he became even angrier. You're a sinful evildoer. How dare you put on an act and pretend to be righteous at this time? He then listened to Gu Yanniang's words. He immediately made a decision and his yang spirit shrank rapidly. It turned into a golden sun, and its light shone through the poisonous snake hell. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes looked up, their colorful bodies dyed golden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of poisonous snakes shot toward the sun like arrows, and the entire poisonous snake hell became glorious. Chuolong began to take over the body. In the face of such absolute power, Qian Rongji could not resist it even if she had 1,000 tricks up her sleeves. However, she let out hysterical laughter. Her laughter seemed to open the gates of hell. More poisonous snakes surged out from the depths of the swamp, surging like a tide. They shot toward the sun high above like moths to a flame. Chuolong suffered the pain of being bitten by thousands of snakes. His resentment and anger could not be described in words. There was also a deep sorrow and shame. How could a dignified human emperor fall into such a situation? If this went on before anyone came to kill him, he would immediately be attacked by his inner demons and die of chi deviation. At this moment of life and death, Chuolong suddenly had a glimmer of understanding. This trip to the 9 regions was his tribulation. The so-called tribulation was not only the heavenly tribulation. There was also the invasion of the inner demons, and the internal disorder would cause him to lose his mind and enter chi deviation. Then there was the pull of fate and he would kill with a borrowed knife. When he met a strong enemy he would use weapons. These two types of tribulations often intertwined with each other. The more chaotic the heart, the more injuries the body would suffer. Both internal and external attacks would destroy the body and heart. Even a strong cultivator would die. Becoming a celestial being was something that defied the heavens. The higher one's cultivation, the heavier the tribulation. Moreover, it happened according to the situation and there was no way to guard against it. It caused countless cultivators to die. However, troubles were also bodhi, and tribulations were also opportunities. A cultivator's Tao heart was also honed through these many tribulations. Chuolong used this glimmer of understanding to reflect on himself. I came to the lower realm this time because of my strong desire and I was confused. My greed was hindered by Li Qingshan. My pride was taken advantage of by Qian Rongji. That was why I met with so many tribulations. My courtship failed and my sacrifice to the heavens failed. I lost my physical body and suffered the torture of this hell. Now, I'm almost in danger of dying. This is unimaginable before the lower realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, but it immediately turned into determination. How could this life of hard cultivation be in vain? At this moment, hot wind surged in. It was Gu Yanniang who had activated the hot wind hell, adding another layer of hell torture. Darkness suddenly enveloped him, swallowing all the golden light. He gritted his teeth and used the pain to suppress his inner demons. He felt a burst of clarity, and his yang spirit returned to its human form. He opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. The golden light of the yang spirit became brighter and brighter, tearing all the darkness apart. He completely opened his mind and accepted this poisonous snake hell. The speed of refining the nascent soul was even higher. Even if the sky-climbing vine was cut off by the abandoned immortal sword and the connection between the 9 regions and the mortal Tao was broken, it didn't shake his resolve at all. Instead, he divided his attention into 3 tasks. While refining the nascent soul, he mobilized part of the will of all living beings to resist the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. He also paid attention to the movements of Li Qingshan and the others. He could now control part of Chen Rongji's body to ensure that he would have the power to fight at a critical moment. As the saying goes, heaven never bars one's way. The pain of hell was where the glimmer of hope lay. The Ouroboros that had formed a ring was quickly dyed by the golden light. Suddenly, bursts of clear light sprinkled down, and the spirit turtle descended from the sky with the momentum of suppressing everything. Chua Long looked up, and his eyes shot out rays of light, resisting the spirit turtle. The bright golden light seemed to want to taint the spirit turtle as well. After a few seconds, the clear light dimmed and the spirit turtle retreated. I can't handle it. Li Qingshan took a step back, feeling dizzy. The spirit turtle formed by his divine sense was almost destroyed. This yang spirit was simply shamelessly strong. Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned and said, "The yang spirit is not only the condensation of the soul's will, but also contains real power. We can't beat it with our divine sense alone. I thought that disrupting his mind would have some effect when he was possessed, but I didn't expect that." Gu Yanning said, "Cut the crap. Kill him." Li Qingshan didn't hesitate and signaled Little and to use the Buddha-slaying sword. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Chen Rongji's body would be taken over. Killing her might even force Chuolong out. Chuolong projected this scene in the sky above the Viper Hell. "See, this is your end." He tried to shake Chen Rongji's will. At the same time, he was on full alert, ready to break out at any time. He believed that even if she had a desire to live, even if it was just to take revenge on Li Qingshan and the others, she would obediently cooperate with him. I will live in your body forever until you die." Chen Rongji's laughter became more and more deranged. Instead, she tried her best to fight for control of her body. Chuolong clearly felt a trace of relief from the depths of her soul. He couldn't help but frown and say, "This crazy woman." Little and said softly, "Qingshan, I want to try again." Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback, but he nodded and said, "Okay." Little and took out a sword from his sleeve and shook it lightly. It was rectangular and as thin as a cicada's wing. It turned out to be a kasaya, but it wasn't red. Instead, it was pale white and it was divided into pieces by black threads. The buckles weren't made of gold or jade but white bone. Apart from that, it didn't look any different from an ordinary kasaya. However, it gave off the feeling of a burial cloth that had been used to bury countless dead people. Even if all the bloodstains and stains were washed away, the filth and blasphemy couldn't be concealed. This was the white bone magic tool Little and had recently forged, the 3 burial Dharma robe. It pounced on Chuolong like a pale white bird. Chuolong felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. He suddenly moved. He controlled Chen Rongji's body, and with a push of his legs, he soared into the sky. Chapter 1337. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Get back here!" Activating his earth force field, he grabbed hold of the Huilong in midair and pulled him back. Li Qingshan immediately sensed that something was wrong. The other party did not struggle at all, and his speed was shockingly fast. He was like a meteor crashing toward him. Li Qingshan only had time to raise his arms and make a defensive stance before he felt a great force slam into his body. With a crack, his arm bones broke at the same time, and half of his body was smashed into the mountain rocks. This was similar to how he had fallen from the sky to forcefully break the Imperial Dragon King's technique. Moreover, it was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw that the bloody human figure was glowing with a domineering aura. A pair of golden dragon eyes looked down at Li Qingshan. There was no longer any anger or hatred in them, only a coldness like gold that could withstand raging flames. The world darkened. Bang! Huilong was sent flying, his chest caved in deeply. There was a spinning rock in it and his back bulged up, almost pierced through. As it turned out, the moment Huilong moved, Luo Ho Xiaoming had already drawn his slingshot and locked onto his body. It was as if he had already predicted his counterattack and attacked the instant he clashed with Li Qingshan. However, there was no joy in Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes. He keenly noticed that Huilong's chest was glowing with a faint golden light. Those were golden dragon scales that spread rapidly around his body like ripples of light. In the blink of an eye they covered his entire body. A pair of dragon horns pierced through his forehead, showing off his unique true dragon bloodline in this world. Little and chanted the scripture silently. The three-burial Dharma robe expanded in the wind, spanning hundreds of feet, and covered Hui Long with an earth-shattering momentum. Hui Long twisted his body in midair, his 5 fingers turned into a dragon claw and grabbed at little Anne. This grab was like a cloud dragon stretching out its claw. It was ethereal and not sharp, but it contained endless profundities. Li Qingshan's expression changed drastically, and he made a grabbing motion as well. Demonic ape flight. Silong's body froze and his dragon claw had already reached down. With a loud rumble, the place where little Anne was standing. Suddenly, a deep pit with a circumference of 1,000 feet appeared. Large pieces of the mountain rocks were almost turned into powder. Not even a single piece of rock flew out. There was only an expanding white dust mist. Gu Yanning grabbed little Anne and flew into the sky. She saw a clear claw mark on the mountain peak, and a trace of shock flashed across her face. Was this the true power of the Hui Long? This exchange was completed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. From the moment the Hui dragon soared into the sky to when Gu Yanning saved little Anne. It was only the blink of an eye, but it contained great danger. Chuo Long spread his arms and said with his head held high, "I am the Son of Heaven, the Emperor of 9 regions." His voice was sonorous, like the sound of metal and stone, reverberating between heaven and earth. A faint clamor sounded from all directions as if all living things were responding to him. As soon as he said that, the Son of Heaven changed and all laws followed. The sky-climbing vine that was severed connected to the void again. It connected to the mortal realm. The three-burial Dharma robe was supported by the surging dragon chi, but it couldn't envelop everything. "Qingshan, don't let him have a chance to breathe," Luoho Xiaoming said. He pulled the slingshot again and aimed at the Hui Long in the sky. Suddenly he leaped up and several vines appeared under his feet. The vines almost pierced through his feet. While he was in the air, thousands of vines appeared from the void again and tried to entangle him. All of a sudden he had no room to dodge. It was very different from when he was uncontrolled just now. As the son of Azura, Luoho Xiaoming was not afraid of the sky-climbing vine like other grand cultivators. Even if he was caught, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. But he couldn't let the sky-climbing vine devour essence chi. Under such circumstances, it couldn't threaten the Hui Long at all. The Hui Long had already taken control of a part of the sky-climbing vine from Chen Rongji. Once he devoured Chen Rongji and took back the Son of Heaven, there would be no more suspense in this battle. Now, apart from Li Qingshan, no one could face the Hui Long's attack head-on, not even himself. "I'm a dragon slayer," Li Qingshan roared. The blood-red saber radiance pierced through the sky, challenging the majesty of a sovereign. World domination. With a thought from the Hui Long, the 8 cauldrons moved at the same time. They expanded against the wind and soared into the sky, surrounding him like a steel fortress. Li Qingshan saw that the Shuangzhou cauldron was missing, revealing a flaw. He merged with the saber and charged into the fortress. However, the Hui Long wasn't among them. The 8 cauldrons pressed down on him like 8 mountains. The flames in little Anne's eyes burned fiercely. Her slender fingers moved continuously, activating the abandoned immortal sword, the skull prayer beads and the 3-burial Dharma robe. The abandoned immortal sword chi slashed at the sky-climbing vine again. The skull prayer beads gathered and separated, forming a skeleton demon formation. The most important thing was the 3-burial Dharma robe. This was the first time she used it, so she couldn't be sure of its effects. However, she trusted the enemy's judgment. If there were no threats at all, the Flood Dragon could have done what it did earlier, fending off the combined attacks of the 3 of them while continuing to devour Chen Rongji's soul nascence. It would have been able to buy a little more time, and it would not have launched an immediate counterattack. At the same time, he gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly and transmitted a thought to Gu Yanning. "If there's a chance, fly me over." "Understood." Gu Yanning nodded. The Hui Long lured Li Qingshan into the fortress formed by the 8 cauldrons. He flew up alone and grabbed with his dragon claw. The abandoned immortal sword that was slashing at the sky-climbing vine landed in his hand. He praised, "Good sword." Boom. The 8 cauldrons shattered, revealing a flower in full bloom. It had 3 colors. The stamen was sharp and the petals were as red as blood. However, the edges were as black as ink. It was formed by pieces of blade light, and it shattered all the cauldrons. Countless fragments of the divine seal flew in all directions and fused into the world. The images of mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in the world. The mountains were majestic and the rivers surged. It gave people a feeling that it was more realistic than real mountains and rivers. The Huilong took a deep breath and raised the abandoned immortal sword high up. Dragon Chi gathered in his palm. True Dragon Emperor Sword. One sword to level the world. The golden sword light expanded to 300 meters, causing the mountains, rivers, and lakes to lose their color. The voices of all living beings resounded in the world. It was like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. The unruly abandoned immortal sword couldn't resist at all. At this moment he was the high and mighty ruler of the world. Everything in the world belonged to the king. Those who led the land were the king's subjects. All living beings were his subjects. If the king wanted his subjects to die, the subjects had no choice but to die. Li Qingshan was no exception. The destiny of heaven and the hearts of all living beings were condensed in the sword. It followed the trajectory of the ancient laws and slashed toward Li Qingshan. The flower withered after blooming. Li Qingshan had just broken out of the cauldron's encirclement. His demonic aura wasn't working well, and his body was full of openings. He stared at the irresistible and unavoidable sword of the emperor. He was like a madman at the end of his rope. He laughed wildly and used the tiger demon's fury. The tiger tattoo on his forehead formed a king character. Blood chi surged all over his body, and the image of the great freedom heavenly demon appeared behind him. It moved forward with an indomitable will and swung its blade to meet the attack. This blade didn't have any external support. It only had a resolute will of not fearing the destiny of heaven, not fearing the hearts of men, and fighting to the death. It was the blade of an ordinary man. Chapter 1338. It was like a ball of thick ink splashed across heaven and earth, bursting with red light and golden light. The mountains, rivers, and lakes that appeared in the air were like a mirage blown by a hot wind. They became blurry and quickly disappeared. The sky above Dragon Head Mountain was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. It was as if Jasper Palace could not bear their existence. The huge stone buildings that had stood on the mountain peak for tens of thousands of years crumbled like sand sculptures on the beach. However, the red light gradually dimmed and was drowned in the surging golden light. He was a demon king that was hated by heaven and cursed by all living beings. How could he fight against the might of heaven and the will of all living beings alone? The sword light penetrated every pore and was as sharp as a blade. Unknowingly, fine cracks covered his sturdy body, forming bloody scars. He was like a bronze that had been eroded by time and was peeling off piece by piece. He was completely oblivious to the fact that every piece of his skin was burning up and turning into specks of flame. The cracks were like the fissures of the earth. Scorching lava gushed out and set his entire body ablaze. He went against the surging golden light and rushed to the front of the Chua dragon. With a clang, the blade and the sword clashed. Li Qingshan and Chuolong looked at each other. One was like fire, the other like gold. Neither wavered. True gold did not fear fire, but the fire would eventually burn out. With a bang, Li Qingshan's body cracked and turned into thousands of flowing flames. The ending flower frenzy saber spun and flew out, falling from the mountain peak. There was a deep sword mark on it. Since the battle at Jasper Palace, he had fought the Golden Dragon and then defeated the Dragon King. His physique was already close to its limit. After shattering the 8 cauldrons, he was on the verge of collapse. Then he had to face Chuolong's brilliant sword. He might as well use all his strength. Rather than being killed by this sword, it was more accurate to say that he burned himself to death. A bloody mark appeared on Chuolong's forehead and blood flowed down. He was unmoved and stared at the thousands of flowing flames. He waved the abandoned immortal sword again. Little and desperately activated the abandoned immortal sword, but there was no response. He was very anxious. Send me over. Calm down and trust them. If we get hit by this sword, we'll be dead. Gu Yinying said sternly. Even though she had the speed of a Kuanping, she would be locked on by the Emperor's sword will if she rashly approached the turtle dragon. There was no way he could escape. With a phoenix cry, the flowing fire gathered once more. Li Qingshan was reborn, but before he could use any divine abilities, he was grabbed by an invisible force and locked onto by the Emperor's sword will. Golden light flashed in Chuolong's eyes as he swung his sword a second time. True Dragon Emperor Sword, one sword to level the world. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw the sword light slashing towards his face. His heart was filled with alarm. He knew that this Feng Long was determined to kill him. If he died again. If it turned into a phoenix egg, it would probably not even need Huilong to swing his sword a third time. Just the remnant might of the sword light would be enough to destroy it. After a series of bitter battles, Chuolong understood one thing. If he didn't completely destroy Li Qingshan, this battle wouldn't end. As long as he killed this traitor, the enemy would no longer be a threat to him. At this critical juncture, Li Qingshan was fearless. He shouted and was about to swing his fist, but a figure blocked in front of him. Xiaoming. Luoho Xiaoming crossed his arms. There was a deep ball of darkness in them. It kept swallowing the whistling sword aura. However, in front of such an absolute difference in power, even the Azura Divine Prince couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, the darkness was broken. He turned around and nodded at Li Qingshan, following which he shattered his bones and used his flesh and blood to block this sword. Li Qingshan roared. He spread his wings and shot into the sky, pouncing towards the turtle dragon in the air. He held the 9 heaven-living soil tightly and activated the earth force field again, connecting them tightly. Fierceness flashed in Chuolong's eyes. He used the attraction force to swing his sword down. The twisted blade was like a golden lightning bolt, piercing deep into Li Qingshan's chest. The sword aura rampaged, destroying his body. Not only did Li Qingshan not dodge, but he also went forward. He opened his arms and hugged Chuolong tightly, using the ox demon forges its hide to attack. He opened his bloody mouth and bit Chuolong's neck. 4 of his blade-like teeth were broken by the dragon scales, but the remaining teeth still tore through the dragon scales and drank the dragon blood. Gu Yenying flew through the air with Little N in her arms. She arrived behind Chuolong in an instant, and the Buddha-slaying sword stabbed at him silently. Chuolong frowned. He grabbed the sword with his claws and his fingers gripped the blade tightly. Taking advantage of Gu Yenying's speed, Little An's sword was unprecedentedly sharp. It pierced through Chuolong's claws and continued to stab at Chuolong's back amidst the sound of metal scraping against metal. However, it was blocked by the layer of golden dragon scales, unable to advance any further. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Li Qingshan was already heavily injured. Chuolong only needed to break free and he would be invincible again. No one would be able to block his path. At this moment, Little An's voice sounded in his ears. It sounded like he was reciting scriptures, but there was not a hint of holiness or solemnity. Instead, it was filled with blasphemy and ominous intent. The 3 burial robe that had been floating in the air descended from the sky and wrapped around the 4 of them. A figure flew out from the bag and landed heavily on the ruined Dragon Head Mountain. It was Li Qingshan. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his body was riddled with holes. The abandoned immortal sword was still stuck in his chest. Soon after, Gu Yenying and Little N also flew out from the bag. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to get up and fight again, but he couldn't move. His organs and meridians were all shattered, and his body could collapse at any moment. If he had been stabbed by Chuolong a few more times, he would have turned into an egg. In any case, this was his last fight, but he didn't know whether he would succeed or fail. The bag kept tumbling in the sky. Little N put her palms together and looked solemn. Her thin red lips opened and closed rapidly as she recited blasphemous scriptures. The chaotic soul bell at her waist rang incessantly as if she was carrying out a funeral ritual. The bag quickly shrank and turned into a kasaya that wrapped around Chuolong's body. There was even a string of white prayer beads hanging around her neck. It was as if she had suddenly turned from the emperor of Great Xia into a Buddhist monk. The kasaya and the prayer beads were the 3 burial robe and the skull prayer beads. The scripture was hurried and the ringing of the bell was chaotic. The skull prayer beads turned into skulls that were cackling strangely. Strings of scripture appeared on the 3 burial dharma robe, and they were chanting at the exact same frequency as her. The 3 voices chased after one another, rising and falling, merging together. It was extremely chaotic and noisy. If there were cries of living beings when Chuolong swung the sword of the emperor, then the voices were like the summons of all the living beings who had died in the samadhi flames of white bone. Come to our side. There's no more pain or fear. This is the ultimate paradise. Even Li Qingshan felt agitated when he heard that. He used the spirit turtle to suppress his mind in a hurry. Shut up. Chuolong covered his ears. His face twisted viciously. Hell snakes slithered out from under his scales, raising their heads in Little An's direction as if they were listening. The world is like a house of fire and all living beings suffer. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds, but who can reach the other shore? Is this the white bone bodhisattva's true scripture of the 3 burial? Chapter 1339. Li Qingshan turned his head with everything he had and saw Luo Ho Xiaoming's smiling face. Apart from his pale face, he was completely unscathed. He was currently observing Li Qingshan's miserable state with great interest. Grabbing the hilt of the forsaken immortal sword with both hands, he planted a foot on Li Qingshan's chest and pulled it out forcefully. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He just spread his limbs and looked at the sky. Asura were known to possess undying bodies. Not only could they constantly revive, but their bodies also possessed great vitality and regeneration. They could continue fighting even if their heads were chopped off. As an Asura god, he could even be reborn from a single droplet of blood, so his body was extremely tough. However, his cultivation was still low after all. After receiving a direct blow from the true Dragon Emperor's sword, his situation was no better than Li Qingshan's. He could only maintain his life, but it was impossible for him to continue fighting. Blood spurted out from Li Qingshan's wounds. He had almost died. His blood began to burn in the air, turning into flames and returning to his body. Only then did he survive. He relied on the power of the phoenix to hang on. He said in exasperation, "Thanks." Although he found the scripture of Tripitaka to be rather familiar for some reason, now was definitely not the time to pay attention to that. The battle had already reached a moment where the outcome would be decided. A mighty dragon's roar suddenly rang out, each louder than the last like the waves of the sea. It rang through the entire dragon province, reaching the ends of the clouds. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the clear sky, as if it was responding to the dragon's roar, drowning out the bell's sound. Crack. A crack appeared on the soul confusion bell, and the sound immediately dimmed. All of the blood vessels in Huilong's body surged, and veins bulged on his forehead. He gripped the skull prayer beads firmly, forcefully crushing 7 or 8 of them before pulling hard. The prayer beads shattered, and the strange cackling came to a halt. There was only little Anne's chanting. It was unaffected by anything else, repeating itself endlessly. Huilong wanted to rip off the 3 burial robes, but wherever his claws touched, it would all turn into samadhi flames of white bone. His face twisted even more viciously. He was no longer as calm as he was just now. This was a sign of cultivation deviation. He roared, "Shut up." The golden dragon image flashed, and the Hui dragon traversed the void with a single step, clawing at little Anne. Gu Yenying flew up with little and while the Chua dragon chased after them relentlessly. A dragon and a rock whizzed through the surroundings of the Dragon Head Mountain, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Sharp whistling sounds rose and fell in succession. Gu Yenying seemed to be at ease. Even Chuolong in the state of Yang spirit was no match for her. Like flying a kite, he kept a safe distance from the Huilong, guarding against any spells that the Huilong might cast. There was a faint worry in his heart, so he did not leave the Dragon Head Mountain. Soon, her worries became reality. The Hui dragon suddenly stopped chasing and pounced towards Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Even though the Chua dragon was crazy, the threat it posed was still fatal. Gu Yenying's eyes flashed like lightning. With a turn of his body, he flew toward Zhang Xian. The 2 figures pounced toward the peak of the mountain almost at the same time. Gu Yenying's speed was faster, but she was farther away from the peak than the Chua dragon. If it was a long-distance raid, this distance was nothing at all. But in such a short race, it was a heavenly moat that was difficult to reach. "Don't come over," Li Qingshan shouted. According to his deduction, once they entered the Chua dragon's attack range, their lives would be in danger. Gu Yenying was almost about to collide with the Chua dragon. Even if she could be 1 step ahead, she would not be able to escape. It could be said that she would die without a doubt. They did not have the phoenix's nirvana or the immortal body. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. A bolt of lightning slowly spread in the sky, reflected in everyone's eyes. The Chua dragon waved its right arm and opened its sharp claws, showing off its sharpness. Life and death were tied in an instant. A white robe floated in front of Li Qingshan. The golden dragon claw was reflected in her ethereal eyes, quickly filling her vision. Li Qingshan felt pain in his shoulder. Gu Yenying had grabbed him and little Ming with a solemn expression. He instantly understood her intentions or little Anne's intentions. Only by blocking this move of the Chua dragon could they possibly escape with Gu Yenying. Little Anne. The Blood Sea banner fluttered in the wind, fluttering in front of her. With a rip, the Blood Sea banner shattered and danced in the air. With a furious dragon roar, the dragon claw tore through the void and slashed toward them. The strong wind caused her seaweed-like long hair to flutter, gently caressing Li Qingshan's face. He opened his eyes wide and looked at her back. Her figure suddenly became blurry, as if she would dissipate at any moment. She put her palms together and closed her eyes, revealing a smile of understanding. Boom! Thunder exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air on Dragonhead Mountain. This was the solid mountain rock that had been crushed into powder. Gu Yanning grabbed Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming and soared into the sky. Li Qingshan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his insides burning, but he could not say a word. Her figure was faintly discernible in the smoke and dust. She put her palms together and lowered her head in silence. Slowly she opened her eyes. Behind her was a huge crater. The Chua Dragon's dragon claw scratched the side of her face. Its entire body trembled and its eyes were filled with anger. It growled, "Qian Rongji." The Chua Dragon was fighting two battles at the same time. One was against Li Qingshan and the other was to devour Qian Rongji's nascent soul. Originally, the latter was a battle of annihilation that held an absolute advantage and posed no threat to him. However, in the previous battle, he had been forced to use the true Dragon Emperor sword, and had no time to care about Qian Rongji. Even so, there was no suspense in the battle between the Yang spirit and the nascent soul, until he put on the Three Burial Robe. The Three Burial Robe was a very special white bone magic item. It could reincarnate life and death, and when combined with the Three Burial Sutra, it could convert the enemy to the path of white bone and great beauty. However, Little N did not have any confidence that the Three Burial Robe could threaten the Chua Dragon. After all, the difference in realms was too great. Even a demonic sword like the abandoned immortal sword had been turned into the Chua Dragon's Emperor sword. In fact, up until this moment he had not been able to convert the Chua Dragon, but he had converted Qian Rongji. This caused the Chua Dragon's inner demons to be thrown into chaos, and he successfully regained control of a part of his body. At the critical moment he twisted his wrist. The Chua Dragon roared angrily and used all his strength to attack Little N, but his body stiffened and twisted. All the attacks passed by Little N, not harming her at all. He wanted to cast a spell, but his power always dissipated at the critical moment. The scattered skull prayer beads turned into skulls that bit at him. Originally he did not care about such a small trick, but now he could not even dodge. All the acupoints on his joints were bitten, and he staggered to his knees. Little N asked, "Are you all right? Killed me with that bone sword. In the end, I can't win against him." Qian Rongji's voice was intermittent, mixed in with the Chua Dragon's desperate roars. This stalemate could not last for long. The Yang spirit could not be defeated. From the moment the Chua Dragon had decided to possess her, she had already lost. A snake trying to swallow an elephant would definitely end up bursting its stomach. Even if she struggled at death's door, she would not be able to change the final outcome. "Kill me," she looked up at the Chua Dragon, a smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Perhaps this was not bad. The person who set the world on fire would also set herself on fire. The person who could not forgive fate would also not be forgiven by fate. The Chua Dragon recklessly devoured everything. Was it because the person it wanted to devour the most was herself? She had long been tired of this kind of reincarnation. She could finally stop here. She smiled and closed her eyes. Yes, she did not want to reincarnate anymore. She would rather have never existed. Thus, Little N brandished the Buddha-slaying sword. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1340. The sky was a dazzling blue, and the winds howled for thousands of miles, as if lamenting the end of the child of destiny. An eagle's cry tore through the sky. At some point, a male eagle circled in the sunlight. Chuolong's heart was dead, and he no longer argued with Qian Rongji. That would only make his defeat even more humiliating. His pride did not allow him to do that. But was this the end? He could not accept it. He could not accept it no matter what. In terms of true strength, no one here could take a single blow from him. Even if everyone here worked together, they would not be a match for him. But he had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. It was like a nightmare that he could not wake up from. Unifying the world and moving unhindered through the 9 provinces was like a dream. The hatred brewed from thousands of negative emotions was like a poisonous snake biting at his soul. The one he hated the most was not Li Qingshan, Little N, or even Qian Rongji, but Sumi Rao, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. If she had not caused him to suffer chi deviation, he would not have ended up like this. That should have been the peak of his life, but he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, beyond redemption. From love to hatred, being defeated and killed by the enemy was simply because he was not as skilled. He could calmly accept such an ending, or rather, he had already realized this from the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation. But he was betrayed by the woman he loved the most, and lost to an opponent weaker than him. He could not accept it no matter what. His aura was extremely chaotic and he almost lost control of himself. His chi deviation caused layers of illusions to appear before his eyes. Fragments of the distant past almost reversed his entire life. If he was not the child of destiny, he would have exploded and died before anyone could kill him. The tip of the sword hovered in the air, not falling for a long time. Why? Qian Rongji opened her eyes. Because you are the child of destiny. Killing you will cause a backlash. Little unsheathed the Buddha-slaying sword. He stated his reason. With a wave of his sleeve, the forsaken immortal sword flew back into his hand. He gently caressed the blade. It had almost been refined by Chuolong, and even the sword spirit was completely suppressed. Is that so? Qian Rongji muttered to herself, and a will to live suddenly arose in her heart. She strongly suspected that this was due to the influence of the dragon. But was there any other way out? She was both Qian Rongji and human Emperor Fenglong, little Anne. Li Qingshan threw himself at her and held her tightly in his arms. Smelling the faint scent of sandalwood in her hair, he had a surreal feeling of being reborn, as if he had returned to the time when he first came to this world. Qingshan. Little Anne smiled faintly, like ripples in a quiet pond. Li Qingshan calmed down and reprimanded, "Who allowed you to do this? Anyway, it's not you." Little Anne stuck out his tongue. Li Qingshan was speechless at first, but then his heart ached. His expression was as if all the injuries on his body were acting up at once. Suddenly he felt that Qian Rongji or Zhuolong's gaze was like a venomous snake coiling around him, making him feel uncomfortable. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to bite the hand that fed him, he would be tempted to end it right here and now. However, she believed that Little Anne would definitely have thought things through, so she cast a questioning gaze at him. Little Anne said, "Qingshan, there's a place I want to go." "Where to?" "The Lingua Temple." The Lingua Temple of the past had now become the largest demon cavern in the 9 provinces. Black demon chi surged into the clouds, like a never-ending smoke signal. Dark clouds blanketed the sky and earth. The land within a radius of 500 kilometers had been polluted, and all living beings had been demonized. It became extraordinarily twisted and violent. The demon cavern was surprisingly peaceful. Now that the demon caverns of the world were open and unguarded, this was the best situation they had ever encountered since the demon domain began invading the 9 provinces. However, whenever Little Anne opened up a demon cavern, he would go on a killing spree. Even after he opened up the demon cavern, no demon folk dared to emerge. Only after a while did they dare to send out scouts. They secretly investigated the situation of the 9 provinces, but the ghost tower had greatly affected the demonfolk's determination to invade. The demon domain was vast, but it was still not enough to steal food from the hungry ghost realm. If the herbivores invading the demon domain could be described as constantly chewing and ruminating, only then could they digest it. Then the hungry ghost realm was a naked carnivore, tearing apart flesh and gulping it down. Later on, the Hui dragon descended from the sky along the heaven-climbing vine, causing the situation of the 9 states to become even more complicated and confusing. The terrifying auras that erupted from the battles that surpassed the limits of the 3rd heavenly tribulation caused the demon kings who were investigating to tremble. They advised the demon emperor several times to give up on invading this world. However, the demon emperor remained silent. He had other plans. When Li Qingshan's group arrived before the demon cavern, the scouting demon king had fled back into the demon domain a long time ago. Gazing at the unfathomable demon cavern, Li Qingshan recalled what Luo Ho Xiaoming had said. He already understood what Little Anne wanted to do. Why? Qian Rongji gazed at the forsaken immortal sword in her hand and asked again. Little Anne did not answer this question. All she said was, "Go." Qian Rongji gazed at her face and turned around to make her way into the demon cavern. Her figure gradually blurred until she arrived at the edge of the demon cavern. She glanced back again before leaping into the demon cavern, vanishing into the surging demon chi. They constantly fell into the dark abyss. The hearts of all living beings and the will of the heavens were gradually stripped from their bodies. Either he or she was no longer the child of destiny of the 9 provinces. Even if they wanted to turn back, it was impossible. Afterwards, the skull prayer beads flew away. In the end, only the 3 burial robes remained, which gradually peeled off from their bodies. Just as Li Qingshan's group was about to leave, a hysterical dragon's roar suddenly rang out in the demon cavern. It was not just expressing bone-deep hatred, but also the ecstasy of escaping or just chi deviation. Little Anne asked with uncertainty, Did I do anything wrong? Li Qingshan shrugged. Who cares? The 9 cauldrons had already shattered. Once they left the 9 provinces, the Huolong would no longer be the child of destiny. It was impossible for him to return. He even hoped that the Huolong could devour Qian Rongji and return to him one day. He exchanged glances with Luo Ho Xiaoming. Their eyes shone with the same light. Even though there was a difference of 2 major realms of cultivation, the feeling of being smashed to pieces still did not feel too good. If there was an opportunity for revenge, then it would be for the best. Who do you think will win? That's hard to say. You've already witnessed the power of the Yang soul, and that woman will probably become the child of destiny of the demon domain. The will of the heavens? The will of the heavens? There really is always a way out. Is it really that easy to become the child of destiny? Aren't all demon folk vicious and evil? They're just a bunch of pitiful worms under the control of demon hearts. They'll completely demonify into wild beasts from the slightest carelessness, constantly sucking up to the heavens in hopes of receiving even more charity. They're just hypocrites. Luo Ho Xiaoming was very disdainful of demon folk. After all, the Azura realm was a benevolent path among the 6 realms of Sasra. However, probably only the 12 demon gods could match up to the evil he had committed. Hypocrites. This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of this term, but when he thought about the customs of a place like the demon domain, he could not help but laugh. Calling people hypocrites in the demon domain was definitely an insult. He could use it when he arrived in the demon domain in the future. He still had a wager in the demon domain. He had to abide by the ancient, bloody oath and venture into the depths of the evil demon domain to challenge the undefeatable demon gods. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. At this moment, a charming, unpredictable voice suddenly rang out. "Oh my, I didn't think you'd actually get away with it. Then let me calculate how much time you have left." Li Qingshan frowned. Su Minrao. Su Minrao raised her chin and smiled. "If you want to escape from Qiongqi, then kneel and beg me." How could she not sense demon god Qiongqi's arrival in the 9 provinces in the past? She had also investigated the contents of the Nether River Blood Oath. Luo Ho Xiaoming said in surprise, "Demon god Qiongqi?" Li Qingshan stared at Su Minrao closely as he explained everything to his important ally, Luo Ho Xiaoming. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes widened. He cried out involuntarily, "The Nether River Blood Oath. And a promise of 500 years? Do you know that 500 years is a trap? In a world like that, it's impossible for your cultivation to advance. It'll be pointless even if you stay for another 5,000 years. And even if you really do have 500 years, Qiongqi is a true demon that has undergone 7 heavenly tribulations. He's one of the few in the 3,000 realms of Sasra. You'd better go to the demon domain to fight Qingqi Mountain. There, even the Zhenwu demon rinsing patriarch of the desireless heavenly palace can't do anything to him." Li Qingshan spread his hands. "What can I do? Who asked me to be so charming that Qiongqi wants me to be the second strongest in Qingqi Mountain? If I go to the demon domain, I might also be the child of destiny. I would have already led an army to conquer the 9 provinces. Why would I need to fight Chuolong?" Chapter 411, Possessed by the Devil. Chapter 1341. Luo Ho Xiaoming did not know whether to admire his courage or to sigh that the ignorant were fearless. He was only a 3rd-stage heavenly tribulation cultivator. The difference between him and the 7th-stage heavenly tribulation true demon Qiongqi was like heaven and earth. When an ant fought with a human, there would always be a chance to take a bite, even if it would be crushed to death. It was impossible for Li Qingshan to bite Qiongqi even if he risked his life. However, Qiongqi's favor towards Li Qingshan was not strange at all, because from the perspective of a cultivator, this guy was too strange. His words and actions were completely different from others. "You have a way to remove the river Styx blood oath?" This was the only explanation, because even if she immediately returned to the Azura realm to cultivate, she would not be able to defeat Qiongqi in such a short time. However, it was not that there was no way to remove the river Styx blood oath, but it was definitely not something she could do. Su Minrao sneered, "If I had a way to remove the river Styx blood oath, why would I be grinding my teeth with you here?" She played with her hair with her fingertips. "But I do have a way. Although I cannot guarantee success, it is better than death and it is related to a huge secret. Li Qingshan, with your conduct, when you reach the demon realm, you probably won't even be able to reach Qingqi Mountain, let alone defeat Qiongqi. I will ask you again, are you going to kneel or not?" Li Qingshan lowered his head and slightly closed his eyes. He stood there motionlessly as if he was pondering. Su Minrao stood with her umbrella, her clothes fluttering in the wind. In the surging demon chi, she looked like a radiant goddess, while Li Qingshan was the lowly disciple waiting for redemption. Time ticked by. Su Minrao was getting impatient. She turned her neck slightly and said, "Hey, have you made up your mind? I don't have time to waste with you." Little An said, "Don't disturb him, he's asleep." What? Su Minrao took a closer look. Li Qingshan's eyes were closed and his breathing was deep. Sure enough, he had fallen asleep. In this battle, Li Qingshan had almost crossed two major realms. This was simply unbelievable in the cultivation world. No matter how fast Gu Yenying's speed was, no matter how powerful Luo Ho Xiaoming's bloodline was, no matter how many magical weapons Little An had, no matter how insidious and cunning Chen Rongji was, if it weren't for Li Qingshan, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. In the face of absolute power, any strategy would be futile. Li Qingshan was like a mountain, silently shouldering the majority of the pressure and maintaining the strategic offensive against Hui Long. Of course, since he cultivated the 9 transformations of demons and gods, his strength was not limited to that of a demon king. Moreover, Chuolong was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, so he could not unleash the power of a human sovereign. That was how such a miracle was created. Even so, this battle was also extremely difficult and dangerous. The charm of the 9-tailed demon fox, the invincible enemy, and the threat of heavens will all required him to focus and fight to the end. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless step and he would be smashed to pieces. His stamina had already been drained, so as soon as the outcome of the battle was decided, fatigue immediately washed over him. With the support of his divine earth force, he could still stand stably here, basically, standing until the very last moment. As for Su Minrao's conditions, he didn't even think about it for a second. Because someone once told him, "Don't lower your head to anyone," and he deeply believed it, not even willing to lower his head. Not to mention kneeling. Perhaps he really couldn't escape from the battle at Mount Qingqi, but he could be killed, but he couldn't be scared to death. He had to eat and sleep. "Mi Rao, you've miscalculated again." Gu Yenying opened her fan and smiled. Luo Ho Xiaoming proudly replied, "He's just another undefeatable enemy. He's not enough to make Li Qingshan so afraid that he can't sleep." A hint of anger flashed in Su Minrao's eyes. She felt like she was acting like an idiot just now. She gripped the handle of her umbrella tightly, wishing she could kill Li Qingshan right there and then. She didn't really intend to make Li Qingshan kneel, she just couldn't help but get back at him. As long as Li Qingshan gave in and gave her a way out, she could naturally fulfill the oath and help him. She didn't expect him to not give her any face at all. However, if Li Qingshan really gave in, she would probably take things one step further. The path of charm was always about taking a mile when given an inch, and she wasn't the type to take enough advantage of others. Just as she was about to leave, she vaguely saw a long silent river meandering in the void, surpassing time and space, unable to be judged by the concept of length or width. It was the legendary river Styx. She gritted her teeth and had no choice but to stop. Since they had already met, the oath had officially begun. She had to assume the role of a guide, and give Li Qingshan the correct guidance. Otherwise she would be breaking the oath and falling into the river Styx forever. In a trance, she seemed to see a gentle smile. A pair of green eyes looked at her from above. "Mi Rao, you should just accept your fate. Can I kneel and beg you?" Little An asked, her face expressionless. Her eyes were empty and deep, as if she could see through Su Minrao's inner struggle. Stare. Su Minrao felt that the way she looked at her was no different from looking at a block of wood. Other than angering Li Qingshan, what else could she gain from her kowtow? Even if she did not feel humiliated at all, Li Qingshan would definitely fly into a rage and become even less likely to be charmed. It would even affect the process of the oath. This had to be one of her damn schemes. She said word by word, "You can't." Su Minrao took a deep breath to suppress her anger. "Tell this bastard to find me when he wakes up." She turned around and disappeared. Looks like she really does know something. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes shone brightly. Just what was the method to defeat a god? If he stood with this guy, he would never have to worry about not having a fight. "Hey, wake up." Gu Yenying tapped Li Qingshan's forehead with her fan, and Li Qingshan collapsed on the ground. She looked at his sleeping face and shook her head with a smile. "We'll talk about everything when he wakes up." When the Kuan Peng spread its wings and took off again, Little An gazed back at the depths of the demon cavern. "I hope there'll be a day when you can tell me that the path of white bones is wrong." Even the people who suffer in the sea of bitterness of the Hua family, the people who would rather not exist, have their own value and reasons for their existence. The demon domain. Under the illumination of a black sun, the camps stretched for thousands of kilometers on a plain of black soil. It was extremely noisy, filled with evil, twisted demon folk and colossal, vicious demonic beasts. On the surface, the two often seemed the same. The sky was densely packed with demon caverns like empty eye sockets. Every single one of them led to the same world, the 9 provinces. However, this target had already been abandoned. The army was currently retreating from this region, preparing to set off for a new battlefield and invade another world. What's that? Suddenly, a demon folk raised his head and discovered a figure as tiny as a mustard seed had descended from the largest demon cavern in the sky. If he took a closer look, he would discover that the figure was currently pulling on itself, constantly twisting. The black sun seemed to brighten. In that instant, the surroundings changed color. Demon chi whistled and surged, gathering into surging demonic clouds that surged and swirled into a great swirl. At the center of the swirl was the twisted figure. The surroundings fell silent. All the demon folk held their breaths, gazing at the phenomenon in the sky. A single word appeared in their minds: demon seed. This was what demon folk referred to as children of destiny, who had gained the favor of the demon domain. It represented unparalleled talent and strength. The fervent atmosphere swept through like a fierce gale, making the eyes of all the demon folk light up with greed. Even the chaotic, foolish demonic beasts began to pant. They instinctively wanted to devour the demon seed that was about to form. In any world, becoming a child of destiny meant receiving the protection of the heavens. If anyone was bold enough to kill a child of destiny, they would suffer an intense backlash. In a world with a powerful will of the world, a backlash like that could even be fatal. It was equivalent to the death of their beloved son. They would obviously be furious and want revenge. However, that was not the case in the demon domain. Not only would killing a demon seed not lead to any backlash, but it could even steal the will of the heavens instead, granting them tremendous benefits. Not to mention that demon seeds were the best pills and medicines in the demon domain. Devouring the most ordinary weak demon seed was enough for their demon heart to undergo a qualitative change. As a result, whenever a demon seed was born, it would lead to intense slaughter and conflict. Many demon seeds would die prematurely as soon as they were born. It was like a vicious stepmother, purposefully giving the most fun toy to the child she hated the most, leading to a fight between the other children. This was the demon domain. Even the obscure will of heaven was filled with distortion and evil. To be continued, Chapter 412, Blood Oath Demon Seed. Chapter 1342. This is, a middle-aged man in short brown hemp garments and a beard made his way out of the tent that was as grand as a palace. He gazed at the sky in surprise. It was not like he had never seen a demon seed being born before, but he had never heard of one that could cause such a tremendous phenomenon. The demon domain was boundless, far beyond what the 9 provinces could rival. If the 9 provinces were compared to a small lake, then the demon domain would be the vast ocean. A small lake could not nurture a large fish, but the ocean could accommodate dragons. Its twisted evil will permeated every speck of dust. Perhaps it was no different from the will of the world of the 9 provinces in nature. However, when the small lake rippled slightly, the ocean churned violently and the ocean flowed for thousands of kilometers. Even true dragons could not go against the flow. If they could go with the flow, they would receive endless assistance. This was exactly what it meant to borrow the strength of the world when the time came. There were as many demon seeds as there were carps in the river throughout history. There were differences in quality among them. The purer it was, the greater the temptation. He hated this feeling of being out of control, which was why he did not take off on his sword and devour the demon seed. However, he hated the throbbing in the depths of his heart even more. He felt like the demon seed was filled with disaster and misfortune. Regular demon folk were unable to resist this temptation, let alone the brainless demonic beasts. A strange bird unfurled its bluish-black bat wings and kicked up a fierce gust of wind, sending all the demon folk within 3 meters into the air. A sharp ear-piercing howl sounded like the bugle call for a charge. Several 100,000 demon folk flew towards the demon seed. In that moment, they shrouded the sky and filled the air with a ruckus. The man's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stood there without moving. Even as the commander of this army, he was unable to stop this revelry. As far as the eye could see, the demon kings under his command all remained on the sidelines. They did not act recklessly. At the same time they remained cautious of one another. In the end their gazes all gathered on him. No one could steal the demon seed from him. "Sir Demon Emperor, what do we do?" "Wait." In the depths of the vortex, a male and female voice argued intensely. The two wills clashed desperately. "Bitch, piss off." The man roared as he resisted the will of heaven. With his masculine power he gained the absolute upper hand. "Hee trash loser, cuckold." The woman laughed crazily and spat out the words one by one, directly hitting the man's weak spot. "All women in the world deserve to die." The man's inner demons danced chaotically, and he flew into a rage. He wanted nothing more than to perish together with her. "Oh, how sad your mother will be." But the woman never regarded death as a threat. She laughed at the man's incompetence even more wantonly. It was like an eternal struggle between men and women, rationality and emotion, masculinity and femininity. No matter how strong a man was, he would never be able to completely conquer a weak woman. Just like how rationality could never erase emotions, because a woman's body was pregnant with the heavenly Tao. The body of the true dragon, which was a mixture of the flesh and blood of many grand cultivators and demon kings, bobbed up and down in the swirl like a child that was left aside and ignored. Although it was the cause of the dispute. Therefore it grew up without restraint and demonic energy surged into it. It expanded 1,000 times and turned into a golden-scaled snake with a pair of dragon eyes. It twisted its body violently as if it had gone mad. The demon emperor's heart tightened. A colossal body like that definitely would not be easy to deal with. The demon kings even began to consider retreating. They had basically given up on the idea of devouring the demon seed. The huge snake devoured all the demon chi in the air, and its colossal body fell straight towards the ground. It smashed into the mountainous demon folk army at first before landing heavily with a great rumble. Countless demon folk were smashed to pulp. However, even more demon folk surged over, swallowing the huge snake in a black mass. Looking down from above, it seemed like a group of ants trying to divide and devour a dead snake. Rumble. The huge snake rolled its body, grinding through the ground again and again. Crack, crack. His bones shattered. Spurt, spurt. Flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. The sounds mixed together, enough to make people shiver in fear and feel their scalps tingle. In the blink of an eye, it had turned the ground into a swamp of flesh and blood. It was filled with mangled flesh and severed limbs. The smell of blood rose into the air. However, the frenzied atmosphere did not stop. Instead, it rose even higher. The demon folk lunged towards the huge snake wave after wave. Most of those who were crushed to pulp were regular demon folk, while the thousands of demon commanders and demon emperors flew through the air agilely like winged soldier ants, allowing the demon folk to deplete the snake's power. Gradually, the huge snake stopped wriggling as if it had used up all of its strength in its struggle. It lay on the ground like a dead snake, allowing the ants to swallow it. The golden scales were indestructible, but they could not stop the claws and teeth of so many demon folk. They were ripped apart bit by bit. The demon folk tasted the sweet, delicious flesh and blood of the true dragon. The mysterious power of the demon seed within it made them even more spirited and more zealous. That's it. The demon emperor was stunned. This was basically worse than a regular wild beast. It was a complete waste of such terrifying power. For some reason he had a feeling that the huge snake was not struggling against the demon folk. Instead, it was fighting against an invisible enemy. Just what had happened to the 9 provinces. He could not help but glance at the demon cavern in the sky, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw a strange, twisted sword hovering right below the black demon cavern. He cried out involuntarily, "The obedient sword." Originally, he saw how the huge snake had stopped struggling and was about to go fight over the demon seed, but he could no longer care about anything else now. He immediately formed a seal with his hand, and with a thunk, the sword on his back flew out of its sheath. Afterwards, he took off on his sword, shooting towards the sword as a violet streak of light. He glanced at the ground from the corner of his eye, only to see the demon kings lunging towards the huge snake from all directions, killing and scattering all the demon folk who stood in their way. They feasted on the snake's body. In order to devour even faster, they directly demonified. He snorted coldly inside, "I'll let you eat some flesh and blood for now. If you're bold enough to devour the demon seed, then you're just looking to die." To him, the obedient sword was even more important than the demon seed. It was the greatest reason why he had given up on cultivation and personally presided over the invasion of the 9 provinces. As he rapidly drew closer, He gripped the other sword on his waist cautiously. He still had to be wary of the obedient sword soul inside. However, even when he gripped the hilt, the obedient sword did not budge at all. He could not help but laugh. Truly, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly by chance. Once I go collect the demon seed again, my gains will definitely be no less than conquering the 9 provinces. At this moment, miserable cries rang out from below. To his shock, he discovered that the cries were actually coming from the demon kings under his command. These demon kings were all extremely vicious. Who knew how many battles they had gone through to reach their current level? They had basically become numb to pain. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he basically would have struggled to believe just what kind of pain could make them cry out like that. It was like they had fallen into hell. Chapter 1343. The demon folk covered in snakes all fell down, rotting and festering in the air. They fell into the swamp of flesh and blood, kicking up wisps of smoke that wriggled like snakes. Dark red, orange, indigo, dark green. Countless colors spread out in the swamp of flesh and blood, weaving and merging with one another, constantly changing and changing. It was an indescribably beautiful sight. Clouds of smoke and miasma rose up from the ground, and the air was filled with a sweet smell. Even the demon folk who had failed to gather over in the first place collapsed in the smell, becoming a part of it in the end. The demon emperor was stunned. He immediately realized that the flesh and blood of the huge snake was venomous. The demon kings gripped their throats firmly, using their sharp claws to rip at their organs in an attempt to force out the venom. However, smoke snakes slithered out from the gaping wounds, wrapping around them slowly. The demon kings collapsed one by one, rotting into mud. Thousands of smoke snakes merged with the miasma. The army of several million demon folk had been completely annihilated. Only their commander remained. The demon emperor suppressed it with all his might. The trembling in his hand became more and more violent. Oh, wrong? It made the unyielding sword's heart throb more and more violently. A bitter taste filled its mouth, the taste of fear. The snake's eyes lit up, shining with golden light like the eyes of a dragon. It opened its abyss-like mouth and sucked in deeply. The miasma surged in. It constantly twisted its mangled body, producing dense scales. Every single scale was a different color, and they constantly changed, reflecting off the mottled miasma. A pair of sharp horns extended from the snake's head, rapidly unfurling and branching like the antlers of a deer. The flame-like mane extended from its back to its tail. 4 sharp claws extended from the snake's body, supporting its colossal body. It raised its head and roared at the sky. A violent aura swept out for thousands of kilometers, filled with fury and reluctance. The demon king? The unyielding sword almost flew out of his hand. The demon emperor discovered that a woman's face had appeared above the dragon's head. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and smiled mysteriously. The demon dragon took off into the air. He rode off on his sword without the slightest hesitation, even though he was in the demon domain. The demon king could be regarded as an important figure. But how could someone from the 9 states have such a cultivation base? Although the demonic seed could greatly increase one's cultivation, it could not allow one to jump 2 major realms in one go. Moreover, there would definitely be heavenly tribulations during this process, unless the person's strength was already at the 5th heavenly tribulation. Dragon Human Emperor 9 regions. Could it be? Looking back, under the illumination of the black sun, the world was empty, and the army tents rose and fell continuously. Dead silence. That swamp of flesh and blood had evaporated completely, devoured by the giant dragon. At this moment, even the colorful dragon had disappeared. Just now, everything was like a nightmare. Sikong, hide your sword. A voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Startled, he slowly turned his head, only to see the colorful lights in the void receding, revealing a handsome man with a dignified appearance. She had a slender figure and long limbs. There was a diamond-shaped gem embedded in her forehead. 7 colors circulated within it, adding a bit of mystery to her appearance. She was currently staring at him coldly. You are Nightmare Dragon? Kuan Peng circled above the 9 provinces again and again, staring at the ground with its eagle eyes that were as sharp as swords. Even as graceful as she was, her heart was extremely heavy right now. Smoke rose into the sky from the surroundings of the 9 provinces. That was demon chi that constantly surged out of the demon caverns. The vile aura contaminated millions of lands. Millions of lives had been demonized. If these demon caverns were not sealed up, This world would become a demon domain sooner or later even if demon folk did not invade. However, that was nothing compared to the true threat. Gazing at the boundary between the Green Province and the Mist Province, the maw of hungry ghosts had already become an abyss that stretched over 1,000 kilometers, and it was constantly ripping apart. Everything in the surroundings was falling in. The demon domain was terrifying, but it did not possess the ability to devour worlds. As long as all the demon caverns were suppressed, there would be a day when all the scars would be healed and the contaminated land would be purified. It was impossible to seal up such a colossal maw of hungry ghosts. The laws of death had already begun distorting this world, devouring it faster and faster. The destruction of the world of the 9 provinces was only a matter of time. She sighed and flapped her wings, flying thousands of kilometers away and landing in a pure white city in the surging sea of clouds. A pair of eyes opened quietly. They were scarlet red like fire, magnificent and resplendent. Li Qingshan discovered that he was lying on the surface of the water. Milky white light rippled around him as white wings wrapped around him. The handsome faces were mixed with a mixture of respect and fear. When he glanced past them, they all shifted their gazes away, afraid to meet his eyes. He murmured, "I really feel like I've ascended to heaven." The feathered people looked at one another. They had no idea what he meant. "First Father, you're awake." Li Fengyuan made his way over in surprise and joy. "Where is this?" Li Qingshan yawned. He felt a sense of relief from exhaustion. "This is the holy land of the feathered people. Who knows how many years this pool of Holy Spirit fluid has been accumulated. Just healing you used up half of it." "Ah, so much for getting them to agree. If it wasn't bathwater, I would have drunk the remaining half of the pool." Hearing the words bathwater, the feathered people's expressions turned ugly. However, they had objected to Li Fengyuan bringing the city amongst the clouds to participate in the war. They were afraid that Li Qingshan would settle the score with them later, so they didn't care about the Holy Land anymore. That day Li Fengyuan, the king of cooking meat, wanted to help the First Father. However, after personally witnessing the level of the war, he realized that he was just a stopgap member of the 4 heavenly kings. Not only could he not be of much help, but he might also need Li Qingshan's protection. If he was accidentally captured as a hostage, he would be more of a hindrance than a help. Thus he wisely chose to watch from afar. When it came to the decisive battle on Dragon Head Mountain, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Finally, the First Father obtained the final victory. He could only continue to do his logistics work and heal Li Qingshan's injuries with the Phoenix Fire. The effect was very obvious. "If we're going to drink, we're going to drink. I'm already prepared. I hope that the First Father can defeat Hui Long and unify the 9 provinces." Li Qingshan laughed out loud. "Then we'll have to find a few beautiful winged human chicks to drink with us." The expressions of all the winged humans darkened, but they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. So be it. A female winged human stole a glance and thought, "It's not really shameful to drink with him. I'll sacrifice myself for the winged human race." With a bang the door opened. Gu Yenying walked in and said with a smile, "It's just that how can the chicks of the winged human race be worthy of Uncle Li? In my opinion, the 7 great foreign human races should each send a few chicks and have a banquet on Dragon Head Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Good idea. When the time comes, I'll have Yenying perform a dance for me." Smack. Before he finished speaking, he suffered a blow to the head. Gu Yenying sat diagonally at the side of the pool and waved her folding fan lightly. She smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied with this song?" Li Qingshan shook his head. "All right, we'll talk about the celebration later. Let me deal with the matter of the hungry ghost realm first, as well as those demon dens." Gu Yenying was surprised. "You still remember?" Li Qingshan yawned and stretched. "I've always wanted to save the world. Unfortunately, it's already too late." Gu Yenying sighed slightly, but her expression turned resolute again. "There's no time to celebrate. We have to leave the 9 provinces as soon as possible." Chapter 414. Dragon Transformation, Destruction. Chapter 1344. Li Qingshan frowned and asked, "Why?" Gu Yenying told him everything she had seen and heard, which made his frown deepen and deepen. The feathered people present paled in fright. If the nest was destroyed, no eggs would remain intact. If the world of the 9 provinces was destroyed, they could only go to the hungry ghost realm or the demon domain. Either one would be a choice worse than death for them. And those living beings didn't even have such a choice. Li Qingshan pondered for a long time and asked, Is it my fault? Gu Yenying shook her head. The path exists, the heart goes, there is no other choice. Li Qingshan smiled and said, this is not your character. Why, are you afraid of embarrassing me? Even if there are thousands of reasons, I can't absolve myself from the blame. It's really not easy to be a hero. Before I leave, let me do my best. With a splash, he jumped out of the pool, and the milky white spiritual liquid rolled down his bronze-colored body. He was naked and he walked out of the door like a statue. No fault, Li Fengyuan gave him the clothes he had prepared. Li Qingshan shook off the red clothes and put them on. He tightened the belt and asked, where's little Anne? He seems to be digging up the bones. Big Wheel Temple of Lijo. A white hand stroked the prayer wheel, and the whirring sound passed through the dark corridor. Turning a corner, the sunset dyed the palace built against the mountain red. It was quiet and glorious, and the chanting sound came from afar. Arriving at the main entrance of the hall, her white bare feet stepped over the high threshold. Thousands of monks were sitting neatly in the vast hall. The chanting sound was continuous, but it suddenly quieted down. The long-browed old monk sitting on the high platform said in a deep voice, Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. His voice shook the house. It was deafening like thunder. Thousands of monks said together, the sea of bitterness is boundless, repent and you will be saved. Many pairs of eyes were attracted by the white ghost-like figure, and their voices were not as powerful and decisive as the old monks. She seemed not to hear it and walked past the monks to the high platform. The long-browed old monk straightened his back. His shriveled body suddenly swelled up and tightened the scarlet kasaya. There were 3 monks on his left and right, all of them looking angry. The 7 great monk kings of the Big Wheel Temple were ready to strike. Their aura was like a prison or an ocean rushing toward her. She acted as if she didn't hear any of this. Step by step, she walked to the front of the high platform. The battle was about to begin, but she walked around the side of the platform. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the long-browed old monk. Except for her. All the monks looked at the old monk. The veins on the old monk's forehead were popping out. He clenched his fists tightly, like a vajra glaring at them. He was about to protect them and subdue the demon. The moment she brushed past him, she suddenly deflated and sat back down on the platform. She came to the back of the hall and cut open a stone door with her sword, entering the deep underground palace. In the hall of great strength, a monk king said, Abbot, the enemies of the Buddha have invaded the relic palace. Quickly activate the rotation formation. How can you blaspheme the corporeal body relics of our predecessors? The long-browed old monk retorted, so what if we activate the formation? For a moment, the crowd in the hall was stirred up. We will fight the enemy of Buddha. We swear to live and die with Big Wheel Temple. Let her know that Big Wheel Temple is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases. The long-browed old monk said again, we can fight with her, but what if Li Qingshan comes? All the monks were silent. Most of them had not seen Li Qingshan with their own eyes, so they did not know much about the cause and effect of the battle on Mount Dragon Head. However, the ending of the Lingua Temple was known by everyone, and it shocked all the Buddhist disciples in the world. It rose from the mountain and crossed thousands of miles. It was thrown in front of Mount Dragon Head. Such power was unimaginable, making people lose the courage to fight against it. The long-browed old monk put his palms together and closed his eyes. Let's leave it to fate. She had already come to the depths of the underground palace, right below the hall of great strength. The belly of the mountain was hollowed out, and a 9-story building was built. Dried corpses were sitting there, and they were the corporeal body relics left by the previous eminent monks. Because they worshipped the Chakravarti Saint King, if they had no hope of ascending, they would reincarnate with a bit of their real spirits, so they kept a lot of corporeal body relics. She shook her hand and the 3 burial robe floated up, wrapping around a dried corpse. She recited the 3 burial scripture, and lines of blasphemous scriptures flowed on the 3 burial robe. The eyes of the dried corpse blinked, and its skin turned from yellow to white. Its sunken cheeks gradually became rosy, and it looked no different from a living person. It stood up and knelt in front of her, putting its palms together, honored master. The 3 burial robe, the living dead, flesh and bones, reincarnating the dead and converting people to the path of bones. In a moment, the dried corpses stood up one after another. There were men and women among them, and regardless of their age and appearance when they died, they all returned to the appearance of their prime. All of them were youthful and full of vitality, and their eyes shone with a bright luster. They were different from the skeletal demons formed by the skull prayer beads, and the skeletal ghost king in the Blood Sea banner. They all had the power and wisdom of their previous lives, but they were converted by her and became her disciples. Those who could place the corporeal body relics here were all the eminent monks of the Big Wheel Temple. It could be said that if she walked out now, she could build a holy land of Buddhism that did not belong to the Lingua Temple. A monk stepped forward. "Honored Master, the current abbot of the Big Wheel Temple was originally my disciple. I'm willing to go up and discuss Dharma with him so that he can break the cycle of reincarnation and convert to the sect." "What if he doesn't obey?" "Then we can only grant him nirvana, and then ask the honored master to convert him." The eminent monks walked out of the underground palace, and not long after, the Big Wheel Temple converted. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows slightly. Sometimes he really did not understand what this child was doing, and it made him sigh. The little and who had doubts and asked him for guidance on the path of bones was gone forever? What about little Ming? Gu Yenying said, "He's trying to control the sky-climbing vine at the Dragon Head Mountain, and let it communicate with the Azura path." Li Qingshan nodded. "All he lacks is resources. If he succeeds, I'm afraid he'll be able to pass the fourth heavenly tribulation very soon. We can also follow the sky-climbing vine and go to the Azura path if we want to, the demonic beast path if we want to, and if we want to." His voice gradually slowed down, and an idea appeared in his mind, but it was erratic, vague, and difficult to grasp. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Suddenly he had an idea. "Wait, I have a good idea. If we succeed, we can not only save the world, but it will also be of great benefit to us. We can do what Chualong wanted to do but failed to do." Gu Yenying's eyes flashed. "You mean, let's go, we'll talk about it at the Dragon Head Mountain." The Kuanping rose with the wind, and Gu Yenying said to Li Qingshan on her back, "Aren't your injuries all healed? Why don't you fly over yourself? The situation is so urgent, aren't you fast? As the saying goes, capable people do more work. Also, please be polite to the hero who is about to save the world." Li Qingshan spread his legs and stood on the Kuanping's back like a thorn. "Do you know that you can be really annoying sometimes? We've arrived at the Dragon Head Mountain, hurry up and get off." Gu Yenying rolled her eyes, and the Kuanping went around the sky-climbing vine that connected the sky and the earth, and slowly landed on the Dragon Head Mountain. To be continued. P.S. Those who voted are all good people. Great people. Chapter 415. Convert, save the world. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.